Stop number 4, final race of the virtual BC Cup presented by Cobotix, as today the riders conquer the Mount Sequoyah road race on land from the Joe Martin stage race, part of the Echelon Racing League earlier this year. Going to be an interesting one as we get ready for our 4th weekend of racing, Ryan. This has become a little bit of a tradition for me here Saturday morning. It's exciting to see a lot of our riders back for our 4th race of the day today, but this one going to be a lot different. I think this long road race, we had sort of 3 very different stops on the virtual BC Cup, and then I think everyone kind of settled on this long road race as maybe the most fun racing to watch. So this one should be really interesting today.
Yes, absolutely. We've had, as you said, a lot of different courses on this in this series, but this may be the differentest. We're finally doing a point-to-point stage race. This is a 72-kilometer course with 1,000 meters of gain, and it's based on the 2nd stage of the Joe Martin stage race, an annual event in Fayetteville, Arkansas. So founded in 1978 as the Fayetteville Classic, Joe Martin was its long-standing director, and after he died in 1989, the race was renamed for him. We can see the profile the riders are going to be doing today, so we can see a couple of major climbs, and certainly we're to see how that'll play out in our first 2 races this morning, which will be the 3 and cap events.
Yeah, you see the first big climb of the day comes pretty quickly, and I think it's serious enough that it might split some riders up if there's a group of a large group that survives at the beginning. Maybe that first one will cause the break of the day. Probably not a question of if, but when, especially in the bigger races, you see a break. I think just on these long days, there's so many opportunities for riders to find splits that I think we'll see multiple selections, especially in the bigger races later on in the day. Second big climb comes, I guess there's only two climbs. There is one sort of in the middle. There's a little bit of an uphill grade you see there, but and then the finishing climb at the end. But there's one more little lump about 20K from the finish there, with a nice long downhill run into the final climb of the day, which is absolutely decisive. I'm thinking ones and twos across the line when they hit the finish today.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely going to be an interesting course, and the riders will have to be very attentive. I mean, unlike what you get with a circuit course, they're not going to be used to any of these. Most of these riders will be seeing them for the first time each time we roll through them today.
So again, multiple categories of racing here at the BC Cup as we start the day with our Category 4 open field, open to any new racers. This is sort of our beginning level of racing, if you will. Then the Category 2s and 3s will be racing together later on today, 10 o'clock Pacific time on the West Coast. Excuse me, before our pro women, along with the Cat 1s at 11 o'clock this morning Pacific time. And then we'll wrap up with our pro men last race of the day at high noon on the West Coast. So 4 sets of races today, but a couple of them will have multiple categories that will be scored different, like the Category 2, 3s, and this one, the Category 4s and open first up today.
Yes, indeed. So we'll be able to start off. These races will run over 2 hours for the earlier categories. It's the usual thing on this circuit. We can guess that the Cat 4s will be running at just about 30 an hour, which will take them through to about 10:30 local time here on the West Coast. The Cat 2 3s will start a little before that, so we'll have quite a few races to show you at some points where Brad and I are taking bets on whether the Cat 2 3s will finish before the Cat 1, the men's pro series starts, but we will find out.
I guess like any race, also in virtual racing, the promoters have to figure out the optimal timing, trying to time the distance and time of a race. So sometimes we have big gaps, sometimes we have small gaps in between the start of the race, but I think they've done a pretty good job with the schedule, adjusted it a little bit today. So hopefully we can get as much racing in for all of our categories as we can. Obviously, we'll be able to cut back and forth between the two throughout the day if we have any overlap. So we're going to watch all of our, at least our podium finishers through the finish line in all of our categories.
And hopefully Cat 4's got the memo about the racing starting 30 minutes earlier today than it has in the weeks, so that we'll have a full field in about 5 minutes when we begin the first race of the day.
Let's talk a little bit about the platform and sort of the world of virtual racing for anyone just joining for the fourth and final stop. Riders are racing on a platform called RGT today. It's I guess, virtual racing platform is the easiest way to describe it. They have their bikes hooked up to what are called smart trainers. Those are connected to the internet, and they're able to measure the power that the riders are creating when they pedal the bikes. That power is then put into the game and makes their characters go in time with the power that they're putting into their bikes at home. Now, the cool thing about RGT is that the course that they're riding on is based on real life roads. So you can input any course. This one, as we said at the top of the show, on loan from the Joe Martin stage race. So this is a real life race course that a lot of these riders will be hoping to do in the next couple of years, but they're going to have a chance to preview it here on RGT. So the elevation responds in the game. It gets harder and easier to pedal, or the rider responds that way in the game. So they'll be racing on, again, the real-life Mount Sequoyah road race course today from the Joe Martin stage race, and there's some serious climbing out there in Arkansas. So it's going to be a big one today, Ryan.
Yes, indeed. And it looks like we're going to revive some old rivalries on this exciting new course, because I'm looking at the start list that you can see on your screen now, and we're going to have all three of Ian Walker, Jimmy Arkang, and Shane Alfred's trio that so activated our previous races in this series. So last week we saw Shane and Ian work over Jimmy Arkang after Arkang took an early lead, followed by working over each other for an exciting finish. And I'm sure that this week that Jimmy will be ready to get his revenge. And let's not forget Shelley Navin. She will be the only woman in the day. She's a rider from Illinois, probably from Chicago, I'm thinking. And she will be able to take the Cat 4 Open prize today for just by showing up.
I think you still have to finish. I know Shelley will make it to the line for sure. She is well versed in the world of virtual racing here, as we've seen her racing a lot in some of our RGT virtual races over the last few months. Yeah, last week, or I guess 2 weeks ago, we had a week off this week. This Category 4, I guess, men's field was one of the more tactical races of the entire series. Normally you see tactics like that up at the higher level of racing, but these guys were going at it last race on stop number 3.
Yes, indeed. Yes, it'll be exciting to see how things break down, as I say, in today's race. But I think that we've got 3 riders here who all really, really enjoy sort of attacking racing, and we'll probably find a lot in this rather rolling course to spring their breakaways.
Yeah, if you like a breakaway, you can certainly make it happen on RGT, but it's really hard to do alone. So if you can just find a few riders on the same page. Now, today, I don't think they're going to have much other battling to do, so they won't really need to make that initial selection or initially establish the break like they did on stop number 3. They can pretty much just pick up where they left off, I guess. So it's like they had a 2-week-long coffee stop, and now they're going to finish the ride here, keep hammering it out. All right, riders getting the countdown now. You see the countdown clock in the bottom right corner. Riders will be seeing something very similar to what you're seeing on your screen right now. You can see the rider that we're following with the camera is highlighted in gray on the left-hand side of the screen. The list of riders shows the current order that they're racing in, and then you see Walker is just a little bit darker right now. That means we're going to be watching Walker's stats up in the top left and top right. And there's some big numbers coming off of Walker right now as these guys rocket off the line. Alfreds and Walker trying to get rid of Arkang early here. Looking very similar to how this one played out at the end of stop number 3. But Jimmy Arkang knows exactly what they're doing, so he'll get up here. And I think this is going to be another good one to watch. I'm excited to watch these 3 guys duke it out here. Meanwhile, Shelley holding on at about 80 meters back on the group. And then the other names that you see on the list are our camera bots out on course. The ZMS cams are from ZMS Livestream. Damon running all of the live streams for the BC Cup. And then Tammy Brimner in 8th place right now is our on-course photographer. I don't know if you've seen any of Tammy's work over the last 3 races here at the BC Cup presented by Cobotix, but she takes some awesome pictures. It is amazing the way that she's able to get in here and capture these riders up close. I know I've tried to play camera guy like Damon does such an excellent job of for us here, and I can barely do it on video. I don't know how Tammy gets those photos. They're amazing.
Yeah, she's a spectacular photographer in real life as well as in the virtual world here. I'm excited to see that Arkang, Alfreds, and Walker are resuming the same battle that they've been prosecuting in previous events. We can see that Arkang is lashing out, going for a hard and fast attack, trying to drop those other 2 riders as quickly as he can. No dice, Shane Alfred's right with him. Ian Walker yo-yoing a bit off the back, but he's back with that pair. And you can see that they're keeping a steady pace at the moment. They're about 30 kilometers an hour for these 3 riders, sharing a bit of workload as they go up a near flat section of the course here.
I guess today it's really all about timing. I mean, there's not much racing. Well, there's no racing for them to worry about behind them. It's really just these 3 guys that they need to worry about. So I guess if you're trying to get away, it's how long do you try and drop one and get to the line with two? Do you try and go solo? Do you just wait it out and sprint? It's there's a few different to try to win today. I think we'll probably see these guys stick together through at least the first couple climbs, the first few times that the road pitches up, and they'll just sort of feel each other out, kind of get an idea for, if anyone's having a bad day, if anyone's having a good day. We'll get a good idea on the first lump in the road, which is still 20, 30K away, so it'll be a little bit before that goes uphill. Until then, I think these guys just keep tempo. You see the power that they're in right now, the power zone, that colored bar just below their name floating above their head. I wish they had that in real life. It would make it so much easier as a commentator to know how hard these guys are going. Our Kang up at the front into the red zone right now, which means he is getting close to his limit of maximum power. These riders have to input their basically their stats when they sign up for the game, and then it also tracks their power to update their personal best. It also uses their weight in the calculations, and then based on their personal range of power that they can create, in other words, what their maximum is, as they get close to that maximum, that's a color bar will get closer to red. So we saw our Kang there just a little bit ago at pretty close to the max. I would say max power for a lot of these guys going to be like, to hold a number is like maybe 300, 400 watts. You see the watts per kilogram, that's the more important number that we're going to be watching throughout the day today, because that's how we measure the amount of power based on the weight that they have to move around. So we'll be talking about the watts that they're creating up in the top left, but what you should really be watching is the watts per kilogram ratio, which is right around 3 for most riders. I would say like the best virtual races in the world, the best virtual riders on a day like this would have, 3.9. They would be approaching 4 watts per kilo. Some riders would maybe go over 4 if they worked a lot on the day, but that would be a pretty serious effort. So anything above 3.5, I guess I would consider a big day in the virtual world. I don't know if I'm underinflating that or overinflating that, because I'm a terrible virtual racer. So,
yeah, these guys, I don't think they'll be hitting an average of 4 watts per kilo, though. We'll certainly see their peaks get up there. This will be an interesting course, because you can see they're on a pretty flat section right now where really raw wattage will matter the most. Where watts per kilo will come into effect, though, is on the climbs on this course. Fairly likely to be decisive today. I mean, we talked about how we've got these 3 riders. They're all sort of watching each other right now. And I can see that we've got the course profile showing up there, so you can see their track. They're on a slight climb right now, and they'll continue to be climbing as they get towards the first major peak of the race, which comes in about 10 or 20 kilometers, I'm guessing, from the profile map we've got. These 3 riders know that they're evenly matched. These guys have raced against each other now for a couple of weeks, as we've said. So I think what's going to happen is that we'll see one or more of them try to push the decisive attacks on those 2 major hills on the course. So there will probably be a lot of testing and feeling each other out on the first climb that we're going to see coming up. And then there'll be a lot, if whatever happens after that, we'll see a lot more action on the final climb, which comes pretty close to the finish of this race.
Yeah, I guess you can break this down into sort of 2 sections, pre-climb and post-climb. So we're in the pre-climb section right now, and then however this one ends over the top of the first climb is probably how it's going to stay until they get to the last climb of the day, the big climb that comes before the finish. That's probably the next opportunity for some split. There is that little climb before they get to the penultimate climb of the day, but I don't think that's going to be enough to split it. So really 2 big opportunities on this course today, and you can see them on the RGT profile right now. The white dots representing where the riders are right now. See the larger white dot are the riders that we're following right now. So still a little bit of time before they get to the climb, just like real life. Kind of shake the legs out a little bit, get a feel for how everyone's doing, maybe even have a little chat. The riders do have an in-game chat feature on RGT. Not sure how well these guys know each other, but even at the highest level of racing. Sometimes you got to catch up on some personal business at the start before you get to work.
I can see that in terms of the team jerseys they're wearing. I'd like to greet Jimmy Arkang warmly. He may be from the great state of Illinois, but in fact he's representing that lovely Echelon Cycling BC jersey, along with Ian Walker. I don't think they're teammates in real life, and certainly we saw them ride hammer and tongs to try and drop each other in the previous races of this series. Ian is a local rider, and the third rider that we have here, Shane Alfreds, is from actually very close to my own home, because he rides for the Lake City Cycling Club, which is a new local club that has formed just at the bottom of the mountaintop where I live.
Excellent geographic descriptor. I feel like I could find it if I rolled into town. I know exactly where to go. Join the club. Find a good ride.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Lake City is... sorry.
Go ahead.
Lake City is a lovely sounding place, which is actually a fairly scrubby industrial park, but I grew up near it, so I have fond memories wandering around it, actually riding my bicycle through there as a child. But it also has an excellent brewery there, so I still have fond feelings about it.
It's amazing how much bike racing goes on in scrubby industrial parks. It's sort of a key venue, certainly here in the U.S. too. I know on the West Coast, that's the home of criterium racing, industrial parks on a Sunday morning. So obviously a little more affordable. Not quite as easy as putting on a virtual race, though. I think booting up old RGT and loading up Mount Sequoyah is maybe the easiest way to put on a road race if you're a promoter.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. As someone who's had to run a few races in my day, I'm really enjoying doing two things. First, outsourcing all of the actual setup to our esteemed technician, Damon Bates, here. We're waving to Damon. He can hear us, but you don't hear him. He's the guy who's responsible for making these beautiful camera views come to you. He's the guy who's responsible for setting up and prepping these races for Cycling BC, and he makes us sound so good. Isn't that right, Brad?
He makes you sound good. There's nothing he can do for me. I'm beyond hope. Damon at ZMS Streams is incredible on the RGT platform. Does a ton of virtual racing. So if you're looking for a club event, I know a lot of people are putting on some of these. They want to put their own course in. Anyone can upload an RGT course. Using a GPX file, anything you would upload to like Map My Ride or Strava, anything like that. You can just punch it right into RGT. It'll create that. You won't have the real life background. The game developers would have to create that individually for courses that would have a customized scenery package, as they call it. But anyone can update it. If you want to do a ride, reach out to Damon. I know he's all over Facebook at ZMS Livestream, and get you set up with your own virtual race or ride or fondo or time trial, or just hang out on RGT. Just hang out at the finish line like me.
Yeah, certainly this has been a fantastic introduction, I think, for a lot of riders to the RGT platform. I think it's really charmed people with how it works and how it looks and some of the great features that it's got. Meanwhile, we're give you a little update on Shelley Navin. She is continuing to turn the pedals. It's going to be a lonely race for her today, but we honor her. She's been persistent. She's been a regular who has shown up, I think, for every event that we've done so far. And it's just fantastic to see. So she's going to get to enjoy some of this lovely scenery that she's riding through right now as she taps through this virtual Arkansas that we've set up for her and all the other riders. In case any of you are wondering whether or not Damon and I get heckled as badly as we heckle these poor riders who are only trying to do a great job, I can assure you that in the chat, Damon is making fun of our accents right now. This is, of course, because Damon is from jolly old England himself, and that's why, for example, he's giving you the British Standard Time versions of the start times for these events. So this is how Damon is whiling away a Saturday evening over there. Meanwhile, it's bright and early, as all of you West Coast, Best Coast types know for me here. We've got this race started off at 0800 Pacific Daylight Time. And I believe that Brad is coming from somewhere around about the same time zone as Arkansas itself, although perhaps a little bit further north.
Yeah, I'm 1 over. They are in Central Time. I am in the Eastern Time Zone here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. But yeah, I guess about an 8-hour drive from Arkansas if I wanted to go ride right now.
That America really is a big country.
It's pretty big. Not that Canada's, small by any standards. I always love telling the story of a group of 4 German riders who came to race at a race called Tour of America's Dairyland that we have here in Wisconsin. So they looked at a map. It's in Milwaukee, which is like, let's say, half the size of Chicago. They looked at the map and they thought, oh, this is perfect. We're just going to ride our bike in between races because every day is in, a suburb of the city. Looks pretty easy to get to. So the first night they came to the race, actually won the race. And then upon realizing just how far 25 miles on American roads was as the sun was setting, they reached out to the promoters and asked if they could get a ride back to the hotel. They were planning on riding for 9 days just to and from the hotel. And then when they got to the U.S., they realized the insane scale of our roads and infrastructure. So needless to say, they very quickly learned it was not rideable. And we had them hooked up with a rental van quickly. But yeah, Arkansas is, there are a lot of great riding roads in Arkansas, I will say that. And Mount Sequoyah up on top offers some nice climbing up to the finish. Although I don't know if the riders will be calling it nice climbing after 72K of racing today.
Yeah, and despite the fact that we've got some nice climbing coming up for them, it looks like Jimmy Arkang has decided not to wait for a climb. He's set out and got himself what we might call a slight breakaway. He's about 30 meters up the road. Walker and Alfreds appear to be content to let that gap settle in. While we've been chatting, I think that sort of 20 to 30 meter gap has persisted for about a minute or two. So they're in no hurry to chase it down. Maybe it's just a test here to see Alfreds and Walker may just want Arkang to do a little bit of work on his own while they share the load and see if they can get him to wear himself out a bit. That was certainly a tactic they worked on pretty hard last time, and they may be trying to run the same playbook now. We see Alfreds go a little bit into the red, probably just taking over the pacemaking duties there. I can't remember.
Nice
Maybe you. Yeah.
Good job.
Brad, can you remember what the? You're getting early morning crosstalk here. We still haven't got our rhythm, but I promise you by the Cat 3 race later into the day, we'll be firing on all cylinders. They just as with the categories rising throughout the day, the quality of the commentating, we hold our best stuff for the later events. So we apologize to Arkang, Alfreds, Walker, and of course, let's not forget Shelley Navin for having to deal with our Tier 2 commentating here. I was going to ask you, though, Brad, Shane Alfreds is wearing a lovely blue and green kit, and I know we were talking about it on our previous broadcast. Do you remember which virtual team that represents?
I think it's called the Herd e-racing. It's a virtual racing group, I guess, if you will. There you go.
Thank you, Damon.
And then I know that on the back you'll also see it, Herd So Good. Yeah.
Well, I can't resist a team kit that uses a terrible pun. So we're sure that as he races along here, Shane Alfreds will not be cowed by the considerable competition.
Let me read you about the Herd because I think they deserve a little plug since they got him to wear the kit in game. You deserve a little promo. The Herd is a welcoming, inclusive, and supportive place for people within the virtual cycling universe. Virtual cycling is wonderful and can be challenging, especially in the beginning. We're here to help you. The Herd is a place to try new things like racing without the risk of just being destroyed, and experience events such as tours knowing you'll be supported by the collective. When we host a ride, our ride leaders always hold to their stated pace, whether it's a 0.7 to 0.1 or 2 to 2.4. I assume those are watts per kilogram. The ride leaders take it seriously, and we want you to know that when you sign up for is what you will get. That's awesome. We need more clubs like this in real life as well, because that's how you get into it. You got to have some great support. Good to see that the Herd is doing that in the virtual world.
Sounds like a great bunch of guys and girls who could have any beef with that kind of mission statement.
Yeah, for real. I couldn't even attack a kit like that on the road. You know, if you're stuck in a group, you got to be like, oh man, you're from the Herd. All right, go ahead. You're cool.
Yeah. So Alfred's is continuing to share the work with his close personal frenemy Ian Walker there. They're continuing to sit about 25 meters behind Arkang, and at this point I have to feel that's a deliberate decision. They're climbing a gentle slope here. I think this is one of the lesser approaches to the later major climb. They're closing in on Arkang slowly, but I suspect that may be as much because Arkang doesn't mind them coming back either. You mentioned it earlier, but we can watch their little colorful stripes below each of their names to get an idea of the relative effort level. Arkang is staying green, just flipping into yellow. You know, this is representing a range of somewhere between 2 and 3 watts per kilogram. And indeed, looks like Walker and Arkang decided to take that moment to attack as we get up to about a 13.5% indicated slope. If you're following along at home, man, you can see the slope is, yeah. Oh, and this is the climb now. So you're seeing one of the decisive attack points on the circuit. And indeed, it looks like Walker and Alfreds are taking advantage.
These guys absolutely knew what they were doing. They caught up to Arkang, and as soon as they got there, they both simultaneously hit the red zone on the power meters, and Arkang is left behind. Beautiful move from Walker and Alfreds here.
Yeah, that looked coordinated. I think there may be, if there's not a back channel, then they simply let their legs do the talking. And Arkang may be having nightmares right now, because I believe this is a repeat of just about the exact tactics that Walker and Alfreds used to work him in the previous race. It was a slightly different point in the race, but a very similar tactic. They let him get out to an early lead. They reeled him back and on the Dirty Reaver course, and then when they attacked, the attack was decisive. So Arkang is now looking like he might be in a bit of trouble. He's at 58 meters behind and dropping back. Again, that'll be a bit deceptive because we're on the climb now, but nonetheless, he's got his work cut out for him to sort of hold these riders within view and within a reasonable distance as he manages this climb. And then he's got to desperately get hammered down to catch back up to them on the descent. We're following along with Arkang. You could see his heart rate was going up over 187, and I don't know what his max heart rate is, but I'm pretty sure that's high. Meanwhile, Walker, who we're also following, is doing about 160 beats per minute. And again, they're producing similar wattage, so maybe this just reflects different hearts in these two different guys. But I think that Arkang has got to be worried at this point.
They are just on pretty much the most difficult pitch of this climb right now. You see on the profile at the bottom of the screen, they're just getting to the top of the red section, which gets obviously darker as the grade gets higher. Alfred's into the red a little bit, as looks like he has lost Walker's wheel here. Arkang's still in this one, though. I mean, didn't get blown up on the climb, which is like your worst case scenario. But Arkang is hanging here. He would definitely like to be up with this group, but I think he might still have a chance if he can hold this to like inside 100 meters up and over the top. I wouldn't be surprised to see Arkang be able to get back into this group.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we are only about, we're not even 10 kilometers into a race that's going to be 70 kilometers long. So he's got to know that, whatever happens here, there's a lot of time to catch up. But he also has to be worried because if Alfred's and Walker, I mean, they're starting to gap each other a little bit, but we'll see whether or not they regroup once they get to the top. But if this race does split up here, anybody who's left as the odd man out at the top of the hill may find it is a very long day in the saddle trying to play catch up. And, if they're waiting around, if any of these riders is waiting around for the next major climb to execute a decisive attack, it's coming many, many kilometers away. I think they'll be about 20 or 30 kilometers down the road before they see that second hill.
Yeah, at this point, I don't think there's really much incentive for Walker to wait up for Alfred's here. I mean, they're going to be to the top here pretty soon. It's not like he's killing himself up on the front. Alfred's is, you see, dipping into the red zone there for a little bit. So Walker and Arkang probably don't really need to work together in terms of getting up to the top now. It's really just, Walker and Alfred's don't really need to work together. It's really just up to Arkang riding his own race back here in third.
Yeah, I wonder if Walker will try to keep that gap or if he'll be content to work with Alfred's when he gets over the top. Well, the way we will find that out is by watching the race, I guess. Meanwhile, Arkang is definitely not panicking. He's not going into the red. Walker is over the top and beginning his descent. Arkang is just about got there, so we'll be able to sort of see how this race recomposes itself on the descent. I don't have weight numbers for you on these three riders, so I can't really tell you which ones are the big rollers or the real featherweight climbers. Actually, I got to go back and look at my DMs because I think that Shane might have had something to say to me about his relative performance because I was teasing him about this last week.
Well, looks like he's going to get on to Walker here. And then with Arkang up and over, I think this is going to settle in. Probably right around 250 meters, looks like, will be the gap up and over. Might hit up to 300. Arkang going to keep the pressure on, even on the way down here. Ooh, Alfred's and Walker are too, though, in the red zone up here at the front.
Yeah, it's I was looking back at my research, which by research I mean Shane Alfred sending me text messages after last race, and he's probably the roller of this race. So it's all the more impressive that he's executed an attack here on the climb. We'll probably see him do some pretty solid descending because his claimed weight will be on his side. And indeed, if anything, it looks like he's stretching out his lead as he slides down this hill. Walker is 100 meters behind him. Again, these distances will rubber band as they go up and down the climbs and descents, but nonetheless, that's not a trivial gap, and maybe even more telling, all three riders are on the climb now, and Arkang is now almost 500 meters behind our leader Alfred's here.
Yeah.
So you see Shane Alfred's getting into an improved regular tuck, not a super tuck. I don't know if super tucking has been banned from virtual racing, but I don't see any of the riders going into a virtual super tuck, so.
Let's hope there's no virtual UCI, because I think I saw Alfred's helmetless up at the front. That's got to be a bigger issue than the super tuck, first off. And Walker had some suspect socks we're going to need to check into.
Yeah, they tend not to police equipment quite as strictly in these events. We're seeing Shelley Navin. She's now on the climb, hitting it at 11%. She's riding within herself. She's got only herself to beat. Maybe this is a bit of a training ride, but we salute Shelley. She's come out. She's seen off all comers. She's fallen behind the other three riders in this race, so it's going to be a little bit of a lonely event. But she's got the challenge of this hill, so we salute Shelley and hope that she can get a good ride out of this and be ready to rip the legs off of all the people who didn't show up for today's event.
Yeah, that's right. Shelly showed up, and that's what matters. What she's doing solo on the trainer like this, especially on this Mount Sequoyah course, takes a hard person to conquer a course like this alone. So my props to you, Shelly. Bravo.
Yeah. And now we're watching Shane as he continues. He's still on a slight descent here, leading out the group. These guys got to watch out because he also has a pretty fantastic sprint, and I believe he actually won the crit race that we did on Canary Wharf from a sprint, if I'm not mistaken. I'll have to go and do some research on that later. But right now, he's got to be fairly satisfied. He's shown a genuine gap. We know these three lead riders, Alfreds, Walker, and Arkang, have been pretty closely matched throughout this series. So it's interesting to see a fairly robust-looking attack and to see these three riders so completely split up already. As we follow along with Walker, he's the meat in the Alfreds Arkang sandwich at the moment, and I'm sure he'd rather be closer to the top slice o' bread, that being Shane Alfreds, rather than having Arkang close on him from behind. But maybe the tactic will be for Walker and Arkang to reunite and prosecute a little bit of catch-up on Shane Alfreds.
Yeah, I think that's what I would be doing if I'm Walker. And if I don't start making up time soon, like if this gap doesn't get below 500 real quick, I think I'm just waiting up for Arkang. You know he's good. You know he's got good power. You know he can work in a group. And he's only, 170 meters back from Walker. So maybe wait it out a little longer, 160 now. Alfred's only at 300 up the road, though. So I think you stick this one in the middle. Let Walker work on Alfred's a little bit longer. But if he doesn't start making up ground, if it looks like he's losing the battle, then wait up for Arkang here and see if those two can work together.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a long race. We're about 15 kilometers in. They've got about 72 kilometers total, so it's going to be about, my little totalizer there is showing me that Ian Walker has about 58 kilometers remaining in his race. That's an awful long distance, and Shane may be trying a big, exciting solo attack right now, but he's going to be on that big, exciting solo attack for 57 kilometers. I rate his chances. He's proven to be a strong rider. He's a roller. He obviously likes this terrain already. Nonetheless, I'm not sure he's stronger than Walker and Arkang combined, at least not for 57 kilometers of rolling terrain based on Fayetteville, Arkansas.
I wonder if Alfreds was a little surprised that Walker fell off. I mean, I didn't really see a significant attack from Alfreds to drop Walker. It seemed like Walker just kind of slowly fell off of Alfreds as they got closer and closer to the top. So Alfreds looked like he was keeping it pretty steady, and wondering if now he's reevaluating the scenario here as well. Not that he would wait up for Walker for any reason. I mean, there's no reason for him to wait for Walker and Arkang, but maybe a little surprised that he's solo this early in the race.
Yeah, for sure. He's putting in a good gap. He's got to be happy that there's still 100 meters of separation between his two major opponents here, because that means that they're not getting any aerodynamic drafting from each other. It means they're not working together. Shane is probably pretty okay with trying to race one-on-one against these guys in what would amount to a virtual time trial. I think he's got the power, and I think he's got the will to try that. But what he has to worry about is if those two join up behind him and then turn it up into a team time trial versus Shane for an entire 55 kilometers. That might be not unique. And we can see that Arkang, who we're looking at on the right screen right now, is within sighting distance of Ian Walker, so he's got that rabbit to chase, only 60 meters up the road now, so Arkang is definitely closing that gap, and you can see he's putting in the wattage too. I was watching peaks there of well over 3 watts per kilo. He's definitely keeping a very steady effort. Given what we know about these riders, when we see them sort of sitting in that sort of high 2s, low 3s for watts per kilo, that's a pretty killer tempo. That's probably these guys going just slightly over their all-day pace. Like they're in a sort of a red line where it might be a bit exciting for them to try to time trial home at 3 watts per kilogram. And indeed, we're watching our Kang. He's continuing to just bring that gap back. 40 meters now as they roll over through this rolling terrain. This lovely virtual countryside. You can see the trees have leaves on them. It probably reflects reality in Arkansas. It's far enough south that I'm sure their spring is well underway.
Yeah.
The real Joe Martin stage race is going to happen this year, if all goes well, in August. It'll be an event that you can all sign up for, and it'll happen August 26th to 29th this year. You know, it's been a complicated year for racing events of all types. No, we're still mourning, or at least I personally am definitely mourning the cancellation of Super Week here in the Lower Mainland. My own personal racing club, Escape Velocity Cycling Club, is still talking back and forth with the powers that be, both Cycling BC, Via Sport, and the provincial health authorities about when it will be possible to do some bike racing again. But we're still cautiously optimistic that by the end of the summer we'll put on a couple of races, and I know there's other promoters who are definitely champions. That mentioned my old buddy Barry Lister, who wants to run a couple of races out in the Maple Ridge area, and I'm sure that our friends at the Phoenix Velo Club are excited to do their Mission Racing series again when they can. I think they've been trying to set up a few time trials as well. And United Velo is a very good club for doing masters races also in the Fraser Valley. And my old buddy Todd Hansen runs his coastal racing series out in the South Richmond. So I'm giving Brad a whole bunch of name checks for nice regional areas within the south coast of British Columbia, which he won't know about at all, but I assure you the listeners will think these are all great.
I like it. I like the little regional rundown of the area. It sounds like you guys are pretty lucky with plenty of people ready to get racing back to normal when we can. So sounds like when things open up again, you're gonna be back to it pretty quickly. It's nice to have.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are pretty excited for real racing. I mean, the virtual racing has been an incredible option to have during what we will call these uncertain times. But nonetheless, there's, as good as it is for training, and I mean, I think it really is scratching the itch of racing. Meanwhile, as we get back to the racing, it looks like our Kang and Walker have indeed reunited. Once again, they are best friends for now. And they are still about 800 meters behind Alfred. So they got their work cut out for them, but now they've got 54 kilometers on the road in which they will be able to chase down Shane if they can. They'll certainly work together, do a little pace line, and they will watch that gap very closely, as I'm sure Shane will, because all they've got to do is basically make up 1 kilometer in 54. So that's the work for these two riders. They're wearing the same kit. I guess they've become a virtual team, at least for now. And they will be chasing down Shane Alfreds.
Jimmy, you can forgive, but never forget what Walker did to you on that climb with Alfreds. That's my advice. You got to work together now,
yes.
So you got to set your differences aside. But I don't know if you can ever forget the attack that Walker and Alfred laid on Jimmy on the way up that climb.
Well, of course, bike racing is an awful lot like international diplomacy. There are no, eternal friendships, only eternal interests. And right now, our Kang and Walker are sharing the very acutely common interest of catching Alfreds. So they will be certainly allies, if not friends, for a good long while. But of course, if they do manage to make that catch, then it'll be only a matter of time before they betray each other, because that is, of course, the tragic but also glorious cycle of bike racing. You just gotta love it. Virtual or real, You know, that's the dynamic that so many bike racers come for here. You know, you have to have just a little bit of malice in your heart to be a truly great bike racer, I think.
Nobody ever won out of a breakaway by being nice. That's for sure.
Yes, as the classic phrase goes, no gifts.
Right.
So we're watching these riders, and we pay another tribute to Shelley Navin. She continues to tap along with the pedals. She's still in there. She's about 5.5 kilometers behind the lead of the race right now, but again, she's racing in her own category, in effect. And the fact of the matter is that you know, she's actually maintaining a pretty solid pace relative to these other three. You know, she has not been losing time at a steady or monstrous rate. She's just keeping that gap. She's keeping to her own pace. You can see her rolling along on this gentle section here, slight descent, and she's up to 46 kilometers an hour. You can see that she's keeping her pacing pretty steady. She's doing a good, hard workout. You can see where the heart rate is, where the power output is. Power output and the heart rate will be flagging a little bit as she goes down this slight descent. She'll be taking advantage of that, and as the road flattens out in a few kilometers, I'm right back on top of those pedals. For all of those of you who've done actual bike riding and racing, of course, you know that there's a certain cadence to how you ride a real road, which is that you ease off a little bit on the descents because you don't want to push against the increased aerodynamic drag you get as your speed rises. But then when you're on the flats and the climbs, you put in your steady or even your peak efforts, because that sort of gives you the fastest possible pacing overall. So Shelley's effectively riding this race like a time trial now, which is she'll be putting in the deep efforts where it matters, when the aerodynamic resistance is low and when the climb is high. And that's what she's doing right now. You can see that she's got a steady 2 watts per kilogram that she's tapping away as she goes over this little tiny rise. And here we can see how the scenery is showing us the course profile pretty nicely as well. She's got a little rise. You can see the crest of it ahead of her. And as she comes over the top of that, then she'll be back on another little descent as she rides towards those 3 lead riders in this event. So this is a bit of a gnarlier little lump in the road than I previously noticed. She's on a 7.5% climb here. She's maintaining her effort. You can see, if anything, it's climbing slightly. She's got a nominal road speed dipping below 10 kilometers an hour, which tells you kind of how hard that slope is at its peaks. But as she rolls over the top, she'll be back on pace. But she's just steady Eddie here, you know, keeping that 2 watts per kilo, riding within herself, and, you know, treating this, as I say, as a time trial now.
Shows you how hard the other climbs are. That climb that she was just on, I mean, it barely shows up on the course profile at the bottom. You see, it's just a very light orange. She's the big white dot that we're following right now. So, I mean, I wouldn't have even made a mark on that if I was doing recon on this, looking at this course profile. But you could see it was a pretty serious little kick up there. So, gives you a little bit of perspective for how big the bigger climbs actually are.
Yeah, and we'll have to put a little marker on that, because sometimes when you get those little nasty steep pitches like that, remember that when we see the bigger fields we'll have later on in later races, that they're going to be going up this first major climb that all the riders have now cleared, and then once they finish their descent, they're going to run straight into that little tiny 7.5% wall. And I wonder if one of the effects will be is that you'll see groups that will, you know, shred their way up that first major climb, you know, regroup to some extent on the descent, and then there'll be a few riders perhaps caught out by having one more lump, and if they aren't right on top of it, they might find that they've managed to do a lot of work to regroup after the first major climb, only to get dropped on a little bump that barely appears in their course profile. So for all you Cat 3, 2, and Pro riders who are going to be showing up in later races, if you're watching this for some recon, put that in your race notes.
I guess you don't have to mark anything on your stem anymore. I know some riders use whiteboards to write the important landmarks of the course so they can keep an eye on it. But the days of the stem tape are unnecessary in the virtual world. Man, stem tape is going to skyrocket sales when we get back to real life racing. Whatever specific tape they use, it's going to shoot through the roof. It's going to be like lumber.
I'll have to ask some of my buddies who are actually into, preparing for races and setting up things like stem notes. I'm guessing that clear packing tape is probably the go-to, rainproof, relatively removable, although I imagine there's more than a few hardcore rider stems that have some paint damage from one too many stem notes being torn off. Wonder if any of them arrange those. Use? What's that?
I used some moleskin one time. I was out on an adventure ride, didn't have any tape, but I needed to make notes of like these specific turns I had to make. So, I'm like, I'm not getting any blisters. I'll be fine. Stuck some moleskin on there, made the notes on it, made all my turns. The gum has been on my stem for like 4 years now, and I can't get it off. I've tried everything. That stuff is amazing. You could probably repair a steel frame with it too, based on the way that it held on to my aluminum stem. But yeah, whatever you do, don't use the stuff you're supposed to use on your foot, because there's something about the gum. It's not made from metal.
Note to self, no moleskin. One of the dumber pranks I ever pulled on a friend is there's a local rider who we haven't seen in these racing series. Come on, Wilson, you should be racing these. Wilson Tran, an old friend, and he's famous for a couple of things, including really liking gold accents on his bikes. He actually went out and got gold anodized Nocon type cables for one of his bikes, which made him look like an insane Bond villain. So that was pretty great. But as a tribute to him, one of my more bizarre hobbies is crochet. So I actually crocheted a tiny gold yarn stem cozy, and then at a bike race managed to surreptitiously sew it onto his bike while he wasn't looking. And I'm pretty proud of that fact, honestly. So here's to you, Wilson.
On the cable. $80 on the cable housing, and still ended up with a crocheted knitted handlebar.
That's right. No rider is safe from yarn bombing once in Vancouver. So I hope that we'll be doing enough real racing in the near future that I can yarn bomb a few more local riders. But meanwhile, we can watch Arkang and Walker, their virtual stems completely pristine, riding together, both wearing that beautiful Cycling BC kit, and they are continuing to try to put a dent in Alfred's lead, but Shane Alfred's has stretched it out to about 1.3 kilometers. So Arkang and Walker have some work to do, because that is not the right way for that gap to be going. They might be content to sort of leave Alfred's out to sort of just cook in his own juices for a while, but I don't think such a plan involves letting him stretch his lead beyond 1.5 kilometers, no matter how far from the finish they are.
No, I don't think there's any good strategy that starts with, we let him get 1.5 kilometers ahead, and then there is no and then in that scenario. So, yeah, Arkang and Walker, I mean, it's pretty simple math. I went to public school here in the United States, but even I know you just have to go faster than whatever pace he's setting up front. Cool part about RGT that you don't have in real life is you can see exactly what Alfred's is doing. These riders are basically looking at the same screen that we're looking at now. They can choose their own view. A lot of them will have the first-person view on there as well, but they can see the exact distance that Alfred's is. They can see the exact wattage that he's doing. So all you have to do is match the watts per kilogram, do 0.2 or 0.3 more, and over the next 50K, you hope that you did the math right to bring it back.
Yes, indeed. We can see Arkang and Walker starting to, I think they're starting to pick up the pace a little bit. We're looking at the numbers. You can see that they're sort of peaking out around 3 watts per kilogram, which is a pretty solid effort. Alfred's is contentedly riding at 2 watts per kilogram. May also reflect that they're just on different terrain at the moment. So Walker and Arkang are on a slight descent. Alfred's is on a very slight grade. Might not even notice that. But you can see that Walker and Arkang are taking a bit of advantage of the terrain. They're up over 40 kilometers an hour. But soon they are going to run into the same slope that Alfred's is, which is it's not trivial. It's a little bit of a lump, but look at this. He's up at 15% grade. I think when we took a peek at the course profile, we focus on those two big climbs, and they are indeed big and long, but there's lots and lots of these little climbs that are barely registering in this long 70-kilometer parcours, and yet I'll bet you that Alfred's is kind of feeling that 14% at the moment. So we're going to see Arkang and Walker face that same thing. It'll be interesting to see if that has any effect on their ability to stay together, or if they deliberately try to hold together during these little rolling climbs and descents that they're going to be facing throughout the race.
You got to think you want the other rider with you as much as possible. We talked a little bit about how you can work together on RGT. You do need to take turns at the front. There is an element of pace lining, but the game will take care of the placement. So if you just drop in behind the rider and you start putting in too many watts, it'll move the rider over to the side. This is also probably a good time to talk about the drafting indicator that the riders will see. Up in the top left of the screen, you see the three big numbers. That's the current power, their current cadence, and their current heart rate. And then below that shows a graph of the rider's pass power. Now, when these riders get into a slipstream, or when they're in danger of losing a slipstream, that graph, you see right now it says saving 26 watts. That means that the rider that we're following, which right now is Alfred's up at the front, that shows the amount of wattage that they're saving by sitting in the draft. Now, right there, you saw it just briefly change. Whoa, Navin out in the field doing some cyclocross racing here. Just briefly changed there to show that the gap was opening too much, that they were losing the draft. So the riders will get a warning when they're not maximizing their draft in the game on RGT. So that's really all that Walker and Arkang need to look at right now. It's about riding as efficiently as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm actually interested because they seem to be riding side by side a fair bit. And I mean, it's a virtual race, but that does actually represent how the race is treating them right now, which is, I think that it means that they're not maximizing draft. Now, looking at it, I see that they've just hit the climb, so it may be a matter of there's not much drafting that they're going to be doing or caring about until they get over this little lump. It's the same 15% peaking out grade that we saw Shane Alfred's ride over earlier. So they're just basically going to dig deep and do this. I think they've got about 100 meters to go before they get to the top here. But there's a slight descent on the backside of this slope, so we will see if once they get there, they sort of put themselves into drafting formation and get a little bit more committed to working together as they try to get to Alfred's. And in fact, the opposite of that seems to be happening, as Arkang kind of rolled over there with great force and has managed to put a tiny gap into Walker. So we'll see if he eases up and lets that close up, or if he's serious about this attack. No,
I think Arkang actually did that right. They say you want to attack over the climb, or ride through the climb, ride through the top of the climb. I'm guessing that's what he was trying to do there. And Walker just wasn't on the same page.
Yeah, it looks right to me. And I mean, it's also a bit of a defensive move in that if you are rolling over the top of the climb and riding through it, as you say, then you're also not going to be the one who's caught flat-footed. Indeed, they have regrouped now, but having completed that little lump in the road, they're now almost 2 kilometers behind Alfred's in the lead. So I think Arkang and Walker have to start paying attention to the draftometer and making sure they're getting a high degree of efficiency out of their pacemaking, because they are going to need every trick they've got if they have any hope of catching up to Alfred's here. And I doubt that either Arkang or Walker will be satisfied with second place on the day. So we reflect
especially
once again.
After, I was going to say, especially after the last week. I think there's still some feelings.
Yeah, absolutely. They've had an extra week. So we did 3 weeks in a row of racing, and then we took a week off before we had this big event. So all three of these riders have had that extra week to think about what they liked and what they didn't like about the previous races, plan their vengeance or plan their triumph, depending on how they felt that they were doing. And certainly all three of these riders will take to heart the words of that classic Southern philosopher, Ricky Bobby: if you're not first, you're last. And I am positive that at this point, Arkang and Walker are thinking about how they can execute on a classic shake-and-bake strategy in order to work over Shane Alfreds, who is, in fact, taking on the role of Jean-Pierre here, the hated outsider who has come into the sport and is now making them look silly. I'm sure that Arkang and Walker can't be liking that, so they'll be looking to take back this gap, close it down, and hopefully not have to admit to liking crepes in the process.
I guess you could look at it from the glass half full perspective and say, if you're not second, you're third, which is not bad. So
Yeah.
I guess not much to lose if they're not able to catch Alfred's up at the front.
I think we can promise all three of these riders a podium position today, but I'm not sure how happy the guy in third place is going to be at the end of the day. It's I've won default podiums in my time. As never feels quite as sweet as actually winning the race, does it now?
Right, exactly. It's like when you're forced to hang out with your little brother, or big brother. Mom makes you hang out. It's not quite the same as just hanging out.
Yeah, that's right. So Arkang and Walker are playing each other's little brothers at the moment. I'm sure neither one of them particularly wants to hang out with the other, but it sure seems like a better idea than any of the alternatives they've come up with. So they will play their virtual bike race game together and pretend to be best friends just long enough for them to shut down Shane Alfreds if they can. It's the classic dilemma. I can assure you, I was raised in a family where I grew up with two younger brothers, and the dynamic of three boys in the household was definitely that there was often a situation of two against one, but each day the two versus the one, the names would change in who was the two and who was the one.
That's right.
Shout out to Mike and John. I still love you guys.
Well, we have to figure out which one is the Mike, which one's the John, and which one's the Ryan in this group of three. I don't know who the antagonist of the three of you was, but today it's Alfred's up here at the front.
Yes, indeed it is. And Alfred's, well, we've been talking very randomly, is just doing the work and getting the job done. He's keeping that gap pretty steadily at about just under 2 kilometers as the clock continues to tick on this race. So we're now passing the 40 to go mark. That means that we're getting very close to the halfway point already. So these guys have been maintaining a good steady pace. We started this race at 0800 sharp local time, so we're now 55 minutes in on the clock. You can see it there in your top left corner. 55:26 and counting is our race time. So we're probably going to be at this pace another hour, just over another hour on the road for these guys. And Alfreds is continuing to just hold on. Meanwhile, Arkang and Walker have to be, they're still working together well, and they have to know that, every kilometer they put up, they're doing a little less work than Alfreds. And hopefully for them, that will start to count for something before we get to the end. But, that's the job. Everybody in this race of three knows exactly what the work to be done is, and it's really just a question of how well they execute. Arkang and Walker really only have one task at hand at the moment, which is work together, make the number that matters most go down, which is the gap between them and Shane Alfreds.
It's a good point. There's a little element of sort of having to trust the process for Arkang and Walker back here. Just believe that if that number is in the right place, It's going to end where you want it to. It's like investing in your IRA for retiring when you're 65. You're like, I don't know how putting $5,000 in here right now is going to turn into $1 million, but you just got to trust that it's going to work. So just do the work, try and forget about it, and hope that you can retire. That's what these guys have to do.
That's right. Arkang and Walker in classic buy and hold strategy. They've got to just keep making those regular deposits into the wattage bank. And Alfred's is doing a similar job up front, except he's got a little less help. He's kind of like a day trader working all on his own, while Walker and Arkang are, riding the S&P 500. All they have to do is collect the market average, and they'll probably be better than the average soloist. But nonetheless, Alfred's is basically making a claim that he's an experienced trader and that he can do better than the market, which, as I said, is Walker and Arkang right now. So as we torture this financial metaphor nigh unto death, meanwhile, the racing continues. And actually, thinking about that, Arkang and Walker have indeed been getting returns on their investments. They've got that gap down to 1.2 kilometers now, which is a substantial shrinkage from where it was before. So perhaps, in their own way, Walker and Arkang are vindicating at least the weak version of the efficient market hypothesis.
All right. Good earnings call for Walker and Arkang here as we check in with them. Beating estimates. They're beating the street.
Oh dear. Yeah, it's the strange early commentary. Definitely. Chapeau to the Cat Fours. They've had to listen to all of our practice bits today. But here we go. Walker and Arkang continuing to let their legs do the talking. Shane Alfred's maybe noticing that gap was shrinking because he's pushed it up slightly now, so it's up to 1.47 kilometers. He's on a slight descent, and he's cruising it at 60 kilometers an hour in the virtual world. He's probably had to turn his fan up to high to experience the rush of a virtual descent. He's out there underneath that virtual Arkansas sunshine with his virtual helmetless head, enjoying the breezes. Meanwhile, he wears his lovely virtual green and dark blue herd kit. So, the pain is real, but it's starting to pay off. And again, he is opening up that gap. So it's possible that as we were chatting away, he noticed what was happening and he decided to put in the work. But again, this is now kind of a time trial. He's got 38 kilometers left in his race, so he will certainly be keen on not going into the red line too often as he tries to hold off these other two riders.
Little gap here for Arkang and Walker. Could probably be a little more efficient here to get up onto the wheel. Walker going deep on this little lump in the road. You can see how the wattage has changed. Look at the graph up at the top left. You see that spike right there. Exactly where the road goes uphill as well. So you can see they had to increase their effort. Floating right around 3.5 for Arkang and 4 for Walker. And it's going to give Walker a little bit of space here.
Yeah, and I think they're both doing the classic move of just riding their own climb, right? You're seeing this little gap here, and I think that might be an indicator to both Walker and Arkang about what might happen in the future, which is Walker is sort of probably not trying to attack so much as just slowly and naturally riding away from Arkang on this slope. So, that sort of thing can count as a little bit of a test. So what I would expect will happen, though, is this is not a big slope. We know that there's another big climb coming up and that they've still got a lot of distance in their future. So I think what might happen here is that as we come over the crest of this hill, and I think Walker is just reaching it momentarily, these two riders will likely regroup so that they can continue to work together and see if they can close down a bit more of that gap. So I think they're a little early for Walker to be thinking about a solo attack and breakaway here. That's a lot of effort if he's going to try and close up the distance to Shane Alfred's all on his own.
Yeah, and I don't know that this was really an attack from Walker as much as Arkang just kind of falling off the tempo. So Not much Walker can do there. If our Kang is struggling to, let's say, break 2 watts per kilo, it obviously doesn't benefit Walker to drop down to that level, because that's going to put Alfred's completely out of reach. If Alfred's gets up to, let's say, 3.5 kilometers away, then even with 40K to go, there's probably no way that Walker would be able to chase him back solo. So at some point, Walker has to say, look, if you can't keep up with me, I can't keep waiting up for you. But I don't know if that moment is now or not at 230 meters back for our Kang.
Yeah, we're going to have to a fairly crucial moment in the race. We're going to see if Walker decides to wait, if our Kang can get back to that wheel. I think it's kind of on our Kang now. If he can catch back up on this descent, then I'm sure Walker will be glad to have the company. But I don't think that we'll see Walker slow his pace at all, because as you say, we're now at the point where the work has to be done. If there's any hope of catching Shane up the road, then they're going to actually have to start closing that gap pretty quick. Meanwhile, Shane is just riding within himself, All the numbers look steady. He's on a nice flat part of the course. He's keeping a nice solid pace. I'm guessing that he can pretty handily keep up this level of effort for the whole event, which would be for him just over an hour, I'm suspecting, before he hits the finish line at this point.
Yeah, I would say Alfred's probably sitting right where he wants to be, and you can guess that this is his comfort zone, right? If you can ride at any tempo you want, you built yourself a 2.5 kilometer lead. At this point, you can settle into pretty much any zone you want. So it seems like 2.2 to 2.4, that's right around where Alfred's is most comfortable on the day. And obviously that's reflected in his relative FTP with the power zone that we're seeing pretty much green and blue for the last 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, that's right. So this archway represents the exact halfway mark on the course. You can see that it's 36 to go, 36 done for Shane Alfreds. And I know from talking to him before that he is and as I was saying in my secret direct messages with him, he's a real roller. So he'll be pretty happy to try and time trial this home. And I think that he'll be pretty content with attempting what may amount to a 36-kilometer TT with a 2.5K head start. That sounds like a deal even I would take.
Sounds like even a deal I could screw up.
Oh, hey, we could all screw it up, couldn't we? Meanwhile, Ian Walker, he's finding himself slightly solo at the moment. Our Kang is still 200 meters back. We're watching those numbers carefully to see if our Kang is going to get back in contact, but Walker may have to do this as a solo time trial as well, so he's going to find himself in the morose position of catching up to Alfred's after giving him a 2.5 head start. And our Kang, I think, can just barely make out, if he's got a real good screen, Walker in the distance on this long straight section, but he has to close every one of those 200 meters with his own hard-done effort, and we will see if he can manage that. This is, like I say, probably a decisive moment in the race, is whether or not our Kang and Walker close back together and are able to work to the finish. And we can see he's putting in a fair effort. Our Kang is kind of going, blue, yellow, blue, yellow. This is sort of just, he's probably riding right on his threshold. He knows he's got to keep something in the tank for the entire rest of this race, which is far, far from over. But he also knows that he's really got to close this gap now, or else his race is decided. And it'll be decided as he'll be third place. So let's see what our Kang can manage. Numbers are maybe closing down a little bit. It was over 200 meters to Walker. Now it's about 185. Again, that could be vagaries of this rolling terrain. We see there Walker, and meanwhile Walker is looking at the gap between himself and Alfred's, and that's just ever so slightly closing down. You can see that if he keeps up at this pace and at this gap closing, he's about to take the gap below 2 kilometers. That's still a lot, but it is at least the numbers trending in the right direction. But we see the reason. Shane Alfred's is on a 12% grade, so I think that it's very natural that his lead is looking like it's closing down, but we'll get a truer picture of what is going on once Walker and Arkang clear this same grade.
Yeah, it's tough to get a good read on a long stage profile like this because, like you said, the elevation gain can artificially inflate or deflate the gaps. But there's a nice flat section here that we'll be able to get a good read on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you see the same effect in real races too, where there's a tremendous amount of accordioning as the peloton goes up and down over each hill. So it's important not to read too much into those fluctuations, especially as the road goes up and down. So, for example, right now we're seeing about a 1.6K gap between Alfred's and Walker, but Walker has a very large hill in his future that Alfred's is now on the descent of. So, meanwhile, Arkang is maintaining. Actually, he's about 200 meters behind Walker still. So, as we watch Ian Walker crossing through the halfway banner. And we're sort of seeing the race develop here.
I probably should have taken a time check at the halfway split. We're still programming the virtual officials into the game to relay that information back to us. That is still in development, as I understand, over at RGT headquarters.
So we see Arkang is also just cleared through the halfway mark. He's going to be the last of our trio of riders here that are going to hit this little upgrade, and then we'll have a good picture of what the race is going to look like for a while. And I see that even as we say that, Shane Alfred's is on another little climb, so it's just rolling terrain after, and these are not little lumps. Like when you think about a sort of a 3 to 6% grade in real life, that's a hill that you'll definitely feel. But these hills are not 3 and 6%; they're like 8 and 15%. Hey, Brad, it's a remarkable thing to see these nasty little walls, and they must. When you hit something where the percentage grade goes into double digit, you know that these guys are feeling it in their legs. You don't even need one of those load sensing trainers to all of a sudden just watch your numbers hit a wall there. And I suspect these guys are all sophisticated enough that they do have the fun force feedback trainers that will indeed give them the real sense of these hills.
Yeah, I would say the short, steep climbs are definitely a hallmark of the riding in Arkansas. It's rolling, but some pretty steep rollers, I would call them. There's a few alpine-ish climbs. I mean, if you're looking for a really long climb, you want to be sitting on the climb for 30, 40 minutes, something like that. You can find them, I guess. They're not going to be as steep, obviously, as a true mountain climb, but really, I guess the defining features of the climbing in Arkansas would be short and punchy. Good way to describe these climbs today as well.
Yeah, it's kind of like some of the gnarlier spring classics courses that end up happening in like the north of France or perhaps the eastern part of the Netherlands. Netherlands is a funny place. I've been there once or twice. I actually went to the highest point in the Netherlands. It's quite interesting because what happens is you go to the east and to the south to a degree, so somewhere in the outskirts of Maastricht in the Netherlands, and you can find this not much of a climb, but nonetheless it's a climb. You go up, and just as you reach the highest point of land in the Netherlands ends. It's that highest point in the Netherlands is right on the triple boundary with both Germany and I think it's Belgium at that point. So,
right.
As soon as Netherlands as those as those gnarly Low Countries territories get it all hilly, they just give up on being the Low Countries. Back to our race, we've got Ian Walker continuing to tap out the watts. He's on one of these little rolling slopes, and he's doing okay, but I'm not sure if he's making any sort of impression on the gap between himself and Alfred's. And meanwhile, Arkang is still in touch with Walker, but definitely not closing that gap either. So this is I think we're seeing this decisive moment where this is going to become a race of 3 time trials at this point. And so as we watch this event turn into a time trial a little bit, and we can see Shelley Navin continuing to maintain her own pace and managing things, I think that Damon's got a little something for us to look at. We've been talking a lot in the last few weeks about, in these last races, about Jacqueline Godby. We should say Dr. Jacqueline Godby. She's, I believe, got a PhD and is now going for an MD, or is it the other way around? Do you remember?
I think has the... I don't know.
That's an unfair pop quiz. I'll just sneak it over. Yeah, she has a PhD in chemistry, and I believe is currently doing her medical doctor studies. So I guess when she completes those, I think the protocol is that we'll refer to her as Dr. Jacqueline Godby. But the reason that we're talking about Godby right now is, aside from being a real force in our previous events, I believe that Damon's got a little interview with Jacqueline I'd like to show you in a few moments. So we'll keep chatting while Damon cues that up. But meanwhile, we follow along with Shane Alfreds. He's just cruising along. His gap is out to about 3 kilometers now. So he's got to be feeling quietly confident as he closes in on the 3K to go, 30 kilometers to go. And I think now Damon's going to show us the interview with Jacqueline Godby, so we commend this to you. We'll be back in a moment.
State your name, your age, and your nationality.
Hi, yeah, so I'm Jackie Godby. I am 30 years old, and I am part from the United States of America. Currently live in Chicago, Illinois.
That's awesome, Jackie. And you've been sweeping the podiums for the last 2 weeks with 2 wins at the last 2 Cycling BC virtual BC Cups. Now, which team are you racing for?
So I am racing for X, and we've also got 2 men over on the men's side. It's a relatively small team, but we're quite powerful, particularly once you know those 2 male racers are my coach and my fiance, respectively.
Yeah, you guys are powerhouses out there. You sweep in the women's field, and they're throwing it down in the men's cats as well. Now, regarding Saturday's race, the Criterium in Canary Wharf, it was not as exciting of a stage as the first one with a relatively flat course. So did you have a pre-race plan for that day?
Yeah, so going in, knew it was a flat course, knew it was going to be very little up and down, so you weren't going to plan on a lot of letting the hills lead the attrition race. You know, you couldn't rely on people just deciding that this 5%, this 10% grade, this 20% grade, like we saw that first week, was just going to be too much. So you really had to take advantage of the RGT physics. So going in, I think a good strategy was going to be to get that core group down as much as possible for a reduced group bunch sprint, but that we were always going to see that reduced bunch sprint at the end. And so that was what I was going into with the mentality, every lap thinking, you know, how can I make everybody else hurt while still saving myself, still saving the freshness for that final finish line.
Yeah, that's really awesome. And I noticed that on the first stage of the race, you went for the solo breakaway and just rode straight off. But for this race, you decided to stay within the pack and kind of toy with them rather than try and break away. So did you have a lot of faith in your sprint for the day?
It wasn't so much of faith in my sprint for the day as much as faith that I was just going to be reeled back in on that short of a course. You know, I did not think that a breakaway that I led was really going to succeed, particularly in such a small field where, you know, you have this small group of women who many of them are teammates, and would be able to put together a very effective chasing pack.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So you decided to play it safe with the smaller course on the flat course. Now, talking about RGT and the courses and the physics, next weekend is going to be on the Dirty Reaver course, so there's going to be quite a bit more climbing. So what's your goal for the weekend, obviously? Apart from winning, is there something that you'd like to achieve?
I would very much love to make a breakaway. You know, I think if there was one course out of the series that's really designed for it, it is the Dirty Reaver. I think the combination of, you know, the 1-2 hill sort of punch where you have that very short, very steep 90-second hill in the beginning, followed by that very steep, longer climb on the gravel, you know, really sets you up for some exciting group dynamics. You know, now that I've said it, it's out in the open. We'll see how the field reacts.
Yeah, it definitely will be. I think it'll be a little different from the last 2 weeks. And we're excited to see you ripping up the women's field. Thanks a lot for taking the time to chat with me this afternoon, Jackie.
Yeah, thank you so much. This was a lot of fun.
Well, if Godby likes long, hard courses, she's going to love this one today. This will be a course that she knows well because she raced with us in the virtual Joe Martin stage race. So she'll have raced on this course before. This course also available on RGT, so the riders could have gone and reconned it before. But you heard Jackie kind of talking about some strategy. She's one of the few riders, Ryan, that has the ability to choose how a race is going to play out. She talked about the difference between wanting a sprint or wanting a breakaway. There are very few riders that have the luxury of being able to want for a certain scenario in a race like this. Jackie Godby is absolutely incredible. I mean, we're talking about a top 5 in the world level virtual rider, and sort of new to bike racing. She was a triathlete leading up to this, won the Chicago Triathlon, but I am really, really excited to see Jackie Godby hopefully do a little bit more bike racing in the future here, because I think she has really uncovered a pretty impressive talent from racing on RGT.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, Brad. I mean, I know that I'm sure that she's done very well in triathlon. What we've seen here, I hope, given the advice that if she got out into the world of road racing in the real world, whenever we're able to do that, I think she's going to be an immediate force at any level of competition that she cares to step into. So she could be one of these great unsung talents where a year or two from now, she's going to be an overnight success in road racing, and everybody will be, where did she come from? And the answer came from RGT. I mean, perhaps it'll also be she came from triathlons, but her first taste of road racing has been this virtual road racing in RGT, and she's certainly shown, I mean, that doesn't determine bike handling or a lot of other things in the real world, but she's shown a tremendous tactical acumen. She understands fairly exactly how bike races work. She's not making sort of the basic tactical mistakes you'd expect. She's wise beyond her racing, and I hope she can turn that into a result on the real roads of the world in the near future. Well, on the virtual roads of this virtual Arkansas, we've got Schwartz continuing to prosecute his lead. He's out to about a 3.3 kilometer gap over Ian Walker. Walker is meanwhile continuing to open up on third place, who is sitting at 620 meters and expanding in terms of his gap. And then we've got Shelley Navin still tapping away, literally riding her own race as well as metaphorically, and we salute. Got a long ways to go, but she's keeping in there. So good on you, Shelley. You've got we're excited for you, and we hope you're enjoying the ride. But Ian Walker, he's got to be thinking about what can he do here. So we take a peek at Shelley Nathan. She is rolling. This has got to be, this is a good event, if nothing else. Let's put it that way. But she'll be happy, I'm sure, for the mileage. This is the kind of early days riding that will pay off for these later in the season, and hopefully there will be a season for all of these folks. I'm not sure what things are like in and around the Chicago area, which leave where Shelley's from. She's racing for the X Athletic team, which is a group that we've seen put a couple of other riders in the upper categories. So, like I say, she's getting a good workout here. She's putting in a solid effort, and she is getting close to the halfway distance on her race.
X getting
Switch
their
back.
custom kit in the RGT game. Teams can basically pay to have their design rendered into the game because X had Jackie Racing at the highest level in the Echelon Racing League. They got their kit in the game, and same way we got the Cycling BC kit in the game here.
Yeah, and those virtual kits look fantastic. It's lovely to see the detail and the rendering. I'm viewing this stuff secondhand, and my computer's graphics card could be best described as a potato. So I'm not sure what the full and most awesome power is of the RGT platform, but what I can see, it does a pretty good job of rendering stuff like the details in these virtual kits. It looks like a nice outfit. I should strap it on and get into some virtual bike riding and racing myself, and maybe try on that excellent looking pink CBC kit there.
Sometimes it's a little weird to see the riders on their Zoom cameras. Some races will have a camera on the riders. I'll say they're very rarely zipped up on the jersey. I think the preferred way to race is usually just a base layer in bibs, although some people going with the just bibs look, which isn't always best depending on the zoom angle. I've seen some bad ones.
Yeah, well, they're those folks in their pain caves. They're built for speed, not beauty. That's for sure. One of my good friends, Stuart Lynn, is one of the more prolific virtual bike racers in the world. He happily rides away his pain cave at the bottom of his house, but he's expressed to me that the typical setup is, first of all, have as many fans as you can, because fans are basically a performance enhancement in virtual racing. And second, he says he tends to start with a jersey on for the warm up and the race start, and then it just slowly gets less and less kit. So you can just imagine all of your favorite virtual bike racers doing kind of a slow motion striptease during their race. That I've put that image into your minds. I'm sure none of you will ever be able to shake it. So enjoy, and hope you're having a great Saturday morning. Just like Shane Alfred's is, he's got about a 3.5 kilometer gap as he hits another one of these little rolling hills in his race. 23 kilometers to go for him. Ian Walker is still in second place. He's got about 27 and a bit kilometers left in his event. He's about half K behind Alfred's, but he's also put about a 600 or so meter gap on Jimmy R. Kang, who is holding down third position now. So all three of our riders are kind of established in their situations. They've got to be mostly hoping that they don't have some sort of a real or virtual mechanical. We've certainly seen those network dropout factor in these races, as well as just having a bad day. And I suppose you could manage to have a flat tire, although it'd be a real embarrassment if riders manage to have a flat tire from riding on their trainer. That's just a level of not inspecting your equipment that I think...
I will tell you, I've seen it happen. There was a rider that was using one of the old friction trainers that actually rubs the wheel against a drum on the back, was not using a trainer tire, it overheated the wheel and blew the tube up inside. And yes, they flatted on a trainer during a virtual race. So it is possible if you're running one of the older trainers, the non-smart trainers, I guess, non-direct drive. That's the term that they use now for the ones that hook right into the cassette. But yeah, blew a tire up on the trainer, so it's possible.
Okay, that's got to be the. Well, actually, it's probably not the most embarrassing way to lose a virtual race, but it's real close. I'm sure there's been one or two riders who have managed to fall off their trainers in a sprinting, but still. Yeah. So, riders, if any of you want to send in your most embarrassing way that you have had a mechanical or in a virtual race or a virtual ride, let us know. We'll definitely be sharing those stories if any of you can get those in. So you can add me on Twitter at rcousine if you need to, RCOUSINE. So don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe while you're there.
They're going to be lining up to share their deepest secrets, listing every time they've fallen over, clipped in at a red light.
I haven't done that for years. On a club ride. Oh, man. Oh, boy. Well, Shane Alfreds continues to not have any troubles whatsoever. Presumably, he is using a direct drive trainer, and he is tapping out the miles. He's got his gap is pretty steady. I think it's showing at about 2.75 kilometers, and it's just... As you go down all around this virtual Arkansas, he is, in fact, I think, keeping that gap pretty indeed. If you look at the course profile that Dave's showing us at the bottom of the screen right now, you can see that we're marked on Shane Alfreds, and there's dots in the flat lines behind him. So Shane is sort of going up one of these not insubstantial rolling climbs that we're facing. And you can see that he's got a real gap between himself and the two chasing riders. And there's a smaller gap between those two riders. So Walker and Arkang still have an opportunity here to get together, but I fear that the clock is ticking on them, that regardless whether they join up or not, Walker and Arkang are just starting to fall far enough behind, and with the race clock ticking down, as it were, Walker seeing 25 to go, Arkang now 26 kilometers from the finish. Those two riders, no matter how much effort they can put in, just may not have enough time to close this gap. So they're probably both starting to think more about managing their race with each other than they are about any hope of catching back up to Alfreds.
Yeah, this will be game over pretty soon. It's going to be insurmountable for these guys to bring back Alfreds with 25K to go. Alfred's sitting 2.5K, 2.6K ahead of Walker, and then Arkang 700 meters back from Walker. You can see that distance on the very right of the list of riders' names. I'm surprised Arkang's still holding at 700. I mean, usually once you go past like 500-600 meters, it often blows up in spectacular fashion. But Jimmy Arkang hanging in there, doing a nice job today. I think Alfreds is watching Netflix up on the front right now. He, I'm seeing a lot of green under his name.
Yeah, Alfreds is sitting in the catbird seat, so I'll check with Shane after when he's willing to text me again and find out if he's willing to share what he's been watching or what his preferred.
Text him right now. He can look at his phone. He's got a 2.3K lead. Come on, you can give a little interview here, Shane.
I am texting him right now. Nobody can see this, but you'll have to trust me. I've messaged him on Facebook. Hey Shane, how's the race? We'll see. We'll watch and see if his. I mean, he may not have his phone nearby, but if that doesn't work, and if that continues to go up, I'll just use the messenger phone call feature and see if we can loop in Shane for an on-race interview. This is how the pros do it, right? I'm pretty sure I've seen video of Bradley Wiggins as a commentator leaning over and interviewing riders mid-race. Seems like that works out well.
Yeah, this is the virtual version of that. We'll see if his power drops out. If we can spot the moment where he gets the message.
Hey Shane, how you doing?
Or if he just maybe he'll wave off the camera like they do sometimes when they get too close and they just want to be left alone. The riders do have some like emotes, I guess is the best way to describe them. I think they can wave at will, like when riders pass them or something like that, and then there's a little bit of celebration. So maybe Shane can wave us off. If you can, yeah.
Shane, if you can hear us, you can give us a little wave and tell us how it is at the front there. It's very possible that Shane is doing the and ignoring us, because it turns out he actually is in a bike race, and as it may be, it feels probably all too real to him at the moment, because his heart rate 155 beats per minute just for the fun of it, is it? Meanwhile, Walker continues to try to chase him down. They're all sort of on a climb at the moment, so again, these gaps may be compressing a little bit, but gap is probably not compressing enough for Ian's like closed it down to about 1.8k. But as I said, I think that's a compression effect of these riders on the climb. And similarly, Jimmy Arkang, who's just rolled into the bottom of him, is now down to about 500 meters between him and Walker. But I don't think that represents a serious closing of those gaps. So we're seeing these riders kind of be 1, 2, 3. Look, sorry. The reason for the laughter is I just got it from Shane, so I can now see what his suffer face is. I'm just going to say that probably all of you out there are fortunate that you can't see Shane's suffer face. I'm just going to tweet this out. It's a great race, and I'm sure Shane won't mind if I just share his photo. He says he did give us a response. He says the race is hard. So we salute you, Shane. Thank you for being very entertaining for us. We're glad that you're willing to be such a good sport with your commentators here. He says his legs are. So
there's no wonder.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. It's no wonder this race is so hard. There's some guy up on the front doing 3 watts per kilo for the last hour.
Yeah. Shane, you may be the architect of your own pain. The reason for the gap in commentating here is that someone may be posting this photo to Twitter as we speak. Shane shares that it was not his plan to go solo in this race, so oops, accidental. We all hate it when that happens. I mean, maybe not. Yeah, this is pretty good. So what we have to do is Shane is continuing to chat to me, so we have to watch and see whether his watts per kilo is steady while he's doing this. I see him at about 2.1 watts per kilo, 2.2. He's maintained a lead as he does this. We're reaching new moments in race interview technology here. He says it wasn't his plan to solo, but with Ian and Jimmy not working together, he went for it. So that's actually an illustration of something real, which is that Shane is probably, we're going to interpret Shane's words there, which is he could probably see at some point that there was a gap forming between Walker and Arkang. And once he notices that from a racing perspective, he knows that he's not going to have to race against those two working together. And so if they're not working together, then he'll just basically know that he puts in the watts and turns it into a time trial, that he'll get paid off for that, in the sense that he will only have to race against them one-on-one rather than race against them doing a team time trial. So that's the kind of tactical acumen that you can put into a virtual race. And that's fairly particularly a piece of information you wouldn't have in most normal bike racing. I mean, if you're very lucky and you're at a very high level, you might have the Moto Man come by to give you group compass and that sort of information. But when you're in a race, you get group composition information and gaps, at least distance, if not time, all in real time and updated more than once. And so if you know what you're doing and you know what to look for in those, you can create a very, you can be very strategic about your racing. As we go back and watch the Walker versus Alfred's gap, it's now up to 3.3 kilometers. So Shane pretty steady. He's inside the 20-kilometer to go mark, riding for the herd, riding out of the Lake City Cycling Club, and just tapping out the tempo. He's an hour and a half into his pain cave. I can see from his selfies feeling just great, I'm sure. And since bragging about it earlier, I would say from this selfie that he has in fact shed a racing jersey if he was indeed wearing one at the start of his event. He's down to what I hope is bib shorts. And he is continuing, however, to prosecute his event just in the way that he would want to. Well, he says it was unexpected, but nonetheless, he has to be content with having taken the opportunity when it came to him. We're using an economic metaphor. He wasn't going to leave a $20 bill sitting on the sidewalk. He was walking quick to retrieve it. And it looks like the bill has paid off because he's got about a 3.8 kilometer lead over Walker, and Walker got not quite a kilometer on Jimmy Arcang. Yeah. And I'm getting more messages from Shane, so our interview continues. He says, I suspect this is a typo. He says, I was ready to read up if they started gaining on me, but we'll have to guess what read was supposed to be before autocorrect got a hold of it. But I think what he means is to speed up if they started gaining on me. So is basically saying that he was very much in control of this here. And indeed, this looks like a rider who's very much in control of the gap. Now, I think Shane is attentive to the idea that he's probably not the best climber of these, though he did put in a pretty solid piece of power effort on the first climb. And as we roll along this flat section, if you look at the parkour at the bottom of the screen, you can the big climb is coming. So this is not quite as big in the road as the initial climb that comes about 10 or 15K into this race, but nonetheless, this is kind of a decisive moment here. So the key thing that for Alfred's, he's going to have a pretty substantial lead. So I think what he'll be able to do is just sort of ride within himself and not stress too much about losing much of his lead as he goes over that climb. And then in the race, we've got a climbing finish. But again, his gap at this point is 5 kilometers to go. So even if you consider the finishing parkour might favor the chasers here, Walker and Arcang, don't think it's going to 5 kilometer favor them in 20K. And indeed, Alfred seems comfortable with his effort as we see Walker just about to crest one of those last little lumps. Still about 4.8K behind. I have to mention it appears that we missed Shelley Navin, so I don't know if she had a mechanical, a lung-canical, or just, found that maybe a solo 70K was not in the cards today, but nonetheless, we salute her. She gave us some good riding and some good effort, and, even if she's going to be a DNF today, at least we will honor her as the best of the Cat 4 women's category here. But we look back at our surviving riders. We've got Shane Alfred's continuing to maintain his lead as in between efforts of giving us some insight. He's approaching the bottom of one of the last big climbs, just as we see Ian Walker climbing over one of the smaller climbs on the course. So Walker continues to be about 5,000 meters behind Shane. And then Jimmy Arcang is still on the climb, just over the crest, and 300 meters behind Walker, which is about as small as that's been in a while, but I don't know if he's going to be able to close in any further than that. I suspect for Walker and Arcang that the race is really between the two of them at this point. That looks like that still may be manageable, whereas I don't think the 5K and Walker's in any meaningful way manageable anymore.
Yeah, you're going to need a little more space than that if you want any race-changing races to happen. So walking our Kang, this one could still change. 21K to go. That's certainly enough time to swap out a 700-ish meter lead for Walker back to our Kang, but I think they're out of time for Alfred's. Over 4K, 21K to go. It would take a miracle. I'll say that.
We'll have to find out if Shane Alfreds has a direct drive or a hype trainer, and thus whether or not there's any chance of a flat tire laying him low, because that may be about the only hope that Walker and Arkang have at this point.
I don't know if your bike shops are open in Canada, but I think Shane has time to flat break his trainer, go to the bike shop, get back, hook it up, and he'd still have about a 1K lead.
Yes, indeed, the bike shops are open there. Of course, actually, I think they were open even, bringing a bit of the real world, even at the height of the pandemic and lockdown type closures. I think that bike shops were quite regarded as an essential service because for people in Vancouver, then transportation. In the urban core of the city of Vancouver, I believe the mode share for bicycles is now right around 10%, which isn't, that's not Dutch numbers, but that's not bad for a major North American city. And it's certainly a number that has gratifyingly risen over the last many years. And I think that reflects improvements in infrastructure. I think it reflects a greater interest in cycling for multiple very good reasons. I know it's fantastic to see as a guy who likes to ride and likes to ride to work, and just more bicycles on the road. And I think it also makes things for everyone. I've been commuting to work by bicycle when I had a commute for nigh onto 20 years. And I think that as time has gone on, there's been better facilities, like better bike routes and bike roads. And there's also been more attention by car drivers just because there's more bikes out there. Honestly, it's just nice to see a few more faces on bikes.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing the new faces on bikes as well. I know a lot of people getting new bikes for the first time, if they were lucky enough to be able to find one early on.
Yes, indeed. I think that's exactly it. I know that the local shops, it's, folks, if you are looking for a bicycle, keep looking, you'll find them eventually. But it's been challenging. I think for the supply has been challenged. I think the demand has been challenging. I mean, locals are doing great in the sense that they're selling whatever they can get a hold of, but we're at the point where I don't know about locally, but certainly in some regions, I've heard people mutter about changes, that the metaphorical supply chain is having trouble supplying literal chain in the sense that I think there's been enough people getting back onto bikes and enough, it being one of those recreational options that is still available to you when you can't go and meet with people because you can just ride around alone and be safe, means that everybody and their dog has been keeping up their bike, riding their bike. I mean, we're having this strange bike boom going on as we speak, and I don't, and it's going to stop, and I hope it doesn't, frankly. Not surprisingly, as a guy who likes to comment on this, I also like biking. Meanwhile, we've got some bike racing going on. We're following Jimmy Arkang now. He's still about 880 meters speaker as he gets inside of 20 kilometers to go. So he's just sort of riding within himself. He's on one of these flat descents. Walker's not quite a kilometer out ahead of him. And Shane Alfred sits about 5 kilometers ahead of Ark, just under 4 kilometers ahead of Ian Walker. And Alfred's is hitting the slope. So again, you'll see the bit of that compression. Like you notice that Shane Alfred's lead is now dropping. That's not because Alfred's is going slower. I guess actually it is because he's going slower. But it's not because he's doing any less. He's climbing the last big grade out here on the course before the finishing ascent. So you can see he's on a 10% grade and still getting a little steeper. I'm not sure what this particular climb peaks out at. but you'll get that natural compression. But nonetheless, it doesn't really reflect that his lead is shrinking, because what's going on is in the near future, Walker and Arkang will also have to do that same climb and will be similar. But you can see by the wattage and the watts per kilo that's going out there that Alfred's is just basically riding within himself. So you'll notice that his numbers are still in that sort of middle 2 watts per kilogram, which is right around where Walker and Arkang are also riding. So they're all kind of keeping a very steady effort. It's all just steady, get to the finish. I mean, Alfred's has got to be attentive. He's got 15K to go. I think we're estimating that this is something like a 2 hour, 15-minute race, maybe a little less than that. Meanwhile, we'll tell you a little bit about what's coming up later on this morning. The 2 and 3 races are in the staging period, which means that in about 15 minutes, we'll be able to see the Category 2 and Category 3 fields start their races. Those will be our last races. Those folks will be doing the same course as we've seen previewed here with the Cat 4s. So their races will probably be, given the Cat 2 and 3 field strength, we'll see them come in a little faster. I am at a lead finish right around the 2-hour mark, give or take. Should see a race pace of about 35 kilometers an hour, I'm thinking. Whereas you can see that these guys are maintaining a steady race pace of more like 32. It's not a big difference, but also there'll be larger fields for the Cat 2 and 3s, as you can see. So they will have a little more of a competitive pace, and certainly we'll be ready to talk about them. I see a few familiar. Looks like the Cat 2s. We've got young Luke Hubner lined up there all the left, along with a couple of other familiar riders. Maybe appears that let's see, Whiting is. Oh, there we go. Jonathan Whiting. Yeah, he's yes. I'll have to tell you a good story about John Whiting later on, but we'll come to that. Shane Alfreds is continuing to tap out the tempo. So he will be, this Cat 4 race, just to give you some of the legit, Cat 4 race will be finishing after the Cat 2s and 3s start, given the relative paces. And although in a few minutes we will cut away to show you the start of the Cat 2 and 3 races, and we'll talk about them a bit, but we will definitely come back to Shane, Ian, and Jimmy in order to see how their race wraps up, and we'll certainly show you the highlights from that. I mean, I'm not saying this is a foregone conclusion. I think that Arkang are still settling this event on the road, but Shane Alfreds is on his parade lap at this point. It is 14 kilometers to go, so it's going to be a parade, but if he can keep up anything like this kind of steady pace, then he's basically going to have a triumphal roll to the finish. He managed to settle matters much earlier in the race and build up an insurmountable lead at that time.
Yeah, I saw some new names on the start line. We were trying to look up some of the riders for our next batch of races. I hope those new names create some new tactics. I mean, I hope some new players in the game mix things up in our 2-3 race coming up here. It'll be interesting to watch. This one certainly played out different than week 3. Alfred's, Walker, and Arkang stuck together for a lot longer, although based on your text with Shane, it sounds like he wouldn't have minded sticking together for a little longer, but just kind of found himself off the front and kept on at it.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. I mean, sometimes you find yourself racing the race that comes to you, and I think that's what Shane is kind of expressing today, that there was a free opportunity for him, and he wasn't going to throw it away. And indeed, he nailed it, which is he had an opportunity to put in a gap. That gap was decisive, and he's been able to tread away from these other 2 riders. And basically, he's managed to win the race when the race was winnable. This is a good lesson for any rider, which is, really the most glorious way to win a race is, of course, always a sprint finish. Don't let breakaway artists tell you otherwise. Sprints are the best, kids. Trust me. But nonetheless, sometimes if the breakaway comes to you, then you should absolutely take that opportunity. And when you've got a relatively small field, which is what we had, especially when the riders all know each other, you can really keep track of things. Alfred's to worry about getting chased down by 10 eager riders. He just had to manage 2 riders, and 2 riders who knew that they were racing very directly second and third. So as soon as he was able to, get himself sort of out of sight and out of mind, then Walker and Arkang very much understood that they were racing more against each other than they were Alfred's. And once they had that in their minds, there was no to work together and work to the finish. And this is kind of, racing is a game, and that's what game theory looks like sometimes. So we're watching Alfred's. He's down at the 13.3 kilometer to go mark. He is just about to crest a minor major hill that he's got to face. It is a climbing finish, so there is actually one, but this is the last climb out on the road, as it were, before that final one. He's held on to his gap. You can see, quote-unquote, shrunk down to 2 kilometers, but that's in reflection of the fact that Alfred's has just finished the climb that Walker hasn't quite started yet. So the risk is much larger. I think it'll continue to be more like about 5 kilometers when we get to the finish. And indeed, Alfred's is just rolling away. And he's got to be very happy with where he is. You can mark it in your copybook. He went over the climb at, I think, about 1 hour 52 minutes even. So we'll see how long it takes for Walker to get to the same top of the climb, and that'll give us a time gap as well as a distance gap.
Nice. Good eye.
Well, one of my past lives was being the Moto Man, which is, by the way, if you ever have to volunteer for a task in a local bike race and they happen to have a timing motorcycle, do whatever you can to be either the pilot or the passenger on that, because that is basically the best view of the race possible. Your entire job is more or less to circulate at the front of the race between the breakaway and the peloton, and to give those time gaps as possible. And if the commissaires trust you, you'll even be assigned to the task of getting those time gaps. So I'm not saying you become a baby commissaire, but I'm saying that you'll get the best view in the house. You'll be the favorite person for all of the riders to see, because they always want more information about the race situation. And what better way to spend a bike racing day than riding around on the back of a motorcycle, especially when motorcycle pilot has the brief to, okay, you've given the time gap to this group, now let's get to the other group as quickly as we can so we can time gaps out.
I imagine that volunteer role fills up quickly at the beginning of the day. It's to ride on the back of the fun, fast moto. Everyone raised their hand.
I actually got the job.
There's never a line to be the announcer's assistant. Nobody ever lines up to help us out.
Yeah, well, and that's why we appreciate Damon so much. He's both our videographer, our streamer, and our announcer's assistant here. So he's doing a fantastic job.
I didn't know he was our announcer's assistant. In that case, I could use a sandwich and a coffee, Damon, if you could make that happen.
Yeah, Damon's offering
like,
to
I
show
never
us
agreed to any of this. I'm just here to stream the thing. I don't know who these guys are. I don't know how they got in the broadcast.
Later on, we're probably going to show you a setup photo, but I see that we're about 5 minutes to go before our Cat 2-3. So I can tell you, I just got a direct message from Shane. He says, try dragging 115 kilometers over this course. I think that he's feeling the suffering, but we salute you. So first of all, Shane, that's solid. That is a solid weight, and if that's really what you entered into RGT, then I have to admire you. Yeah, Damon's going to show us a little photo here it takes to get one of these races going. So let's take a look at that. This is Damon's setup. So he says this was from 2 weeks ago, the Dirty Reaver. So you can see that I think that Damon has more screens in his streaming zone than I do in my entire household. And I'm a pretty big nerd, so chapeau. But we really salute Damon because you can hear us taking breaks and moments away, but Damon has to stream from pretty much beginning to end. We have a strict policy of finding out how Damon his breaks, which is we don't ask him, we don't tell. So yeah, but salute to Shane Alfreds, because as he says, he is a solid rider. I'm not going to make too much of his avoirdupois, but clearly the guy is, category was always my home category, and for riding around and looking this strong at 115 kilograms. Remember, that's calculated into his watts per kilo, so that's why you can see here he is. Shane is ticking along at 2.4 watts per kilo, 2.5 watts per kilo, but you'll notice that's about 300 watts. For any amateur rider to be holding steady in the high 200s, low 300s, that's a substantial amount of power. 300 watts is this steady functional threshold power of some pros. Now, the difference is those pros do not weigh 115 kilograms. Nonetheless, it's a real power output. And if you're wondering why Shane is able to ride away from these guys, it's because hills or not, he's got plenty of watts. So he's been pretty strong. I think this will be, when he puts this away, I think this will be 2 in a row for Shane. I think that Arkang may have beat him in one of the first 2 races, but I'm sure Shane is copying that he doesn't think that he's usually at a racing weight of 150. Some of that is COVID weight. So respect to Shane. Trust me, you're doing a lot better than I am at keeping your fitness up. My bikes are looking at me mournfully at the moment. I'm pretty sure they're wondering when I'm going to actually step back onto one again, but so it goes. So we're about, look like we're going to be about 90 seconds from the start of the Cat 2s and 3s, so we'll be cutting away shortly to see that. Meanwhile, we can see that Shane and Ian and Jim are kind of sorted out this race. Shane is inside the 10K to go mark, so I'm going to say he's got a cruise to victory because he's got one more hill to climb, but we're also watching because he is going to hit the top of the hill pretty soon. And I said that it was about 154 even when Shane got there, and we've still got some go for Ian. So I believe that if I look at roughly where the mark is going to be, we're going to call it over a 5-minute lead. I think this is going to stretch out to be near enough a 6-minute lead that Shane has over Ian at this point. And Ian has still got a substantial gap Kang behind him. So I don't know if we'll be able to take that time gap because I'm pretty sure we're going to take a peek at the Cat 2s and Cat 3 starts, which are happening momentarily. We've got about 25 seconds left to go. So we will introduce you to some of those riders. It'll be the usual thing, which is, of course, we're going to see a big lightning quick beginning to this race. In fact, you'll probably be able to see the watts per kilo ramp up if you look at the little numbers beside our riders here. And Brad, I'll let you take the call if you're ready to do it.
Yeah, a few of them ramping up, although I'm concerned for the ones that aren't. I see Westlake starting in the yellow over on the right-hand side. Meanwhile, on our screen over to the left, the Cat 2's Giesler flying out of the gate. You can already see the riders that got caught out not starting hard enough. It's incredibly important in the virtual world because when that clock hits 0, it's taking the power that you're putting in right now. So there's really, look at the power graph in the upper left corner for Giesler here. You can see the starting power before the hammer dropped, and then looks like my portfolio over the last couple of weeks after that.
Yeah, Giesler we know has been an incredible factor in this over the last few weeks, so there's no doubt that Vince Giesler is a young rider. I'm not sure if he was actually attempting to create an instantaneous break in the gun or if he just didn't want to get caught out, but he'd be contented to let the gap come back to him, and it looks like the race is recomposing. We're not seeing a substantial gap. Like you can see from 1st through 11th, it's showing is about a 30-meter distance, but that's really just that the pack is so far. So this is Gruppo Compacto right from the start. I'm not sure what our total field size is. I think it's a little bigger than, but lots of familiar names there. We can see, as I said, we can see Giesler, who's been a factor in these races all along. That's Tom Flower, is that right? Or if I give the wrong name once again. And we've got some other regulars. Jamie Dumper from the island of Vancouver, a former middle distance rider, and my old friend Shane Griffard, or mostly the son of my old friend Susan Griffard, Shane. So I know that Shane's mom, Susan, is she's retired now, and she's always been a huge fan of bike racing. That was what we would talk about at work, was how the Tour de France was going. And I know that she's been following these events avidly, so I'm sure she is out here on her son. So Shane, know for a fact that you've totally got a fan out there. And I give a little hello to Susan, and I hope you're enjoying this race wherever you are. And Shane has actually done a pretty solid job of being an active in these events. He's definitely had some good finishes and been a factor in these races. And so we can see that the group, I think it's going to go down to about, I'm not sure if it's 12 deep, but I see my old buddy Brian DeLisser is a little bit dropped, so hopefully he can get back on there before he gets into too much trouble. And meanwhile, we're sneaking over a peek at the Category 3 race. It had a slightly less frenetic beginning, and it looks like it's formed up into a fairly steady group. These guys may be thinking more, I don't know, well, I see some attacking riders there. It's Mr. Israel. I think that'll be Shane Israel. Let's see. Right. Simon Israel, my mistake, from the Gastown Cycling Club, a good local team. He's gotten up to the front, and then there's, I believe that is Brian Vind. He's also a local boy. So you can see now this cat active. Westlake is off the front a little bit. Be followed up. There's another attack going away. I think that's Simon Israel off the front. Now Cox, keep up with it. This is the sort of early attacks where these simultaneously, I think, to shred each other and to maybe get a little bit of a breakaway going, but also these attacks will have the effect that if anybody is showing any weakness, they will very quickly be spat out the pack. And we can see already there's one rider in the Cat 3s who's fallen a bit behind, and that'll be a problem. And similarly, I think we've got one rider off the back in the Cat 2s on. I'm afraid it may be my old buddy Brian DeLissie. So Brian was pretty brave, I think, to attempt in the Cat 2s, but he's a good, strong guy, and I hope he'll have a ride out of this regardless.
I hate to see a race like this ended early, I guess, when you see a rider get dropped. It's really hard to get back into the group when a rider has a rough early start, but it's nice to see a group this big surviving in both of our categories here, as you see Giesler and Vandergreen up at the front. Now, these are two guys that are going to be setting a pretty serious pace, so there will be plenty of riders in this group that are just trying to hang on today, just trying to stay in the group, and that's fine. That's a battle in itself, let's say. But the racing dynamics of this one will be significantly different than the racing dynamics that we saw in our Category 4 open race.
Yeah, absolutely. We're taking a peek back at the Cat 4s, and we can see that has gotten himself inside of the 5 kilometers to go, so I'm sure he's very happy about that. He can feel the end coming as he clocks over the 2 hour and 5 minute mark. Ian Walker is sort of riding in his own race. He's got about 10K to go, and we're looking back at 3s because it looks like we've got a little breakaway. It's going to be Vandergreen Matthews getting off the front, but can they hold that? They've got about a slight gap as they go. You can see the pack going up and down. Beautiful camera work here. Thank you. And it looks like the pack has caught him, but brave little attack, and now I see a counterattack because it looks like Westlake is not content with just catching them. Looks like a lot of guys are not just content with catching. I think that there's some real attacking going on here, and it's interesting to see these riders trying to establish breakaways even before we get to the first climb. So there's no patience in these fields. They've definitely decided to go out on full attack, and you can see paces. Here we are rolling around on the flat, and these two fields are going at 40 and almost 45 kilometers an hour for the Cat 3. So that tells you how hard it is out there, and just look at the wattage numbers these guys are putting up. Meanwhile, we peek back at the Cat 2s. They seem to be a little more Gruppo Compacto at the moment, so keep an eye on the Cat 3s, I think, because Van der Green is going out on another adventure. And at this rate, they are going to approach the first climb very rapidly indeed. In fact, I think technically the Cat 3s are coming up to a positive slope already, so they've got a little lump in the road that appears on our parcours. They're going to be on the climb proper, which starts out pretty gently before it gets very steep near the end. So they're going to be sort of on 2 and 3% grades for quite a few kilometers before they finally get to the steepest grades, which I think on this first pitch are 15% peaking out. Folks, I'm going to turn you over to Brad for a moment, because I'm going to try and deal with some technical difficulties that I've been chasing down all morning. Damon's telling me I sound a little choppy. See if I can do that.
You got to crank up the internet. Turn it up to 10. I had mine set on like 3 earlier today. You just have to turn on high performance mode. I was watching the Category 3s earlier as it seemed like they're spending a lot of time with the same riders on the front. Same thing here. I saw Griffard spending a ton of time there. Van der Green was the guy at the front of the Cat 3s that really seemed to be driving it for a large portion of the day today. So I'm a little concerned that we're seeing these riders have such a big impact on the race here. Although that is definitely going to cause some splits. Here's Matthews for the Cat 3s and Bonifaci for the Cat 2s. Let's watch Matthews here for a little bit. Try and split this group. Bonifaci in almost the exact same scenario here, trying to solo away. Although Bonifaci coming back. That one gets shut down, and see if there's a counter. Meanwhile, Matthews on his own. We'll see if Van der Green gets up to him and they can work together. These are two names that have been spending a lot of time at the front trying to set tempo at the front of the Cat 3 field. Ooh, Van der Green actually going to bring a nice-looking group up with him. Chan, Wieslake, Staten also in here. And this is really now more dropping guys out of the back than it is sending riders off the front, as this group balloons up to 7. It's about to be 8 with Richards, and then 9 will be Israel back there. Should make it on. And
yes.
Then Cox is going to be number 10 to come in. So that was a big move right there, Ryan.
Yes, indeed. Some real attacking racing going on there in the Cat 3s, and now we're taking a peek over, it looks like, at the Cat 2s, where Brett Boniface has gone off the front. But, you know, honestly, Brad, I like your pronunciation better, so he will from now on be Brett Boniface to me. Good Italian boy. I can assure you he's the only Italian ginger. So, yeah, Brett is an active figure in local bike racing, as well as being an active figure here in virtual bike racing, and he is off to the races. We know that Vince Kiesler is also a real diesel, so seeing his name up there as well means that this is an attack that may get chased down, but Brett is putting in the wattage. He is trying to hold that group off.
I go one way or the other with the last names. I either go like full pronunciation or I just go full American. So it's either like Boniface or Boneface. Those are the two ways I know how to read it.
I like both of those versions, so I'll just use them alternately. But the problem is that I'm pretty sure Brett knows where I live, so I gotta be kind of gentle on Brett. He's, he's a nice guy though, probably. Please don't hurt me, Brett.
Nice to the field. He was not nice to the field this morning, that's for sure, because he put the hammer down early on.
Indeed he did, yes. I guess he's one of those bike racers who's not here to make friends. We're we're sneaking back a peek at the Cat 4s here as Shane Alfreds gets within the 2K to go. Yeah, I guess that would be the double Fiamme Rouge if there was such a thing, which there is not, by the way. Don't look for that when you're watching the Grand Tours coming up later in this year. But Shane is at the 2K to go mark. He'll have a pretty heavy-duty final 2 kilometers, however, because he's got a climb to finish off. You can see he's at 3% now. Ian Walker is still chasing it down, but he's a bit adrift. But I think that Ian has kind of locked up his second place as long as, again, he keeps it steady, no flat tires on his friction trainer, doesn't fall off during the sprint, then I think Ian will be able to take care of business, as it were. So we will keep an eye on these riders as they continue to finish, but we're also peaking. We'll just use all 4 of our eyes here, Brad, as we watch the Cat 2s, 3s, and the Cat 4 break and chase all together. Seeing another little attack in the Cat 2s. The Cat 3s are acting Grupo Compacto, except for 1 or 2 unlucky riders. And, of course, we know the composition of our Cat 4 race. We've got Shane there on his parade. We've got Ian just doing the steady work to close out his podium. And we've got Jimmy Arcang racing for honor and taking home 3rd place as long as he can bring it home in some number of minutes.
I love the quad view here that we're getting. This is like trying to watch all the pro racing that got rescheduled in Europe, all for the same weekends. There were some mornings where I had like 4 VPNs going, trying to watch everything that was on. I wish I had 4 eyes. It would be a lot easier.
Well, if you choose your parents correctly, you can be like me and be a lifelong glasses wearer. So, although I think that my classmates were polite enough that I never really got called 4 eyes. So, thank you to all the kids I grew up with for not being a jerk in that way. But anyways, we got some great bike racing, which you don't need 4 eyes to see, because as long as you've got 1 or 2 ears, you can hear this great commentary from the esteemed Brad Soner, founder of the Tour de Quarantine. Truly a fantastic YouTube series. If you haven't seen it yet, I highly commend it to you. I do not want to spoil the result, except to say that I think it was a high point of both bike racing commentary and low comedy, from a shining light in the darkest days of the quarantine that Brad put together. And so chapeau to him for that. And now we're lucky enough to have him here in the Cycling BC Virtual BC Cup as our lead commentator. And meanwhile, we watch Shane Alfreds pushing all of his 115 kilograms up the 15% grade. I'm sure he's regretting a lot of his life choices now, but, pain fades, glory is forever, and soon his name will be eternally etched on whatever Virtual Cycling BC results webpage there is. So I imagine he's thinking about that very hard right now. So we take a peek at Brett Boniface trying to put his own mark on a bike race. He's gotten about 100-meter gap over the chasing field as we hit the climbs in the Category 2 field. So Brett is a pretty lightweight rider, so I will not be surprised if he's able to put a pretty killer pace up the hill here. But I think that the Cat 2s understand that he's a danger man, and indeed you can see them starting to respond. Lots of red numbers over there on the left.
This group actually riding together really well in the chase. I'm impressed how close they are together on the climb. It's really easy for a group like this to fall apart, but these riders sticking together, and that's exactly what they need to do, because Boniface is obviously having a good day. He obviously feels good, but I don't think you want to try and isolate up there with like 2 or 3 riders. So this entire group of, 2, 4, 6, I'll call it 8. I think there's 2 off screen right now. pretty much staying together. It's exactly what you want to do on the climb, because they're going to need all these guys to keep the riders that are out of this group in like 9th, 10th, 11th place. You see on your screen right there, 12th at 600 meters back, 11th at 160 meters back on the left side of the screen. Those are the riders that this group is worried about right now. So I think they're trying to ride together to make sure that they stay inside the top 10 and make sure that they keep those leaders within sight.
Yeah, indeed. I think they're just trying to manage the damage as they get up the hill. Meanwhile, as we look over at the Cat 3s, it's a little more gruppo compacto, but no less torrid for it. So lots of red numbers, but nobody off the front. I believe that's Michael Matthews on the lead of the ride, but he has only a slight gap, and it is we're seeing that field go about 10 deep. So there's 10 riders here from we've got Vandergreen has taken over the we're looking at number 2, Vandergreen. So there's now a slight gap there between Matthews and Vandergreen, but this is a group of 10 who are effectively the lead of your field right now, stretching back to Mr. Staton. But Matthews is starting to open up a slightly dangerous-looking gap. It will be interesting to see how this proceeds. Again, it's all well and good to open up a gap on this climb, but he's then going to have to try to hold off 10 very motivated riders who can work together on the descent and are likely to get a very natural regrouping effect, just as you see even in elite races, where whatever the gaps are over the climb, the descent is the great equalizer where things get caught back up. As we take a peek at the Category 2 race, we have Brett Boniface just cresting the hill. He's still on a 6 or so 7% grade, but he is almost at the top now, and as he rounds over the top, he's got about a 150-meter gap back to the chasers. So this is an early attack, but it is not a trivial attack. Brett is far from what we would call a no-hoper. He can be a real factor in this race, and some of the other heavy hitters will absolutely be taking that attack very seriously, because Brett is not a guy that you want to let get away and stay away all day, because he might just be willing to try it. And we're looking back here at the Category 4 field as we've got Shane Alfreds just cresting, and you can see he actually does have the Fiamme Rouge, the classic red flag, which marks 1 kilometer to go at most bike races. You'll be very familiar with this if you're a Tour de France fan. They always have that lovely arch, and you can see the little triangular 1 kilometer to go flag. Here are arches sponsored by our good friends Cobotix. They're a manufacturing facility right here in the greater Vancouver area. I think they're out there in Port Coquitlam. I've visited their shop because they actually did some beautifully machined finishing winners medals for us one year at one of our bike races. So lovely work by the Shane Alfreds honors them by riding through the arch. He's pressing hard. He will soon be finishing. He's under a kilometer to go now. Ian Walker still chasing him down, but he's 3K away, so he's got a while before he will see the Fiamme Rouge. And meanwhile, our Cat 2 in 3 races are getting active. Looks like Matthews is off with a gap, as well as Brett Boniface. He's holding 300 meters as he continues his descent, and you can see he's not letting up. He's putting out about 5 watts per kilo on the descent. And meanwhile, the chasers are starting to get active, and they've got to get active because they got a lot of work to do. It's not nothing to have an almost 300-meter gap over the top of that hill. And as we look at the Cat 3 field, we're observing the chasers here. I think that Matthews is still out and away, and again, he's got almost 300 meters on the field. And they've all crested the hill now, so we'll see if the chasers can close that gap, and surely they will want to. Because I don't think that Mr. Matthews is a guy that anybody who has seen him race in this series is particularly interested in letting get away this early.
It's interesting to see 2 solo riders in both of these categories off the front. This happened in the Category 4 race as well. Both of the Category 4 races, both stop number 3 and stop number 4, the 2 that we've been talking about a lot today. We saw a solo rider go away, but neither time it worked out. They were both caught, and then a new rider went away. So I guess I just caution these early solo escape artists that history is not on your side in this scenario. But sometimes you have a day like Shane Alfred's where you just have the legs, the other riders don't, and you can end the day with a 3-kilometer lead over the next rider.
Yes, indeed. I mean, it's easy to forget how good and how close the racing has been between Alfred's Walker and Arkang throughout the weeks of this series. So, chapeau to Shane for a course that does not necessarily suit him in terms of having probably a few more kills than he'd really like to see. He did exactly what he needed to. He took advantage of every opportunity that he found on the road, and here he is, parading to the finish. Congratulations to Shane Alfreds. He's a big man in cycling, and I predict that he will do very well on the road when we can get back to some real bike racing, because he has shown that he's got some serious power, and he's put his mark on this race. Congratulations to your Cat 4 winner, Shane Alfreds. While we wait for the other Cat 4s to come to the finish, we look back at our Cat 2 and 3 fields. It looks like Matthews continues to hold the lead. However, Barrett Boniface has been absorbed by the field. So we are back to Gruppo Compacto. It appears that it's going to be a 10-strong leading group now. A bunch of other riders are off the back. I'm afraid Shane Griffard did not have a very good climb, and he is now is a shame because he was a very active factor in some earlier racing. So we're hoping he can get back up to the lead group, but nonetheless, that's going to be a lot of work for him because they are riding hard and fast, and they are not waiting up for anybody right now.
800 meters back for Griffard right now off of this group. Not hard to see how that would happen, though. The way that these guys were chasing Boniface off the front earlier, they had to set a pretty steady tempo there.
Yes, indeed. They did the work. And meanwhile, we've got Michael Matthews. So let's take a look. We've got the Cat 3s have all come off the descent, and now I'm afraid Matthews' lead is down to what we'd call slight gap. If he was in a road race, they would have taken the cars out of the gap long ago because he's only got about 20 meters in closing. He's going to be caught more or less immediately unless he basically counterattacks at this point. In fact, I'm suspicious that the only reason he hasn't...
Go ahead.
I'm suspicious the only reason he hasn't been caught already is that the certain elements of the field might be content to let him cook for a little longer before they decide he's done.
Yeah, why not? Guy shows some strength early on. He might as well take some watts now that he won't have later on in the race. So we'll see if they continue to apply pressure to Michael Matthews. Looks like somebody is countering up the front here, the Cat 3s.
Yes, indeed.
And Matthews gets back to it to cover it.
Yeah, Matthews isn't done making trouble. I believe that's Simon Israel. We should know this by now. Simon Israel has been fairly active in the race. Again, he's another Gastown cycling rider. So Matthews and Israel, despite their different kits, are actually probably know each other because they race for the same team in real life. The Gastown Cycling Club, one of the larger groups in town, in fact. Not quite as grand and glorious as my own beloved Escape Velocity Cycling Club, but a force nonetheless. So we see Simon Israel off the front there, Michael Matthews holding with him, and they may be very willing to work together. So this is definitely a pair that the rest of the Cat 3 field should absolutely respect because we've seen them do very well so far in this race, and I'll bet you that they're very willing to work together. So we see Van de Green trying to do something about that, anything at this point. Yeah, Brian Van de Green is another local cyclist. I don't know what team he races for. He's in the Glorious Cycling BC team kit, so he's looking good. Not sure if he's feeling good. I mean, this has been a pretty vigorous race for both the Cat 2s and 3s. We can see as we cut back over to the Cat 2s that they are still Gruppo Compacto, but it's not for lack of attacks. You can see kind of the surge and sags in the pack, and just the pace here. I mean, the field is over 40 kilometers an hour. They are not slacking. neither one of these is a club ride. As we look back at the threes, we can see that Matthews and Israel are currently holding a 45-kilometer-per-hour pace. So gentle descent, which is certainly helping their case, but even on the flats, they were around about 44K, which is a solid, fast tempo for a Cat 3 group. And I don't know about you, Brad, but I have noticed that the speeds that we see in RGT look very realistic. Their average speeds and our on-the-road speeds look very much like the numbers I would expect from a real race among riders of these levels.
Yeah, actually, for a lot of the races that we did with Echelon Racing.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Brad's cut out there for you, but if he has,
sorry. I had my mute on. I'm still getting used to this virtual thing. You know, sometimes it takes me a year to figure things out. I was going to say, in the Echelon Racing League that we had earlier in the year, a lot of the races, we were finding that the finishing time of the virtual race was sometimes down to the minute of the winning time in the real life race. I know the Tour of the Gila stage, there was like down to, I think it was like a minute 6 of the winner's time. So yeah, the speeds are incredibly accurate. They've refined that a lot. You see a lot of updates to RGT, and 90% of the time it's under the hood stuff. You don't really see a lot of visual changes on RGT. That's not really what they're about, I guess. It's a platform for the riders. It's a racer's platform, if you will. And so a lot of it is built into the physics and the way that the courses roll, the rolling resistance on the bikes, the drafting, that kind of stuff. But yeah, a lot of times you'll see alarmingly accurate finish times based on real life courses. So for a course like this, great example of where you can really use RGT as a bike racer, because now if you're going to have a shot at the Joe Martin stage race. Nobody wants to go all the way to Arkansas just to get dropped on a course that doesn't really suit them. But if you can do a course like this and you find yourself a time that's like somewhat similar to, let's say the front group's time of your category from a past year at Joe Martin, you might start looking at that and saying, I could do this. This is a course that, I could have some fun on. So I think that's another way that we'll see riders continue to use RGT as we move out of the pandemic and back to real life racing. I think that's a big place that virtual racing can still play a part in real life racing.
That's a great insight as to how the racing is so effective as a way of modeling what you would do in the real world. And it certainly is intriguing to me that a lot of the races, a lot of the names that I am familiar with from, as I say, real road racing, are also serious factors in these virtual races. It really reflects that, yeah, as you say, the model pans out, that what you see in these virtual races is reflective of real ability in real bike racing. Dr. Godby, are you listening to this? Just asking, just throwing that out there, that maybe you'd be good at real bike racing. Just hint. Meanwhile, Simon Israel is now trying to chase down his erstwhile breakaway companion. Companions no more, teammates they may be, but they're definitely not friends at the moment, because Michael Matthews has put a slight gap on Simon Israel. I don't know whether that was because Simon wasn't keeping up or because Matthews decided to put in a dig. But just as I say that, they have closed back. They are Grupo Compacto, and they're about 180 meters ahead of their field. So we will see how that continues on as the Cat 3 race continues to be active. And now we're looking back. We've got a few more finishers for you. It says Ian Walker closing in on the Fiamme Rouge, so he will be wrapping up his race and taking his hard-earned second place very shortly. Perhaps not the position he was hoping for, but he has nothing to be ashamed of. He put in a solid effort today. It'll be interesting to compare what the relative wattage per kilo averages were for these three riders who did, in some ways, three very different races. I wonder if Walker and Arkang were working together long enough that they had at least a somewhat easier time with the shared load than Alfred's did. But certainly they were separate for a long time. And we can also see Alfred's there out on the road. He's 1.6K from the finish. And again, this will be a relatively slow finish because it's a climbing finish, and you'll see that reprised in the Cat 2 and Cat 3 fields. If anybody tries to do a breakaway from 1 kilometer to go on this course, they're going to find out that's the longest kilometer of their life. as you look at 900 meters to go, and this is good for prefiguring, Ian Walker's on a 13% grade. It just peaks out there right after the Fiamme Rouge. And so then you'll get a relatively, but not actually flat, but a relatively easier climb to the finish. But meanwhile, we've got some real racing going on. The Cat 2s are just attacking each other like complete and utter madmen. It's pure chaos, but you can just see from the watts per kilo numbers and from the way that the field is shifting and morphing that the race is not going easy. And then on the Cat 3 side, what do we have? We still have Matthews and Israel now working together again, best friends once more, as they fight their common enemy, the chasing field, which is now only about 100 meters behind them. And it looks like over on the Cat 2 territory, it's my old friend Luke Hubner. He's a fine young man from the island. Lives out on acreage, as he explains in one of his podcast stories, which I highly recommend to you. Luke Hubner is part of the Zone 2 podcast. I've listened to an episode or two myself already, and I commend it to you. I see great things in this young man's future, both as a bike racer and also as a professional gossiper, which I believe is more or less how podcasts work. But I may be unclear on a few of the details. Perhaps Luke can give me some tips and pointers. Luke, if you're hearing this on your podcast, I would totally enjoy that. It would be great. You'd get like mad views. You know, I have like over 800 followers on Twitter. I think that's a lot. I'm not sure, but I think so. Meanwhile, Ian Walker comes to the finish. Only 90 meters to go. He will take second place in our Category 4 field. Chapeau, hard ride, good ride, and he's going to finish it off. He's been in the saddle for over 2.5 hours, a literal marathon worth of time on the road.
Listen, anyone that can do 2.5 hours on the trainer is a winner in my book. So if we ever get to meet up in person, I'm going to buy these guys beers for today's ride in the Cat 4 race for hanging in there. 2.5 hours in the saddle. Oy, oy, oy.
Oh, man, you know that Shane actually lives close enough to me. Shane Alfreds lives close enough to me that he can make me take him up on that offer. But actually, it's true. You know what? I'm pretty cheap. I'm not going to give it to everyone. But Shane, if you can hear this, I will totally take you out for beers once you're vaccinated, because there's a nice brewery near us, our old friends at Daggerad, who also, by the way, have a pretty sweet cycling jersey. You should totally check it out. But I will treat Shane to a beer, because certainly he has given us an enormous amount of entertainment. And I got to say, none of these guys took a break. And I will tell you, Brad, I did not do 2.5 hours of commentary without requiring a break. So good on them.
Real. I can't even call these races for 2.5 hours. I don't know how in the world you sit on a trainer for 2.5 hours. So I guess it pays to finish the distance in the virtual BC Cup. At least you get a drink waiting for you at the line. I'll send you some Bitcoin to help facilitate that beer buying for him.
I think we can call it quits, because I still owe you a Doge coin from last week, or from 2 weeks ago. So here we are. Meanwhile, yeah, it's all fun and games now. In 5 years, when it turns out that we were making mock of $24,000 worth of. Yeah. Remember that time you bought a pizza with $1 million in Bitcoins? Pizzeria remembers. Anyway, Jimmy Arcang. Jimmy, he's number 3 on the road, but he's number 1 in our hearts. Sorry, Shane. Only as we laud Jimmy Arcang going under the Fiamme Rouge, I got one last message from Shane. I guess having dispensed with bike racing duties, he's able to be chatty again. He says he doesn't drink beer, but he'll take me up on a cider. And not a problem, Shane. I can definitely accommodate you on that. I'll make sure that there's a nice cider on tap at the brewery when we go. But chapeau to you. I'd love to meet you up. You've given us a tremendous amount of entertainment in the last 4 weeks. And certainly it's I hope you've had as much fun as Brad and I are having these days. We watched Jimmy Arcang. He has just crossed through the Fiamme Rouge, so he's got another miserable 980 meters to go in his race before he can finally call it a day, collect his honorable 3rd place. I mean, 3 starters, 3 finishes, but don't let that tell the story. Arkang was active in all of the races in this series. He was active in today's race. He activated the race with an early breakaway, and he's put in a credible finish. He's ridden it all the way to the end. He's going to be 2 hours and probably not quite 40 minutes when he's done this race today. So full points again. Buns of steel there, Jimmy. We salute you. Hope you also have a nice tall version of whatever your preferred post-race beverage is, perhaps a glass of wholesome milk or some such.
Jimmy's going to need a couple shots after this one. He's going to be doing Jaeger bombs after 2.5 hours on the bike.
Yeah. Well, anyways, I don't know what your future virtual racing plans are, but at least for Jimmy, the Virtual Cycling BC Cup will be over in a few moments, and I'm sure he'll be glad to put that behind him. Although, as painful as I imagine today has been, I'm sure he's like all bike racers, which is in about 30 minutes he'll be thinking about how much time there is until his next bike race. So, good on you, Jimmy. Meanwhile, it looks like we've got some Cat 2 and Cat 3 racing. I'm sure that Damon will keep us apprised and make sure that we don't miss Jimmy's finish. I see he's putting in a dig, so we want to honor him. He's been out there for a long time. He deserves a good, well observed completion to his race. We're not going to let him just disappear into the darkness here. And besides, it looks like the race composition in our Cat 2s and 3s is pretty straightforward. Cat 2s are still trying to attack each other like mad, but not making any effect. And meanwhile, the Cat 3s have sort of settled in where there's this 130-meter breakaway that's the same pair, Israel and Van de Green, just far up enough the road to be tempting, but apparently not so far away the field isn't in any way worried about them. So
this Cat 2 race is like a cat fight up in the top left. They're just like slapping each other over and over and over, but they're not really making any progress. Like there haven't been any KOs. They're not really moving the needle one way or the other. They just kind of just annoying each other, just poking the bear up at the front.
Wow. Early rounds of a heavyweight prize fight, right? There's punches being thrown, but a lot of these guys are probably thinking about how they're setting up the finale, which will come in later rounds. As we watch Jimmy Arkang ride to the finish, he's got 100 meters to go. It's a parade for him, He's keeping the effort up. Actually, he's doing pretty credibly. He's like over 2 watts per kilogram. His heart rate is 175. He's not in any way taking it easy at this point, but he has been on the bike for a very long time, and I'm sure he's going to be as happy as anyone to see this finish. Big finish. Congratulations to Jimmy Arkang, 3rd place in our Category 4 race. And he's closed it out. I bet you that he's ready to get off that virtual saddle and also off the real saddle that he's been on for over 2.5 hours as we look back at our Category 2 and Category 3 races. And what do we see, Brad? What is happening in these events right now?
Well, the Category 3s are into the wrestling phase of their fight. They've gone down onto the ground, and they're just kind of hugging each other, rolling around right now. They're settling down a little bit in their fight phase. The Cat 2s still throwing some slaps around. I think they're picking sides right now over on the left-hand side of your screen. A little more aggressive early on for the Cat 2s up at the front. But things are calming down generally, I would say, between these two categories.
Yeah, that's right. It's interesting to see what their relative paces have been. Our field, the Categories 2s have covered about 26 kilometers. The Cat 3 chasers that we're looking at have covered about 25. So they've got a difference of, what is that, about 4% in pace so far, and they're kind of on a fairly straightforward, relatively flat section of the course. We know that this is somewhat of an untroubled section, except for little tiny 15% hills in the course, as we're seeing the Cat 2s face right now. But yeah, as you say, there's been lots of attacks, and we've definitely seen pushes to the front, and we saw Brett Boniface do a genuine attack over the first climb of the day, but nothing is staying away. But I see Mr. Giesler taking a bit of advantage over that hill, but it looks like he just surged enough to get to the front again. So I'm not sure what Giesler was up to. It looked like a reverse sag climb. In bike racing, a sag climb is a tactic that a rider of a certain weight will use, where they move to the front of the field and very definitely try to take up a good attacking position at the start of a climb, so that as their naturally lower pace up the climb kicks in, they slowly sag through the field, so that what happens is they go from being at the front of the pack to being right on the back of the pack when they get to the top of the climb, instead of going from being at the back of the climb of the back of the pack to off the back at the back of the climb. This is a tactic that I had to use many times in my racing days, because otherwise I would just get dropped everywhere at all times. So we see Giesler, who I know is a bit of a diesel of a rider, perhaps doing the opposite of that. So curious tactics, but we'll let his legs do the talking in this case.
Good tip for the new riders. If you're getting dropped on a climb, if you went too hard early on and everyone's passing you, just yell, "I'm sag climbing," and you'll seem like you knew exactly what you were doing.
That's right, yeah. Luke Hubner's a young rider, so we'll make sure that he gets that advice. Luke, keep that as a pro tip. Maybe you can use that on your podcast. Meanwhile, we're looking back at the Cat 3s, because the Cat 3s are pretty active. The gap is slight and decreasing between them and the field, but now Matthews and Israel have separated themselves from each other. Again, it's a slight gap, nothing to write home about, but Simon Israel will not be getting much of a draft effect from Michael Matthews, or at least not as much as he could be getting when he's that far away. It's only now telling him that he's saving a bit of wattage now that he's gotten into the draft. You can see again our graphics in the upper left corner saying exactly, as we follow Simon, exactly what his wattage saving is relative to Michael Matthews on the front.
I think at the peak you'll save like 150 maybe is the, well, we'll see how high it climbs here. I mean, yeah, I think if you can ride perfectly where you need to be in the game, like with laser computer precision, I think you can save upwards of 100 watts at any given time from the draft. But more realistically, you're probably saving like 30 to 50, somewhere in there.
Yeah, that sounds about right. And I think we actually saw Simon's number peak at just about 149, 150 watts as he got right onto Matthews. So it's telling how much lower the numbers are than that in terms of how they're working smoothly. Do you remember, Brad, do they also get a bit of a peloton effect where you'll get even stronger drafting effects if you're in a group as opposed to being two up like Matthews and Simon here?
Yes, that is built into the game where they'll be able to see it in the group. In fact, even the position in the group, in a larger group, will affect it. I think it has to be like 20 plus riders before you start feeling the peloton effect, if you will. But yeah, the drafting position is a big part of RGT, and a big part of what makes RGT is that it's so reliant on that positioning in the race and on your ability to modulate power, as opposed to a platform like Zwift where you sort of have this gamification going on. There's like the Tron bikes, there's power-ups, there's all these boosts that you can use. RGT said pretty early on that they really had no intention of doing any of that stuff. This is a racer's platform. The goal is to as closely mimic real-life racing as possible. So like I said earlier, a lot of the changes are always under the hood. It's really about trying to make this as realistic as they can.
Yeah, and I think they do a good job of that. Meanwhile, looking back at our real race, we've got Matthews and Israel again coming back together. They've sort of been rubber banding with each other. They're not really what I would say classically working together perfectly. So I don't know whether this is sort of the raggedness of a little bit of inexperience, or whether this is just that they are kind of low-key attacking each other, feeling each other out for weaknesses. Either way, it's kind of curious tactics, because they've only got about 50 meters on the field, and I mean, I think about a 50-meter gap or a 60-meter gap, whatever they're maintaining now, is kind of it's neither fish nor fowl, as the saying might go, which is that it's too little to be very confident about doing any damage, but it's enough that you're just doing work all on your own and sharing that work between two riders while you're getting chased down by 10. And these are some reasonably strong riders. Although I say 10, but actually they're being chased down by, now it looks like 5, because as we look at the Cat 3 field, you can see that under below Chan in 7th place, the gap back Cox goes up to 1.2K, and we've actually got a notable name there. Nathan Wieslake has been a substantial factor in this race, both early on and I think in previous weeks, and he is now 2.3K off the back, so that's a guy I did not expect to just disappear. So I don't know whether he's having a mechanical or a bad day. You know, Nathan, if you want to let us know what happened, hit us up, but I'm sure right now what he's mostly thinking about is time trialing his way back into contention, because it's still pretty early days in his race. He can hardly call it quits quite yet. And now we're looking back over at the Category 2 field, which just got zesty. It appears that we've got... who is that guest? I'm not finding him on my riders list, but that may be me, not him. He's desperately trying to catch back on at the moment. Let's see if he can manage that. So we're down to... If we include guest, we're down to a group of 9, and they're still all Gruppo Compacto, as my old friend, the late Jeremy Story, would say, in the Cat 2 field. And in the Cat 3 field, it looks like the catch has been made. So Matthews and Simon Israel are now back in the loving arms of their friends, although it's not much of a friends group, because it looks like it's more like a group of 4 here at the start, and then there's a 100-meter gap back to a group of 3 chasers. But this is a strong group of 4. We've got Matthews, Israel, and then we've got Van de Green, who we've also seen, I think, do pretty good things, and they're joined by V. Richards. I'm going to have to look up that name. It's Vaughn Richards, and he says he's good at non-technical gravity-only descents. Well, good news for you, Vaughn. All the descents are not technical in RGT. They are sort of technical, because there's actually an effect where in a very tight turn, RGT will turn off your power output, basically not count those watts in your favor if it thinks that you would basically be touching a pedal if you tried to pedal. So a sufficiently tight turn will basically not be worth anything, and so the savvy riders will not be trying to pedal through those turns. They'll save a match or 2 on the way. So we've got something like our race composition there. What is this? 4 riders in Cat 3, and meanwhile the Cat 2s are a larger, more clumped up group. So very different race compositions at this point. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out.
Watching Guest on the left-hand side of the screen, struggling to get back in here.
Yeah, I found that name. It's Cole Guest.
Cole Guest, okay.
Yes. He's a local boy. He's listed as a Cycling BC rider, and I see he's wearing the Rally Cycling kit, so that's one of the built-in jerseys, of course, for the professional Rally Cycling team. But I think he's made it back on. He has indeed, and he's there with Jerome Radkin at the back of that group of 8. And Giesler is off the front, and Brett Bonifaci, the fine Italian rider, is also trying a breakaway, and they're being joined by Riedenauer. We'll try and Nicholas Riedenauer, who says he only started cycling in June of last year, so there's a new rider for us. And I see my old friend Luke Hubner, put me on your podcast. He's leading the chase there with, I believe that's Jeremy Dumper. Jamie Dumper. Sorry, Jamie. But we've got kind of a ragged, angry breakaway. It looks like it's Giesler off the front, Riedenauer in second, and then Barrett Boniface has been caught by the field. And just to let you know about the logistics, we want to keep watching this, because we got Giesler making what he hopes will be a decisive attack here in the flats. And we'll see if Riedenauer can hold on to him. We're going to be starting our next event in about 10 minutes, so we will have a brief cutaway at the very least to watch the start of our elite women's race. It's going to be a great field. Once again, I hear that Dr. Jacqueline Godby, soon to be Dr. Godby, will be in the house, and I'm sure all of the other women in the field are very excited to know that. But we look back at the Cat 3s here. Matthews, slight gap, but it's this group of 4 now that is formed up, and it's sort of half of that is Simon Israel and Michael Matthews, our 2 early breakaways, and then the other half is Vandergreen and Richards, who I would describe as the pack who caught them, but they're all that's left of the pack, so to speak, and that group is about 120 meters away from a group of 3 chasers. And on the Cat 2 side, so it's all happening, folks. This is some crux stuff. I think that in both races, the Cat 2s and 3s, these have the possibility of being decisive attacks. So we've got Hubner and Boniface working together, trying to get back on terms with Giesler, and they have good reason to want to do so, because Giesler is one of our strong riders. Vince Giesler, he's a real diesel too, so that's a guy you want to bring in a breakaway with you. If Boniface and Hubner can catch up to him and hold on, I think that might be a trio that has the talent and the capability to work very well together. But the rest of the Cat 2 field is not going quietly. They would like to get back on terms for sure. I see them being led by Jamie Dumper. But look at that. Giesler is now 150 meters ahead of his chasers. We now have a group of 3, Riddenauer, Boniface, and Hubner, form a group, and they're about 80 meters ahead of the breakaway. So this is exciting moments, folks. This is the bike race happening, and I think that this group of it's 5 riders has got to be thinking very hard about their future at the moment, because if they don't hurry up, I think that the breakaway ahead of them is too large and too powerful to let go. Like, these guys are actually going to have to work well and carefully in order to get back on terms with those breakaway riders.
Crucial point for Giesler right now in the Cat 2s, and the Cat 3s, I think, are about to be in a similar situation behind Richards here. The Chan, Gould, Goldberg group, the 3 sitting in 5th, 6th, and 7th at the front of the in the Category 3 race. This is probably the next big battle to watch, whether these 3 can get up to the lead group of 7 or the lead group of 4, up ahead of them. Gap is growing. It was 250, now they're up to 340 meters back, so Gould, Chan, and Goldberg trending the wrong way, but we'll see if that trio can work their way up to the Richards, Israel, Vandergreen group. We'll keep an eye on that gap.
Yeah, absolutely. That's Albert Chan, Micah Goldberg, and Bart Gould. So 3 local boys, I think. I'm not sure. Yeah, Micah is listed as a Cycling BC rider, and I know Bart Gould very well. He rides for the last I checked, he rides for the local Glotman Simpson team. As I say, we like to call them the Bumblebees because of their distinctive yellow and black kit. Close personal frenemies of mine, one of the big clubs in town. And, I love racing against them as long as I can beat them. I don't like being beat by them. It's terrible and sad. No fun whatsoever. But no, they're a great local club, and they've been big supporters of local bike racing for a long time. But we look back at the Category 2s, and it looks like we've got Boniface, Riddenauer, and is that young Luke Hubner all together. But now, where is Vince Giesler? He must be on the road somewhere. We'll get a peek at him soon, but there he is. He's got about a 230-meter lead on the chasing field, and it looks like the riders behind him are regrouping, so he's going to be 1 versus 8 at this point. So interesting situation in the Cat 2 field that we got to take a look at. So we're gonna follow along here. We've got Vince Giesler is on the front here, and then meanwhile, if we take a peek, the Cat 2s, we've got a chasing field, and they've got to be pretty desperate to try to control Giesler at this point, but hopefully they'll be able to work together. And it looks like we have sort of Grupo Compacto coming back together in the Cat 3s. What do you see there, Brad? I see that Albert Chan and Bart Gould and Micah Goldberg are still not really catching up. So I think what we've got is group of 4 off the front that we're watching right now. And then the chasers have got to be very desperate indeed.
Yeah, they lost about 30 meters since we last checked in with them. They were hovering around 350, 360 meters back. Now they're right around 400 meters behind Matthews, who is the fourth rider in that group right now. Talking about the Category 3s on the right-hand side of the screen. But the wattage you see for those the second group seems to be averaging a little bit higher. So I think those guys are a little bit more motivated than the riders up front, who are kind of playing this standoff game right now, trying to figure out just where they're going to settle in. Meanwhile, Chan, Goldberg, and Gould, I think, are continuing to keep the effort up.
Yeah,
I don't know a little bit now as these guys up at the front approach 4 watts per kilo. Vandergreen at 4.1, 4.2. This guy's killing it up on the front of the Cat 3s.
Yeah, those are the kind of numbers that'll get you an upgrade to the Category 2 field. And speaking of, we're looking back at our Cat 3s. Yeah, Vandergreen leading them through. I know Bart Gould fairly well. He's a reasonably strong and credible local Cat 3, so if he's in that field, it's not nothing. But nonetheless, the guys up at the front there in this Cat 3 field, they're strong riders. They're names that you and I have been calling an awful lot in the last few weeks, Brad, especially Vandergreen and Matthews. So all very, very credible. Meantime, as we look back at the Cat 2s, you can see that Giesler continues to have about a 270-meter lead. So he is, I think that is a credible commitment to an attempt at a solo breakaway. We'll see how that goes for him. But Boniface and Guest are not content to stay around. And so now there is, it's Nathan Ridenour and Brett Boniface are a little group of 2 that has broken away from their breakaway partners. And we can now see Jamie Dumper trying to get up there. And it looks like he will. So our chasing group isn't so much working together well as they are attacking each other, and I'm not sure how that's going to go. They're maintaining a torrid pace, but I think that it's like guys like Ridenour and Boniface are setting a message: no passengers, and they're going to go up the road and try to catch Giesler. But if you want to follow them, you'd better be able to put in the watts. So I can see that Dumper and Hubner, Guest, Jerome Reichen are all there. They're in contact, but they're all in danger of falling away. We look back at Giesler. He's got 120 meters as he crests that last little lump in the road that we saw. If you take a peek here at the parcours at the bottom of the field, you can see that they're actually past the halfway mark now in this Cat 2 race. So they've covered 40 kilometers in less than an hour, and they're going to be they're 38.5 kilometers as we speak, and about 58 minutes in, and they've got 33K left to go. We've also got the start of the women's race coming up in about a minute and a half, so we will be cutting over to that very momentarily, even as we have some pretty exciting stuff here in our Category 2 and 3 races. We'll at least show you the start of that. Just too much action, folks. We apologize for having so many interesting things going on in these virtual bike races. It was not our intention to have these races be this interesting, so we understand if we're testing your patience, but at least if you've got a short attention span, you can watch as we go to 3, nay 4 different screens in a few moments. There'll be something to take a peek at on all of them. So, no, this is actually fun.
Blame Richards and Giesler. You can address your concerns to them. They're the ones making it interesting out here today in the 2-3 races. Richards up the front of the 2s, Giesler at the front of the 3s. And there's our first look at the starting line for the pro women. Down at the bottom, which we can now confirm includes Wonder Woman, Jackie Godby.
Yes, it does. I see a lot of other familiar names there. We're very excited to see what they're going to do. We've got Pam Troyer. She's an architect. We've got Ribs Majendi. She would rather not tell you how she got that nickname. I see Nadia Gontova, who's been a very credible force in these races. Holly Larson and Zoe Sacchio. She's got a Canadian flag next to her name, but I can assure you she is very American. She lives with her husband somewhere in the wilds of Oregon. I understand that she did not, in fact, die of dysentery. Oregon Trail jokes. Sorry, probably too subtle. It was before your time, kids. I think Zoe was born probably about 20 years after that game came out. Now I feel so old. Sacchio away to lead the field. Troyer right on her. Dr. Godby, perfectly content to follow wheels for the moment. This is, as we saw, the usual fire out of the gate attack. If any of you, perhaps Dr. Godby, are not familiar firsthand with actual road racing, it never starts like that. It's just an artifact of how virtual races begin, that you can sort of get credit for all the watts immediately. So all the riders sort of fire off like a rocket, whereas in the real world, it's actually difficult to have yourself at full cadence and power right from the start when your cranks aren't moving. And I assure you, the commissaires are very strict about you not pedaling before the start of the bike race. Ask how I know. But Zoe Sacchio continues to be up there. Jackie Godby is actually on the front of the race now, and Troyer is right with her. We've seen Troyer. We awarded her the combativity prize, I think, in the first race of the season, because she was the one who held on to Godby's wheel the longest in our first race, which was the virtual Paterberg. And we can see that 1-2 group, Godby and Troyer. And there is a bit of method in this madness, which is that Troyer's a good, strong rider, and even if she can't hold on to Godby's wheel, and she can for quite a long time, I suspect, every moment that she spends on this wheel is basically giving her a head start over the chasing field, which we can see is led by my old friend Claire Cameron. She's only 60 meters back, but this group already knows that giving Jackie Godby a 60-meter head start is not a well-thought-out plan.
Yeah.
I don't think that's gone well for any of these women when they've allowed that to happen in previous races. So I assure you there is considerable desperation in living rooms all across the lower mainland as we speak. As I'm sure that Claire and Nadia and Holly and Ribs Majendi and Zoe are all very credible, very experienced riders, and they can see exactly what's going on right now, and they know exactly how serious the situation is.
All the credit in the world to Troyer here, hanging on to the wheel. She's in the red zone a lot, though. I am a little bit concerned that she's doing too much work trying to hold on to Godby here and maybe not focusing enough on just trying to settle in and make sure that she's riding within herself and within her limits here. Because Godby doesn't seem to be going into the red zone. I'm not sure what the difference is here but Godby seems to be staying in yellow, and Troyer staying in red here. This is a long time in the red zone for Pam Troyer.
Pamela, don't listen to him. Go big or go home. Explode in glory. Leave it all on the road. Oh, I'm gonna get in so much trouble from Pam later, I'm sure.
Well, I'm not saying let off the wheel here in this scenario, but I was just noting that Troyer seems to be averaging a higher workload than Godby up here in this front group. See how the power levels are different? I'm not sure why that would be. It seems like that's a pretty large difference between the work Godby's doing and the work Troyer's doing.
Oh yeah, I see what you're getting at, Rich. Is right. Yeah, that Troyer seems to be putting out a lot more watts per kilo. I mean, they're on a relatively flat, very slightly climby section. There might be some big weight deltas that I'm not thinking about. I doubt that either of these riders would be anything. I think they'd be actually in a pretty similar weight class, frankly.
Yeah, I'm going to make a guess and say that this has to do with the riders' their maximum FTP. Basically, that's going to skew the scale. So Godby's highest score would mean that she has a lot higher to go before she gets into the orange, yellow, red zone. I think that's probably the situation here, is that Godby's maximum FTP is significantly higher than Troyer's. And so while they're both doing 4.1, 4.2 watts per kilo for Godby based on her theoretical maximum, that's still in the yellow-orange zone. For Troyer, based on her theoretical maximum, that's a little closer to the max.
Of course, I think you've nailed it there, Brad. Yeah, Pam Troyer is a great local rider. She's a credible threat in all of our races. She's fun to watch race, and I know that she's done high-level racing like Super Week every year. But there's being a good bike racer, and then there's what we've come to refer to B tier, right? Which is when you do what Jackie Godby did and just sort of ride away from other riders at will. And you can see that gap is forming almost as soon as there's a little lump in the road.
Doing it right now. Yep.
and she's actually putting it in dig. You can see that she's gone into the red numbers. She's actually producing 450 watts per right now, which is taking her into the 5 and 6 watts per kilo territory. She just, for Godby, it's an act of will to drop people more than it is a physical effort, I think.
Yeah, look at the nice little spike in the power meter up at the top left. You can see exactly where she dropped the hammer on Troyer.
And we know that Godby has a, shall we say, a somewhat experimental or even creative approach to her bike races, right? That we saw very much that I think at the crit that she kind of wanted to, work in the field and see how that felt rather than going for a breakaway victory. But here I think that she was at a certain pace. She was using that pace to drop everybody but Troyer. And then for whatever reason, she decided that the little lump in the road was time to go, and away she's gone. She's 100 meters up the road. I mean, all credit to all the other riders in this field, but we've seen this story before, haven't we, Brad? Jackie Godby gets separation, and Jackie Godby stays away.
Yeah, this is the crack in the foundation that you're seeing right now. As a structural engineer would say, ignore that at your own risk in a scenario like this, because typically it just gets bigger and bigger, and it's going to lead to catastrophic results as Jackie Godby will continue to put time into this group. To be honest, there's nothing that you can do in this scenario. I mean, all the teamwork in the world, if Troyer, Larson, Majendi, Cameron can all link up and ride a perfect pace line for the next 67K, I don't even know if that's enough. I mean, Godby is a once-in-a-lifetime rider, and these riders should know that. This is not just consistently losing a race to one rider. This is consistently racing against a God-tier rider, Godby tier rider, as you said.
That's right. Yeah, so if there's any Pro Conti or World Tour women's teams DSs out there, if you don't already have Dr. Jacqueline Godby's phone number in your Rolodex, you kind of need to get that, because
listen, I guarantee you there are multiple teams that have been in contact with Godby as she whipped their well-paid professional riders in their virtual racing early on in the season. When you're paying someone 5 figures to race their bike for a living, and they get beat by someone who's in the middle of their PhD, MD studies as an amateur, it definitely puts that rider on your radar. And Godby, on multiple occasions, beat out Continental and Pro Continental riders on the platform here. So, yeah, they are well aware of Godby here. The question is really just how much time Godby has in her day. I mean, this is literally there's so many people that want a piece of Jackie Godby, and me included. I want to see Jackie Godby race every single race on the real life circuit, but I also want to see Jackie finish her PhD and make sure that she has a real job and can save lives with her radiology degree, which is, I'm sure, much needed around the world. So, as much as I want to see Godby pursue a professional racing career, professional virtual career, professional real life career, she's got bills to pay at the same time. Yeah. So, student loans don't pay themselves.
That's right. She's got student loans, and she's got, I'm sure, an excellent future as a medical doctor coming at her pretty quickly. I'm not, as much as she'd make an impact as a professional bike racer, I'm skeptical, and then sad to say, but I don't think she could take the pay cut. But meanwhile, she's putting her mark on this elite women's race, and it looks like Pam Troyer is still no woman's land. She's about 150 meters ahead of the chasing field. So I have a suspicion that Troyer will at some point get absorbed, and it looks like the group of 4 behind her are working acceptably well together, although I see Majendi falling off a bit. But we've also got some pretty active Cat 2 and Cat 3 races. Let's see if we can figure out what's been going on there. It looks like Vince Giesler in Cat 2 has been continuing to tap out the laps. He's now got a group of 3 up the road with Radenauer and Boniface, and it appears that poor Luke Hubner, Podcasting can't save him now. He's about 300 meters off the back of that group of 3, and he's only about 70 meters ahead of the group of 4 chasers. So we kind of have 3 fields on the road, and I have a strong suspicion that is about to become 2 fields, because I think that Hubner will be gratefully absorbed by that group of 4 and will revisit his attack on the front 3 riders as part of a group of 5. So we've got 3 up the road, we've got 4 and soon to be 5 chasing together. And it's about to be a very interesting race, because I think we've got the Cat 2s are pretty far into their race now. They've got about 45 kilometers covered. They've gone over the big hill, but they got a couple big hills in their future. And meanwhile, we're looking over at the Category 3s, and it's we've been calling Simon Israel and Michael Matthews names quite a bit, but they've got their friends Van der Green and Richards with them. And that is a sort of a ragged group of 4, but that ragged group of 4 now has over a kilometer of gap to the remaining group of 3. So, excuse me, this group of 4 looks like it's basically going to provide your podium barring catastrophe. Just these riders have been too strong, their gap has been rising, and there's not enough chasers to really put a dent in them. So we take a peek back at the Category 2 field again here.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think the Cat 3 is pretty well sorted in this group. The Cat 2s, though, I think have the opportunity to drastically change the scenario, because Giesler is slowly but surely losing his gap back to Boniface and Ridenour here. So we may see a new leader at the front of the Cat 2s pretty soon, which is significant because Giesler has been solo out here for, well, let's see, the better part of, I want to say 30-plus minutes. They're an hour 12 into this one right now. Maybe even more than that. Giesler had a pretty early break out of this group.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of following a game plan he has a lot, which is he puts in the big attacks. He's willing to go solo. He doesn't mind riding alone, but now, what's working him against him here in the Cat 2 race, as opposed to what we're seeing in the 3s, is that the numbers behind him. So Boniface and Ridenour, I don't know Ridenour well, but Boniface is no slouch. We saw him do an early attack as well. He's sitting there only 70 meters behind. It'll be interesting to see if he's decided to close that down, but there's also a pretty credible group of 4 that's only 300 meters behind these guys. And I mean, if Ridenour, Boniface, and Giesler get together, that's a credible trio. But on the other hand, if they don't work together, I think there's a real prospect of this group of 4 chasing them down. I guess or a group of 5 rather. Sorry, Mr. Guest, I shouldn't dismiss you quite that quickly. I think that the difference is that, maybe rightly or wrongly, I trust the names that I'm seeing in this group of 5. It's both a little bit bigger than the compositions we're seeing in the 3s, and it's riders like Jeroen Rijken who are definitely no slouch on the road. So they have the ability to work well together. They have the ability to put out the watts, and they have the ability to TTT back up to this leading group, or groups really, because I guess what are we looking at now? It's still Giesler being chased by Boniface and Ridenour, and Giesler still has a lead. He's about 200 meters ahead of his lead chasers, who are Boniface and Ridenour. And, you know, they're riding over this rolling terrain. We're going to see these gaps compress down because Giesler is on a climb. Boniface and Ridenour are kind of on a false flat, and the chasers are just starting to climb. So it's a confusing race situation, which is fun because that means we don't know what's going to happen next. And the only way for us to find out, Brad, is going to be to keep watching this bike race, isn't it?
Like it or not.
We're looking back at the Cat 3s as well. There we can see that Van der Green, Matthews, Israel, and Richards continue to maintain their 1 kilometer lead over a group of 3 chasers. Actually, it looks like it's more like a group of 2 chasers, because I think we can call Bart Gould somewhat dropped from that group of 3. So we can call it the Category 3s. We're going to see the short, real road bike podium come from this group of 4 up front, almost certainly barring some sort of mishap, you know, network drop, mechanical failure, flat tire. So it'll be, yeah, it's hard to say for sure what's going to happen. Now we take a peek back at our at our Cat 1s. Jacqueline Godby is out in front. Shock. But almost as interesting, Pam Troyer is kind of holding on in no man's land. Look at that, Brad. She's got 380 meters between her and the chasing field, which is 4 riders now. It looks like it's going to be Cameron, Larson, Ribs Majendi, and Nadia Gontova. The name that we're missing from that group is Zoe Sacchio. She's gone off the back. She's about 4.3K down, so I am not sure what happened. She was with that group earlier, so perhaps she had a mechanical, perhaps she's having a bad day. It's hard to say for sure, but we wish her well, but I don't know that there's much coming back from that. So we're now sort of looking at a composition of 3 groups on the road. We've got Godby off the front. We've got Pamela Troyer stuck in the middle. And then we've got this group of 4. I don't want to say they're riding leisurely, but this is not they're attacking or sort of, riding perfectly together. When you see them riding fast and well together, you'll see them form into a line. We've talked about how even in virtual racing, you can see an effect you also see on the road, which is that when a group is stretched out in a long, thin line, it means they're working hard. And when a group is all sort of clumped together, it means they're taking a pretty relaxed pace. So that's what I see in this group of 4 in the elite women. As we look back at the Category 3 race, and it looks like we've got Mr. Richards taking a small gap over Matthews, Van der Green, and Israel. So we talked about this being our group of 4, but Matthews is trying to get back to Richards. It might become a group of 2. So we see Matthews now on Richards, and then we've got about a 40-meter gap between this duo to Van der Green and Israel, who we're looking at now. So Van der Green and Israel have to be worried because that could be the race riding away from them. They're not necessarily strong enough to just bring that back.
Wouldn't that be something if that was all that Richards needed was just one other rider, and once he gets Matthews, they take off again. This will be a telling next 20 kilometers or so now that Richards has a little bit of company up at the front. Meanwhile, Giesler about to get some company as well, with Ridenour joining at the front of the Cat 2 race for the first time.
Yes, indeed. That's actually impressive because Giesler's been out there for a pretty long time now. And so we've got Ridenour joining him. Brett Boniface is now the man in the middle. He's about 130 meters back from this group. So I wonder if he can catch up. He's, as we've said before, he's a strong rider. He's on a descent, so he's got a chance. But Giesler's a big, strong boy as well. And I suspect that he will get credit for his weight on the descent. Not really a euphemism. I think he'll actually get credit for his weight on the descent, and that means he'll have an easier descent. So it's possible that Giesler and Ridenour will have a pretty down, and Boniface is going to have some trouble chasing them. So he may be waiting for the roads to turn flat again so he can start to make a dent in that pair. And they're still being chased by a group of 4. And then we've got our Cat 3s, which is still sort of 2 and 2. We can see Van der Green and Simon Israel clawing their way back to Richards and Matthews. So it looks like Van der Green, I think, is about to catch Richards and Matthews. So they're going to make this a group of 4 again. And as we watch our Cat 1 women, our pro women, things are starting to get nasty because we can see Troyer still out in the middle. Gontova has got a slight lead on this climb. She's not dropping Cameron, but she's gapping her. And then Cameron and Ribs Majendi and Holly Larson are all there. It's Fiona Majendi. She got the nickname Ribs for the number of times that she broke her ribs. I'm sure she really appreciates us mentioning that. But we don't care. We're mean people. Sorry, Fiona. But so we see Pam Troyer there. She's actually she's managing the damage. She's not just disappearing into the arms of the chasers. She's still only about 550 meters behind Godby. And, she's got about 150 odd meters between her and the first of this group of 4 that's coming after her. So, just a hard race for Troyer. She's got to see if she can stick it out and stay away from these 4 chasers for what is going to be how much longer? She's got the chasers have 62 to go. Troyer has 62 to go. She's not that far ahead. So that is a long, long solo ride for her. We're taking a peek now at the Category 2s. It looks like we still got Giesler and Riddenauer about 400 meters ahead of Boniface. And another group of 5 chasers that we said were a credible group, but that group of 5 credible chasers, Grupo Hubner we'll call them, because he's the only one of them that has a podcast as far as I know. Grupo Hubner is a group of 5, and they are almost a kilometer behind Brett Boniface, and that is not the right way for them to be going. Now, might be an effect of them just coming up and over that climb, but now they've got this descent, and they've got to work together and keep the pressure on, or else this race is going to disappear in front of them, and these guys will be very quickly racing for nothing more glorious than the extended 4th and 5th place of the mountain bike podium. None of these guys strike me as mountain bikers, so I'm sure they're not very happy about that.
Yeah, these guys one step away from racing for socks if they don't get it together and try and get organized here. They're going to be holding a too small pair of socks on the podium pretty soon here. It'll look good with your cargo shorts and flip-flops with your jersey on top, though. Goldberg and Chan on the climb here on the right side of the screen. Let's move in with them. 5 and 6 in the Cat 3s here. And Gould is really the only one that this duo would be worried about immediately right now. And there's a nice view of what he's looking at up the road. Gould, by the way, is wearing the Canyon Esports kit. This is another pro kit available in the game for the riders. Canyon actually launching their own amateur team, kind of like the Herd, I guess. They now have a thing called the Coalition, where they're inviting any racer that wants to participate to come join the Canyon Esports team. That comes with the kit as well. I think they have one of the cooler kits in the virtual world. They did a nice job with this jersey. So looks like Gould has selected the Canyon Esports kit when logging into RGT this morning.
Yeah, it's a fine-looking kit. It's reminiscent of a thing of my youth. The 90s were a fine, fine time, Brad. You should read up on them. They were pretty great. Yeah, and meanwhile, we're looking back here at our Category 2 field, and it continues to be the Giesler and Riddenauer show with Brett Bonifaci, our fine Italian rider, sitting in no man's land in 3rd place. And then he's still holding off the group about a kilometer behind him, McCall, Hubner, Guest, and Dumper. And let's not forget Jerome Reichen. So, yeah, it's an interesting and challenging composition here. I'm not really sure why, this group is not making an impact on the lead 3 riders. I mean, we know those riders up front are all strong. Giesler has been a credible threat in all kinds of races in this series, and there's no reason he wouldn't be a threat here. Boniface is a good rider both on and off the trainer, and but this group of 5 is not a weak group. So, but they're also only 17K to go. So I don't think this is a case of this group of 5 leaving their opponents out to cook. I think this is a group of 5 that just isn't making the catch today. So, problem for them. So, come on, Luke, find a better group. Time to break away and drop these guys. They're no good for you. They're bad friends. They're keeping you back.
Ride with the fast guys. What are you doing back here? You should be up at the front of the race.
Speaking of bad friends, as we peek at the Cat 3s, it looks like we've got Richards and Matthews going hammer and tongs. And they're also only 20 kilometers from the finish. They've got about a 300-meter gap back to Vandegreen and Simon Israel. So that's kind of 1, 2, 3, 4. And then it's a big 2 kilometers, an insurmountable 2 kilometers back to Goldberg, Chan, Gould, and so on. It looks like actually Staten has been dropped out of that group, as well as Wieslake and Cox. And it's just, the Cat 3 field is shredded, but the only ones that matter are these first 2 positions. It's going to be Richards and Matthews, and if they don't get their act together pretty quick, Vandegreen and Israel will be fighting for nothing more than 3rd place. Still an honorable position, but certainly not the one they were planning on getting. And now let's take a peek and see how our Cat 1 Pro women are doing. And we've got Gontova and Cameron riding together and looking very credible. They still haven't caught Troyer, although I think that gap is down quite a bit. They're down to about 130 meters on her. And that looks like a number that they can close in on. So whether she likes it or not, Pam Troyer may have some friends very soon. And Godby is almost having a normal one, just ticking it over. She's 1.5 kilometers ahead of these riders, almost. And we can see Pam Troyer's name pop up on our screen here. So Gontova and Cameron are getting closer with every moment, and they're working well together. You can see them sort of trading pace and riding steady up and down. And they've also got a substantial gap on the next two riders in line, which would be Ribs Majendi and Holly Larson. So this race is kind of starting to define itself. Like, Larson and Majendi really need to be in their teeth, because you can't leave Gontova and Cameron to just ride away from you. They will, especially when they join Troyer. That's going to be a group of 3 that can go away and stay away. So I know that Larson and Majendi have got to be thinking pretty hard about it being time to go or not. So we see Gontova and Cameron continuing to work on making the catch. This is still early days in this race. We're only 14 kilometers into the women's race. They've just come over the first hill in their event. And so we're seeing them. I think we're going to call it that in this descent, they're definitely going to catch Pam Troyer unless Pam puts in a heroic effort. And as I watch that number come down, I think that's exactly what we're going to see here. So, Godby continues to ride away at the front. She's about 1.5 kilometers away, and now we're going to have a group of 3 that will be chasing her with 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in hand on the road. So, Troyer, Cameron, and Gontova. I don't know Gontova well, but I know Cameron and Troyer well, and I know they know each other well. So there'll be a lot of respect in this trio. They'll know that they can work well together. They'll know what they can accomplish, and they'll know that it's worthwhile to work for a while in order to put some space between themselves and Majendi and Larson, right? Those are 2 riders behind them that are, well, let's just say well worth dropping, in the sense that those are, yeah, that's a duo that that has strong enough legs that if you can eliminate them from the race, that might be a good plan. And here we go. We can see the catch. Troyer, Gontova, and Cameron. This is your peloton. And as we look at these riders, I think this might be a good opportunity to talk about one of them. We've got Damon's got an interview with Nadia Gontova that he's going to show you in a few moments. Maybe we can learn a little more about the rider that I know the least about as we watch these 3 riders continue to prosecute their chase of Jackie Godby. And so I think we're going to cut over to the interview with Nadia now.
I'll just start with introduce yourself, your name, age, and nationality.
My name's Nadia Gontova. I'm 20 and I'm Canadian.
And Nadia, which team were you racing for on RGT last weekend?
I was just going solo. I was not on a team.
Nice. So that must have made the dynamics of racing against some other teams on the course a little bit more interesting. Did you have a pre-race plan?
No, I'm not very experienced with e-racing, and all the other races I've done, I did a few races in a Swift League in a in the men's category. So coming into this one, I didn't really have a strategy other than trying to hold on and see what happens.
Amazing. And how did the plan work out for you? I see you got some pretty good results with a podium in there. So how did the race end up playing out?
Yeah, so this was my first RGT race, and And I got 2 pieces of advice from my friend Laura, who's a big e-racer, and she told me to not get dropped at the start and practice on RGT, and I didn't practice on RGT, and I got dropped at the start. So then it definitely took a pretty big effort to catch back up to the pack, but I was super happy about that. And then I guess from there I was just holding on to wheels for as long as I could. And so I guess that ended up working out well. So I was definitely happy. I was even happy just to finish, like what I told myself I'd be happy just to finish with somebody else. So I was definitely super happy with making the podium.
That's amazing. Now you say this is your first real experience on RGT. So what's the one key thing that surprised you the most about it?
I think drafting was a lot harder than I expected, and definitely different than Zwift. The first 2 laps of the race, I couldn't stop kind of surging off like the front and the back, just trying to get into the draft. So that was really different, but I think like once you get used to it, it's pretty manageable.
Right, so it's all about the in-game dynamics that you have to get used to. Now, last quick question. You must have some ideas of what you'd like to improve for the up-and-coming next 3 races. So what's one goal that you've got for next Saturday?
I think my goal is just to like ride a bit smarter, not waste watts where I don't need to. And also maybe think about trying to make some moves or like play, I don't know, race the race instead of just sitting on wheels and hoping I do okay.
So you got to get yourself out there and then try some new tactics.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks a lot for quickly chatting to us this afternoon, Nadia. We hope to see you out there on the courses.
Yeah, thank you.
I love it. She's like, I got 2 pieces of advice for my first e-race on RGT, and I didn't listen to either one of them. That is, I think, the story for a lot of riders on RGT. You can study it as much as you want, but you heard her talking about trying to overcome the sort of washing machine effect, as we call it, where riders will surge up to the front and then trying to modulate that power. And then, of course, the all-important start as well, where you have to ratchet the power up. But looks like she got it figured out this week.
Yeah, it's she's apparently a quick learner, because here she is in the decisive group at the moment, the Grupo Gontova, I guess we'll have to call it now, along with Troyer and Cameron. So we revisit the race situation for the elite women. They're about 20 kilometers into their race at this point. And meanwhile, we're looking at the Cat 3s and Cat 2s, and they are starting to get down to brass tacks. It appears that Mr. Riddenauer has ridden away from Vince Giesler, so he's got a 275-meter gap. They were riding pretty well together, I think, for a while, and now we can see that the 1, 2, 3 on the road are 1, 2, and 3 separated by about 250 or more meters each. So Brett Boniface, our fine Italian rider, local boy, is sitting there about 500 meters behind Vince Giesler, and Giesler is about 250 behind Riddenauer. And then we've got our group Hubner about 2 kilometers behind Boniface. So what we're seeing is, I can't say that the podium is settled. This is a group of 4. They've got a descent, so they're going to close up on Boniface pretty quickly. But I'm not sure if they're going to close up 2 kilometers quickly. And they've only got 12 kilometers of racing left. As we well know, those last 12 kilometers are quite the dilly, because there's a big climb at the finish. But right now, we're sort of seeing a fully shredded field in the 2s. And so we take a peek here at the Cat 3s, who are not far behind. We've got Michael Matthews here leading your race, and he has dropped Richards, it appears. Which is kind of a big deal. I believe that's Vaughn Richards. He is a good British Columbia boy, but I'm not sure I know that name. But he's shown that his legs work anyways. He's still only about 70 meters behind Matthews, but he's got some work to do if he's going to catch up with his erstwhile drafting partner and make this race go. just giving you a reset on what our race situation is. For quite a while, we had Matthews and Israel riding off the front. Then they got joined by their friends Richards and Vandergreen, and for a while we had a group of 4. But you can see that the attacks have come and gone, and now we've got Israel and Vandergreen riding well together for 3rd and 4th place, but they're about 300 meters behind Richards, and they're about 330 meters behind Matthews. So that 330 meters probably covers your podium at this point, because it's another kilometer behind Israel before you see any other riders. That's Micah Goldberg in the Grupo, Goldberg, Chan, Gould, and Staton. But I'm afraid that those guys are out of contention except for the mountain bike podium. And so we're seeing it sort of all come apart at the seams, especially in the men's races. And in the women's race, it's kind of, well, there's a clinic being put on by Dr. Godby, and her eager students are the rest of the field. We've got, we're all professionals here. We've got Troyer and Cameron and Gontova working well together, riding hard. Again, as I say, probably A-okay at the moment if they can just keep Majendi and Larson out of this race. But there's also a lot of racing to go left, because, look, this group Gontova is now, 50 kilometers from the finish. They've been riding for 36 minutes. The race has already kind of defined itself, and now what they've got to do is Troyer, Gontova, and Cameron may feel that they're racing for 2nd place, but regardless, there's a lot of racing left for these 3 to do.
Well, racing is the key verb here, because Gontova and Troyer are going at it on this brief little uphill section on the course. Certainly not taking it easy on Cameron, although it looks like she will be able to make it back in. But yeah, Larson and Majendi not out of this one yet. They're certainly in a tough spot. But 52 kilometers is a long way to race.
Yeah, it absolutely is. You know, and I mean, I think Larson and Majendi, if they're not the most desperate riders in this race right now, they certainly should be, because if it's a long race for 2nd, it's an even longer race when you're racing for 5th. And I think that Larson and Majendi are pretty classy riders. They will certainly know that on the road they are competitive with this group of 3 ahead of them, but they've got 400 meters in rising that they've got to clean up, that they've got to close down if they want to be part of that conversation about the minor placings on the podium. So away they go. And we're watching them, and they're working okay together. Again, you know, this is not perfect drafting. I don't know if it maybe reflects relative inexperience with the system or not. But meanwhile, the parade at the front of the field continues. It's Jacqueline Godby destroying all comers, as she has. I mean, this has been this 4-week series has been a coronation for Godby, and you know, it's. What can you say? She's just a super impressive rider, eh?
Yeah, very. I was going to say, it's tough to expand on Jackie Godby's ability. One, because it's hard to diagnose on these virtual platforms, right? Like what that power means until you see it in a race against names that you know. It's tough to measure that effort, but it's important to understand that Jackie Godby is putting out World Tour level numbers on a raw basis. The wattage that she can create is absolutely World Tour level wattage. In fact, her coach, Chris Navin, was saying that the numbers that she does in these virtual races would position her perfectly for an hour record attempt because so often she is just in time trial mode. That's her background. That's where she's comfortable riding. So she likes these sustained efforts. And Navin was saying if she was able to do these numbers on a track in real life, it would be our record pace. So that gives you an idea of just how good Jackie Godby is in the world of bike racing.
So, Jackie Godby, if you need Dr. Robert Chung's phone number, I can connect you. I know a guy, but I think we can find you some resources if you're interested in taking on the most prestigious record in cycling. So,
I mean,
you know,
what a
we'll
problem
help you
to
out here.
have for Jackie Godby, that she's just too good at too many things, and everyone wants her to, you know, go for the highest level of these various endeavors, whether it's, you know, the medical field or bike racing. Pulled in 1,000 different directions when you have talent like that.
Oh, absolutely. You know, it's a funny thing to say, but the hour record might almost be a credible thing for her to attack, because the about it is you don't have to do quite so much long, slow distance work in your workout regime when you're actually training for just a 1 hour effort. It actually would constrain your training program in some ways to what should potentially be shorter efforts than you would if you were, say, trying to become a pro tour rider. So, you know, maybe Godby has it in her to just, you know, if she just gives up on that annoying triathlon thing, she could become break the world hour record in her spare time. That's what I'm saying. So, there's a thought that we can put into the good doctor's head here. See if she wants to make a hobby of, you know, destroying one of the most important and prestigious records in cycling. Just, you know, you might want to consider that.
But we didn't even mention all the work that she's put into her triathlon career. A multi-time winner of the Chicago Triathlon. You know, that involves some pretty significant training off the bike as well, in the pool and running. So I don't know if she wants to give up all that work to just to appease us cyclists.
Nothing but respect for my triathlon friends.
Yeah, the two weirdest groups in endurance sports, cyclists and triathletes, and Jackie Godby is right in the middle. We're fighting over her. It's a tug of war.
That's right.
And the doctors, throw the doctors in there too, trying to get a piece.
Not a problem I've ever had in my life, Brad. I can't say that doctors, triathletes, and professional cycling teams have fought over my body. So, but you know, we definitely see a great future in front of this young woman, and as we watch her ride away once again from the competition. Competition in this case being our friends Troyer Cameron and Gontova, with Ribs Magendi and Holly Larson still trying to get in contact. I think they're about 400 meters behind the Grupo Gontova, so that's still an active race and 49 kilometers to go. But meanwhile, we got to pay some attention, because look at this. Our Cat 2s are only 3 kilometers from the finish, 4 kilometers, I guess. That's Nathan Ridenour, I believe, who is leading that field. Sorry, Nicholas Ridenour. My apologies. I'll just make up any name for these guys. Nicholas Ridenour has now decisively dropped Vince Giesler, and giant hill that he may be about to ride up or not. I am confident that will be a decisive gap. All he has to do is basically sustain his effort, and he will come away with victory. Vince Giesler may not be happy with second place, but he's got that pretty locked up as well. He's sitting about 600 meters behind Ridenour, but he's also about 400 meters ahead of Brett Boniface. So Brett has been kind of riding on his own for a very long time, and I'm pretty sure he wanted to catch Giesler and Ridenour, but I don't think he's going to catch either of them. And then we've got our group of 4. I had great hopes for the Grupo Hübner, but they did not fulfill their promise. Come on, Luke. I thought you were cool, man. Thought like the podcast wasn't all there was. But anyway, maybe next race, right, Luke? Sorry, I can't be too mean to Luke. He's a great young kid, and he's got a great attitude, and I've seen him do very good things. And also, he's 17 years old, so he's going to get better. And when he does, I think that a lot of these guys who are about to finish on the podium will have bigger problems. But Hübner is still riding it out, and he'll probably be pretty happy with a sprint at the finish, because he's a sprinty guy. But right now he's riding together with this group of 4, which is going to be Jamie Dumper, McCall, and Jeroen Rijken coming to the finish. But at the moment, with 2.7 to go, we are watching Mr. Ridenour, Nicholas Ridenour. He is apparently riding for the Full Greens Cycling Club, which I cannot say I know much about. And he says he started riding a bike in June of last year, but turns out he was formerly a competitor, so it's possible that he's moved some of his arm watts into leg watts, and I guess that plan worked out. He says about today's race, "I'm not sure what will happen, but I hope I will have a good time." Well, I bet you Nicholas is having a pretty... Yeah. Are you having a good time there, Nicholas? Because it sure looks like you're having a good time, and I know that your opponents are having a very, very bad time indeed.
This was an awesome attack from Ridenour today. I mean, just perfect timing. He obviously knows himself pretty well. He has a pretty good tune on what was left in the tank when he left Giesler to open up 650, 700 meters and just kind of hold it right here where he needs to be. He's not overcompensating now that he's got away from Giesler. He knows as long as that sits at 650, he doesn't need to do any more work than that. He can save that in case Giesler redoubles his efforts back behind. But I think Ridenour's got this. I think he's going to solo to a win today at 2K on the way uphill. Welcome to bike racing. I hope you stick around and do some more of it because you're pretty good at it, my friend.
Hey, I think this is a name we may be calling more than once in the future. So yeah, he's got a bit of a parade. I guess 2 kilometers, fairly steep climb. He's going to be more than 5 minutes, I think, before he finishes. And we're taking a peek at the Cat 3s, who are also having quite the race.
Yeah.
Looks like Vaughn Richards is finally put a gap on Michael Matthews. So Richards is away to the races. He's only got 170 meters, but man, how is Matthews going to find it in himself to close this down again unless he's just a angelic climber by comparison? So that is kind of the race, and both Matthews and Richards have to know it, that they've got 5.3K to go. It's going to be a long 5.3K because it's all uphill from here. You're seeing them on a descent now, but as soon as that descent wraps up, they're basically on a climb to the finish. And in third and fourth, we've got Van der Green and Israel. So Simon Israel and Michael Matthews made up our first breakaway group of the day, but now Matthews is stuck in the middle, not quite caught up to the lead, and Israel and Van der Green are sort of chasing each other for the third place position, and I can pretty confidently say that these guys are not going to be able to get back up to Matthews barring catastrophe. So this is going to be a race for third, and they are well clear of the Grupo Goldberg behind them. So this is the race for third and fourth. What's that?
Van der Green just went. They're starting to attack each other in that group.
Yeah, I don't think there's any point, and they must understand this by now, there's no point in Van der Green and Israel doing an ounce of work with each other for the rest of this race. They may slow down, they may take a relaxed pace, but there will be no cooperative work between them because they can see very clearly from the race situation that their only competition is each other now. They are racing for third and nothing else. They're not going to catch second, and they're not going to get caught by fifth.
Good eye here in the pro women's race as Troyer finally gets caught by Cameron and Gontova. This is the group that has been chasing Troyer ever since she came unglued from Jackie Godby, the only rider that was able to go with Godby in her initial breakaway 46 minutes ago, 46 minutes into this 48-minute race. And then back to Ridenour on his way into the finish for a Category 2 win as he's about to come up on 1K to go here. Giesler not going to be able to do it, so I think he's got this one.
Yeah, he'll be very happy to see that Fiamme Rouge. And as we know, there's a little tiny kick up just as they get past that 1K to go mark. But after that, he's going to be over the worst of this climb, and then he's got a relatively easy parade for the next 900 odd meters before he will see the finish. So, Chapeau Ridenour, that is the peak of the climb right there that you're about to ride over. And from here, you've got a pretty steady cruise, and you've got a 500 meter lead, and there's only 800 meters left of racing. So, hopefully your internet connection stays up for another 30 odd seconds that you're going to need to finish this race out. And indeed, we follow him in. So, congratulations. Nicholas Ridenour says he was going to have fun in this race no matter what happened, but I think he's about to learn that there is nothing more fun than winning a bike race.
Look at him. He's still doing 5 watts per kilo. At
Yeah,
at 500 meters to go, there's no relaxing for Ridenour here.
well, chapeau to that man, and Giesler is chasing him down, but he will not chase him away. But Giesler actually still has to do a little bit of work because there's 1 kilometer left, and he's not really clear of Boniface. And we talked about Boniface being a pretty good climber, and Giesler is the opposite of a pretty good climber. He's a strong diesel rider, but he's also pretty heavy. And so as we watch Ridenour in his final 150 meters, he can almost see the finish line. You can see those beautiful 100-meter to go banners. As he passes all of our sponsors, including 7-Eleven and Cobotix. And he's going to take the finish. Congratulations to Nicholas Ridenour, 25 years old, and he has won the virtual Joe Martin stage race. And meanwhile, we've got Vince Giesler. I thought this was going to be a safe second place for Giesler, but
I thought this was over.
This is not safe.
This is awesome.
Giesler has got only 30 meters on Boniface. He's come over the crest of the hill, so maybe he can diesel away, but Boniface is an attacking rider. He's got that Italian racing spirit, of course. Let's see what he can manage, but Giesler is starting to pull away.
Giesler just looked in the rearview mirror for the first time. He's like, "What is this?"
This finish is trouble for both of these riders. We can see Giesler. He's got 70 meters, 600 to go. I think he can hold this off, but it is by no means going to be trivial. He's digging in. Let's watch the numbers. Boniface still at about 85 meters. He's not doing any damage. I think that maybe Brett managed to pull the trigger on his big effort on the climb, knowing that that's where he had to make the catch. And because he hasn't made the catch, I think that's all it. So he put Giesler in some danger of losing his second place, but with 200 meters to go, I think that Giesler's going to be able to hold off a charging Brett. Well, I say that, but the numbers keep coming down. Brett is not going quietly, is he?
Come on, Brett. Come on. Sorry, Vince.
No, yeah. It's not that we hate Vince Giesler. It's just that we love a good finish.
Yeah, exactly.
But with a 60-meter gap and 50 meters to go, I think we can award this one. Congratulations to Vince Giesler. He holds off a hard charging Brett Boniface, and that is your Category 2 podium in a time of 1 minute and 52 seconds. That is a fast average speed over a very non-trivial course.
That finish had all the makings of a guy celebrating early, zipping up the jersey, and then getting passed on the line.
I mean, we celebrated early on Vince's behalf, and then he got to the top of the climb, and we're like, wait, So now we're watching as our elite women, they're still not even at the halfway mark of their race, so they've got everything to ride for, and it's Troyer, Gontova, and Cameron fighting over second, third, and fourth as we see Jack Godby continue to tap out the pedals. Her lead is now up to about 3 kilometers, and it's kind of looking like her template. But now we're peeking back at the Category 3s, and what do we have here, Brad Soner? It appears that we've got Mr. Richards with only a not very substantial gap over Matthews on that final climb. He's got 1.5K to go.
These guys been going at it all day. Richards and Matthews up at the front.
Yeah. And in the Cat 2s, meanwhile, we're going to get a sprint finish. So thank you, Luke Hubner. He's going to give us an aggressive attacking finish because they're only 500 meters from the end. So they've come up over top of that hill all together, and now it's going to be a straight 500-meter, ugly, slightly uphill drag race finish. I just wish that the Cat 2s and Cat 3s had spaced out their exciting finishes a bit more. We're going to have to double commentate on the events as they rapidly proceed to us. But I think we're going to get the Cat 2 sprints here first as Jamie Dumper takes a run. Guest on his wheel. Luke Hubner's still there. I'm afraid they've dropped McCall more or less. McCall's about 50 meters back, but there's only about There's not much distance left. We've converted the race briefly to Imperial, so don't let that phase you. We're about 0.2 of a mile away. I believe that's I don't know. That's about 1,000 feet, which would be about 300 meters in the new metric units. We can see actually at the side of the road signs. We just went past the 200-meter line, and there's Luke Hubner. Come on, I did call this. Hubner is a good sprinter. I've seen him on the track, and away he goes. But is Guess going to catch him?
Oh.
Is he? You're not. Oh, Luke, come on. How did that get scored? Guest takes it.
Guest
by,
got it.
My goodness.
Oh, he got it.
By nothing. Hubner, Luke, man, that was for 4th place. That's like extended mountain bike podium. Oh, Luke. Oh, I believed in you, man. Oh, that's got to be a heartbreaker for Luke Hubner. He's going to be thinking about that one for a week and a half. I'm pretty confident. So, Luke, tell us all about that one on the next edition of the Zone 2 podcast, which I'm sure Luke would like you to know is the name of his podcast, which he does with a couple of his other young racing buddies, and it's just super fun to listen to. It's got a loose and casual feel, and what they lack in professionalism, they more than make up for in enthusiasm, and it is in my podcast subscriptions as we speak. Meanwhile, we're taking a peek as Damon shows us that very soon, in about 3.5 minutes, we will be beginning the Cat 1 race as we watch the Cat 3 race finish up. This is the lead rider, Richards. Mr. Richards will be 600 meters from the finish. Vaughn Richards. He's a true descender, he says. And he is a former soccer player who turned to cycling after he hurt himself. The classic entryway into cycling. Get hurt doing another sport.
Right. Well, this was a great one at the front between these two today. Richards and Matthews going at it. I think Matthews was maybe a little more aggressive, so he gets the most combative award for the day. But Richards, I guess it's 3K to go-ish, I think was clear enough to call it a gap, and going to end the day right around 100 meters up on Matthews.
Yeah, it's a nice ride for Richards. Another one of these riders who's sort of relatively new to the sport, and chapeau to him. I hope that we will see him on the road soon. Nice. So good job to Vaughn Richards, your winner today. And I'm sure Michael Matthew much rather have won this race than settle for second, but there is no shame. He rode, as you say, at a very aggressive race today. We'll give him the combativity prize, the red numbers, as you would get in the Tour de France. So nicely ridden, and it looks like we're going to have a bit of a sprint to the finish in the 3rd place Cat 2 ride, because we've still got, I think it's Van de Griend and, the Cat 3 racers. But we're looking at all the actions all at once here. We're about 90 seconds away from the pro men starting. We're only seconds away from the Cat 3 3rd place finish, which is a contested finish. I think we've still got, who's that? Van de Griend and one other rider who are riding pretty closely. No, it looks like Van de Griend has dropped Simon Israel, so he's got a bit of a parade to the finish now, unless Israel has a magic trick in his bag. So chapeau to Mr. Van de Griend. He's going to take that 3rd place. Well earned. Brian Van de Griend, another rider who's just put out some big efforts today to activate this race. It was a good, exciting race, and reason the Cat 2s both.
And I think we can safely say Israel will hold on for a 4th place finish here. And then even Chan and Goldberg look like they got a pretty good gap between them. Maybe Cox and Staten at 4K back will be the next closest battle here as we're wrapping up the Cat 3s.
Yeah, I think if I'm remembering correctly, I think Israel and Van de Griend may have been. Well, yeah, this is our it's been a long race, but as you say, Van de Green is gonna parade home for third place here, and then we're gonna see Simon Israel collect fourth. But I don't know if Chan and Goldberg have a sprint in them. It looks like, as you say, that Chan has probably managed enough gap there for holding on to fifth place. As the Cat 3 field just went hard, it turned into an attack and chase, and then it shredded itself. It was classically a field that just pulled itself apart from both ends, didn't it, Brad? It just like the riders went off the front, the riders went off the back, and before you knew it, there was hardly anything you could call a peloton left, was there?
Yeah, the elastic snapped pretty early on, and then just a few pieces coming back together as the fragmented group makes their way up to the finish. Again, racing on the Mount Sequoyah course today based on the Joe Martin stage race real life course. I think this is stage 3 normally out there, part of a 4-day stage race out in Arkansas. They hosted a virtual race earlier in the year, and as part of that had their course loaded into RGT, and we're using that today in the virtual BC Cup because it seemed like the most popular format to watch. Meanwhile, Category 1 and Pro Men underway, our last group of the day. And look at these guys, old veterans. It looks like they've struck an agreement that they're going to take it easy here in the first minute 22, but AFM didn't get the memo.
Yes, that's Alex Fraser Moran. He likes to go by AFM, and we'll have to figure out a much ruder nickname for him. I've got to look at some of my research notes, but strong young rider, totally credible, very, very well known to the Cat 2, to the local Cat 1-2 field. And we're seeing a lot of other familiar names, yeah. Nobody here is getting casually dropped. We can see we've got a field of, it looks like 10 riders strong. Everybody's still there, AFM off the front, and I can see young Campbell Parrish pushing the pace there. It looks like he does not want to let Moran go up the road. Not without a fight anyway, so... Campbell Parrish, a former teammate of mine. He used to race for the Escape Velocity Cycling Club, and now he's, I think in this event, he's racing in a familiar jersey, the Above and Beyond team. That, of course, is shepherded by Matt Usborne, who is also here in our race today. And I'm sure he'll be a factor because we've seen Matt be kind of a big deal in these races, haven't we? But, as we're taking a look, this is Bruce Bird. Bruce Bird is another guy who's been a big deal in these bike races, right? And there he is right with AFM. So you can see we've got this long stretched out line, definitely indicative of the level of power output going on here. This is serious bike racing, Brad. This is some serious bike racing going on. Lots of attacks. They're trying to establish the early breakaway.
I think they must have heard me say that they were going easy early on because AFM came rocketing through to lift the tempo up the front of the Cat 1 Pro Men's field. Maybe I can try and help Gontova and Cameron around with a little bit of that energy, see if we can get them up to Jackie Godby here. It is, it's only 3K, you know, you never know.
They got it in them. They can do this.
Yeah.
Yeah. The big news, though, for the women, though, is that what Cameron and Gontova have done is they put a gap between themselves and Pam Troyer. So Troyer is now sitting about 150 meters behind Gontova and Cameron, even as they continue to chase down Godby. So as we watch Gontova and Cameron cross through that halfway barrier, 36 kilometers down, 36 to go, they've got to be happy because that means that they're at least closing up the second and third place positions. And Troyer's got to be very, very unhappy about this because after she did a ton of work, held on to Godby for a long time at the start of the race, she's getting dropped, and that is no bueno, because this might just sort of stick her with fourth place, or worse, she'll end up getting caught by the chasing riders. And we
Bruce Bird
sneak
now.
a peek back here. Yeah, yep, Bruce Bird. And look who's joining him. That's Matt
All
Usborne.
right. These are like two of my favorite virtual racers to watch because these guys bury themselves on the trainer. We had rider cams in the Echelon Racing League, so I got to watch the suffer faces of both of these riders, and definitely guys that like a good race. I mean, they are, they're willing to make things interesting if they can. So they're going to be joined by Alex Frazier-Moran here, or hopefully be joined by AFM, because this would be a brutal trio up on the front. There's John Cooper. That is the other half of Jackie Godby in the Triple X Racing kit. One of the few Triple X riders that you'll see out on the virtual platform. At least Triple X is a massive club up in Chicago, but we only have a few focusing on the virtual racing here. And then Sands adding a little international flavor to the front of the race.
I believe we're supposed to refer to him as Biggie Sands for his love of gold necklaces. That's what we've been informed by his quote-unquote friend, Matt Usborne. But yeah, we're definitely seeing some attacking racing here. And that's young Manu Moore. Manu is only 16 years old. He's racing for the Red Truck Racing team here, a local force in amateur racing. And he's putting on a good show for us as he tries to catch up to Jude Sands, our current leader. So he's got a small gap between himself and the chasing pack. And there we see Bruce Bird leading that chasing pack, and he's got Weber on his wheel, and then the whole group. So lots of interesting attacking work. Definitely, these guys are not sitting around and waiting for this race to activate. We've got 11 riders in this race who are all very keen to make the race happen, as it were. So,
kind of an interesting scenario here. Spread out across the road. You see the gap that they're looking at up ahead. It's only 75 meters up to Manu Moore. Great shot here.
Yeah, I don't know Sands quite that well, but Manu Moore he'll be a credible threat, but it might be that some of these big boys in the field are thinking that Manu Moore is not going to be so dangerous that they can't let him hang out to dry for a little while. So this may be a tactical decision by the field to not chase Moore and Sands so hard. So good news, boys, you've been given a little bit of leash. Bad news, boys. This means that the field doesn't believe in you. So, Manu and Jude, I'm exhorting you: prove the field wrong, attack them, and make them pay for their lackadaisical attitude. Because there's no greater motivation in bike racing than spite and vengeance. Never mind, they got caught. Maybe it wasn't their day. It's Tom Tarblanche, another 17-year-old rider. So there's a lot of youth and exuberance coming to the front of this field today, and you got to love it. You know, I just like the thought of these guys letting some of the more senior riders in the field feel every day of their years.
Yeah, for
guys
sure.
like Tom Tarblanche have nothing but their future ahead of them. So go on, Tom Tarblanche. Let's see what you've got. What he's got right now is a 40-meter gap over the chasing field.
Passing the torch to Terblanche here. I saw, we had some interviews from Tom earlier in the race. We've been running interviews all day that Tom has been conducting, catching up with some of our riders. It's been cool to hear from them. And I think Tom is a budding announcer himself. We got to get him on the mic sometime. Sounds like I think he'd be good at it.
Yeah, absolutely, Tom. Give me a call. We've got a few races happening later this year, we hope, and we'll get you on the microphone at the Friday night races out at the Burnaby Velodrome in the fall, assuming we can have those races. So we're taking a peek here at the elite women. Jackie Godby is only 30 kilometers from her finish now, And Cameron and Gontova are expanding their lead as they chase second and third. So we've got Godby about 4.5K up the road. Cameron and Gontova are her chasers, and they are about 300 meters ahead of Troyer. And Troyer is about 400 meters ahead of Ribs Magendi and Holly Larson. So the numbers to watch are whether or not Troyer gets absorbed back into that group of three and whether they start doing any damage. But my best guess is that Cameron and Gontova are your podium right now, that they will be strong enough to ride away and stay away here. And that I'm going to guess that Troyer will eventually get caught by Magendi and Larson. It's just, there's 30 kilometers to go. That's too much racing for her to stay out solo. And she burned a pretty big match holding on to Godby's wheel as long as she did. So that is my prediction for this race. We'll see if Pam proves me wrong.
I think I'm with you here. Troyer had a great start. I mean, just being able to hold on to that wheel of Godby for for the first, let's say, 10K puts you above 99% of other racers with Jackie Godby. I would say one of her extreme talents is the ability to split the group incredibly early on, and just to be able to hold on to that wheel for the first 15 minutes of racing, pretty impressive. Now, how much she used holding on to that wheel, we're going to find out over the next 33K here.
Yeah, for sure. But we've done it before, and I think we have to do it again. Is on the evidence right now, the combativity prize in the women's race goes to Pam Troyer because she was the activating force. I mean, maybe the problem is we've just started to regard Jacqueline Godby as a force of nature. It's not, you can't reason with her, you can't rationalize her. All you can do is basically be on the ride for a brief time of what we might now call the Jacqueline Godby experience. And Pam Troyer experienced that full force, but all things considered, that's pretty admirable. She showed attacking spirit, and I love that in a bike racer. So chapeau to you, Pam. Get up on there, make Gontova and Cameron pay for trying to drop you. But as it stands, we're about roughly 30 kilometers from the finish of the women's race. So that's a distance that they'll cover in a little under an hour. So we're going to see a finish for them probably shortly after 1 p.m. if my math is right. But math is hard. I might be a little off on that.
Close enough.
Close enough. And we take a peek at the Cat 1 men's race, and it looks like young Manu Moore is still out front. Nicely done, Manu. You'll have to pardon me. You may hear a bit of whining in the background. I'm afraid that my co-commentator here in Vancouver is Pinter, a small dog who has zero chill. So I'm going to mute my microphone for a moment while I try and ask him to behave.
We must appease the great Pinter. Don't blame me, it's tough. Moore holding on to a 60-meter gap back to Weber, Usborne, Bird, the three guys leading the chase up at the front of what is an at least 10-rider group. I'm not sure how many riders behind Terre Blanche are in there. Ivani slipping in, so I'm going to say that's probably like 12, maybe 13 guys back in the chase group behind Moore. Moore's not going too hard here. Green and yellow power zones for the most part, hovering right around 4.7 watts per kilo, which is a tough effort. I mean, you can't do 4.6 for the entire race. You can't do 4 for the entire race. For the most part, riders are going to have average watts per kilogram around somewhere below 3.5, I would say, is what we usually see in these RGT races. So for a level of racing like the Virtual BC Cup or the Echelon Racing League earlier in the year, these are going to be somewhere around 3.2 to 3.5, let's say. So Moore right now riding in the 4 to 5 watt per kilo zone. He can do this, but not for 63 kilometers. So at some point, he'll have to let up on that. And you can see the difference in the power for these guys back in the group. Usborne, Weber, Ivani, Casper up here doing like 3 to 3.2. Moore is occasionally tipping 5 up at the front. I don't think I've seen anybody in this group do 5 in the chase. So that's why Moore is just sort of maintaining this gap. He's not gaining time because the riders are a little more efficient in the group, so that difference of 1 watt per kilo isn't really manifesting itself in a big time gap here. Moore's in a tough spot. He either needs to make up significant time to the point where he's in a scenario where they kind of let the line out a little bit, if you will, just let him run, or you just pull the plug, go back into the group if it becomes overwhelmingly clear that nobody is going to be joining you. And it doesn't look like anyone's trying to go across the gap here. So that leaves Moore in a pretty tough spot here. He really only has 2 choices. The third choice of waiting for someone that's coming across the gap has been taken off the table because there's no one coming across the gap. So I think his 2 choices are either try and get this like over 300 meters on the gap or pull the plug.
Well, he's got a bit of a moment of truth here because they're on the first big climb of the parkour, the one that we've seen many times. He'll be getting up, and I think this climb turns into a real wall. But as we say that, the truth of the matter is that the climb has completely broken Moore, and he gets instantly absorbed back into the group once the steep slopes slip in. So chapeau, I'm sure he's got a few more matches to burn, and I'm sure that won't be the last time that we're calling Manu's name in this race. But right now it's Bruce Bird leading the field up the climb. It's Matt Usborne doing what he does best: sit on wheels, be at the front of the race. And meanwhile, we can see basically everybody's sort of line astern. This is a moment. So we've got a group of 11. I believe this is. Yes, I'd like to thank our other commentator on today's race. That would be Pinter, the Wonder Dog. He has his own opinions about bicycles, and they ought not to be shared in a public venue because they mostly involve his love language of barking and biting. So we'll be sure to tweet out some photos of Pinter later when there's a lull in the race. But as it is, we've got AFM in full effect in stereo. At the front of the race, Alex Fraser Moran climbing the hills, trying to establish a little bit of a gap. He's got a field of 10 chasers going all the way back to Tom Tarblanche. And the question is whether any of those chasing riders will get dropped off the back here. Oh, my.
Pinter is a valued member of the broadcast team. We're happy to have him. He provides.
His job is light comic relief, and he's doing that capably. I mean, I know none of you can see me out there in video land, but trust me, the Pinter is sitting on my lap right now, staring out the window, and he's very keen to make sure that the world is policed and safe from any effects. Thank you, dog. Yes, I know. Yes, he has opinions. He certainly has opinions, folks. If you're thinking about adopting a Jack Russell Terrier, my advice to you as the owner of 3 of them out in various times is don't. Please don't. They're terriers. And the one rule you have to remember is we do not negotiate with terriers. Meanwhile, actual bike racing continues. Looks like Tarblanche is off the back here.
Oh, no. Tarblanche, also a valued member of the broadcast team. He did the interviews we were talking about earlier.
Yes, indeed he did. And we're also looking at Manu Moore, who's also come a bit unglued from the field. He's back even behind Tarblanche. So we've got these 2 young riders who are in a spot of difficulty. There's lots of time for them to catch back up. I'll let Brad take over for a moment while I have a conversation with Pinter.
Well, Pinter's saying there's not enough time for them to catch up. So maybe we should heed the great wisdom of Pinter here. For these guys in the gap, nice group forming up at the front, though. These are all familiar names, I will say, in my year of virtual racing. Pretty much everyone up in that front group would be considered a contender in my world.
Yeah, we've got one of the names we can see here is Aidan Oliphant. He's got more experience as a mountain biker than a road racer, but so I'm not sure how good his mad skills are likely to be in RGT, but nonetheless, it appears he has the legs to do his talking for him. And off the front, I think, well, actually, what we're seeing now is sort of the shredding of the race, because we're looking at Karsten Ivani in 5th place, a little bit ahead of this group of 3. Some names we already called, like Jude Sands, my old friend Campbell Parrish, another one of the young riders. It's actually really exciting because there's a lot of these names in today's race that have been both active and are very young. So Campbell Parrish is 16. We called Tom Terblanche's name and we talked about his interviews. He's 17. And Manu Moore is another 16-year-old who is in this race. So not all of the riders are juniors, but the juniors have been acquitting themselves very well, and it's great to see them because we know these riders are the future of our sport after well. And right now we're watching a couple of them, along with some more senior riders like Karsten Ivani, try to unbreak this broken up field, because this group, we'll call it Group Parrish, just for my old buddy Campbell, is about 60 meters behind the Group Usborne, which is more or less the front 4 riders. And we're looking at them right now. It's Alex Fraser-Moran, Bruce Bird, I believe that's Aidan Oliphant, our mountain biker, and we of course know him, Matt Usborne, the guy who was in many ways instrumental in even organizing this 4-race Cycling BC series. So chapeau to Matt. He's also been a huge factor in the races themselves, not only making them happen, but also winning a couple and being a big activating influence even in the races that he didn't win, like the Canary Wharf Criterium.
Yeah, pretty impressive to see guys like Usborne up in this front group. Not just in the front group, but animating the races. I know you were talking about the impressive riding of the juniors earlier, but got to give some of the older gentlemen some credit in the virtual racing here. I'm pretty sure when Usborne started racing, the wheels were different sizes. So to see him come this far into virtual racing is a feat in itself.
Oh, why'd you have to do Matt so dirty?
I'm just impressed if he was able to connect the jitterbug to RGT. I didn't even realize they had an app for the jitterbug.
There's about 57 kilometers remaining in this bicycle race. They've covered about 14 and a half, and even this early into the event, they've definitely managed to activate the race, but we're sort of seeing a closing back together. So just as we've been talking away here, we've got a group of 8 forming back at the front, and that's good news for some of those people in that group of 8. It's probably not so good news for the couple of riders they've left behind. So we've seen Weber out the back now, Tom Terblanche and Manu Moore, we've already called their names, have also gone out the back, and we've got and that might be pretty decisive. And now we're seeing another split on the road as we talk. An attack of 4 has gone away, and we've got Sands, Cooper, and Parrish getting gapped again. And those are the same riders that we saw sort of get gapped a little bit on the last climb. And indeed, I think the profile is such that there was a little hill that put them on their back foot again. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say this group of 5 is going to be your decisive group, that eventually one of these little climbs is going to be too much for them.
Yeah, I think that group of 3 is on the ropes for sure. They have they've fallen victim to that pace a couple times already today. And typically once you see that starting to happen with a consistent group, eventually they'll stretch the elastic just a little too far and won't be able to get back on. So Parrish, Cooper, and Sands, 3 guys to keep an eye on. Sands maybe the doing the most work out of this group, chasing back on.
Meanwhile, we take a peek at the Cat 1 Pro women's field, and we can see sort of the same composition we've seen for quite a while. We've got Jacqueline Godby, 20 kilometers from the finish, and then her nearest chasers are still Cameron and Gontova, 4.5 kilometers back, nearly enough. But they're still only about 200 meters ahead of Pam Troyer. So it's interesting to see that Troyer hasn't gotten back with that group, but she is closer to Cameron and Gontova than she is to Majendi and Larson. So at this point, I can only assume that Troyer's in a big dig and hoping against hope that she can close that 150-meter gap and get back in contact with Gontova and Cameron, which is basically the sprint for second place. But
you got to get
right
there
now,
first.
the number,
that's the trouble. And then how much do you have left if and when you get there?
Well, yes, indeed. The thing that's working in her favor is there's still 25 kilometers to go in this race. So, I mean, if I was Pam Troyer, which is to say fit and capable of bike racing, then I would probably be thinking pretty hard about putting in my big win or die effort right now. Because essentially the race is coming down to, if you don't do a big dig and get back on terms with Gontova and Cameron immediately, then you're racing for fourth place at best. And there's two reasonably motivated riders, only 750 meters behind you, who would probably very much like to team time trial up to you and then beat you out for fourth place. So you might blow up in the effort to catch back on to Cameron and Gontova, but I'm not sure that'll cost you very much. Whereas that's where the prizes are, literally and metaphorically, second and third place today.
Troyer sitting nice and steady here. Troyer wearing the Velocity Vixen kit. I know this team doing a lot of virtual racing. Strength and numbers in the orange and purple. I know Angie Bonacisi, big part of Cycling BC, was repping that team in the Echelon Racing League earlier this year. So I've seen a lot of these Velocity Vixen kits. That might just partially be because it's cool. It has the cool fox on the back. I think a lot of people just pick the kit because, well, they like it.
Who can deny it? I know of more than one bike racer. I know of one bike racer locally who was strongly encouraged by his also a bike racer girlfriend to change teams because the other team had a pretty cool dog design on their kit. And honestly, I've seen it. It was the Hugh Dog Racing team, and that dog design actually was pretty cool. So I don't think he changed teams as a result, but nonetheless, maybe he should have. Troyer continues to tap out the pedals. We'll get back in touch with her soon as we take a peek at the Cat 1 and Pro Men now. And it appears we're looking over at Jude Sands. Jude is catching up with Mr. Cooper here, and they are, well, I don't want to say they're in trouble, but they are down the road. The Grupo Parish is ahead of them, so that's this is 7th and 8th place. But the problem that they've got is they're getting dropped off of the field ahead of them. So there's about 150 meters between these two and the lead riders. So now what we have is a group of 5 riders at the front. Nope, 6 riders at the front. Math is hard, Brad Soner. I'm having a little trouble counting to 6. That requires 2 hands at the moment. But that group of 6 is Alex Fraser-Moran, Bruce Bird, Matt Usborne, Aidan Oliphant, Cambo Parrish, Karsten Ivani, the giant Karsten Ivani. He would like you to know that. Very clever boy. He decided to put his sponsoring team's name into his name, so we must always refer to him as Karsten Ivani Giant. Because, he deserves to be teased for this, for sure.
I'm with you. I respect the hustle, Karsten Ivani Giant. Well done.
Yeah. We want to see a birth certificate. If you legally change your name to Ivani Giant, then we will absolutely respect it. Promise. Meanwhile, Sands and Cooper in their own private hell. They'd probably rather you didn't know about who their team sponsors were at the moment, because right now they just want to get back on terms with this leading group. They're in 7th and 8th position, and they will stay there unless they can get back in touch pretty quick. They're about 130 meters down, but that gap isn't growing much, but it's also not shrinking at all, and they are chasing too many strong riders for them to just leave this be.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but I think we might be watching the tides turn in the chase group back in 7th and 8th. Remember, that was that group of 3. 1 made it across, 2 left behind. Sands going to try and leave Cooper behind now.
That's
and
probably the right move.
I think across the gap. Yeah.
It's kind of a zombie group at this point. There's only 2 of them. They don't seem to be working that well together anymore, so it might be just a case of, this is the time for one or the other of them to start doing some work and try to catch up. We're taking a peek back at the Cat 1 Pro Women now. So the women's field looks like Cameron and Gontova. There's a bit of rubber banding going on there. They're still together. They're still about 250 meters ahead of Troyer, but so now we're down at 22 kilometers to go. There's 5 kilometers between them and Godby. I mean, you hate to call it early, but barring catastrophe, Godby is going to literally and metaphorically roll away with this race. Cameron and Gontova are racing for 2nd and 3rd, and with the way the gap has been going, it's gone up to now about 300 meters. They are on there may be some rubber band effects, but I think that means that Troyer is fading into the distance, so she's going to have to dig deep, and this climb is probably her last good chance of getting back on terms and chasing for 2nd. But Godby is just in a race of her own, and I mean, she has done so much and done it so well that the problem is that you just go, ho-hum, Jacqueline Godby is off the front again, and she's making it look easy when it is not. I know how strong the riders are behind her, and for her to be riding away this cleanly and confidently and easily so often is just a testament. We keep telling you folks, world-class athlete, she's in her own tier of performance. She may be a future hour record holder. She certainly has that potential. It's just you do not use these kind of superlatives casually. She actually is as good as she looks. And the problem is it's almost hard to find a benchmark against which she can be properly measured. So we'll just keep saying nice things about Jacqueline.
I was going to say, the other thing we should talk about with Godby is that these numbers have been verified. If you've ever done any amateur racing on Zwift, RGT, whatever, the first few times you get on, there's always that rider in your race, right, where you're like, there is no way this person is doing these numbers legit, or I know this person in real life, I crush them every time. How am I getting just manhandled by this rider? A lot of times the weight or power isn't accurate. It's an honor system a lot of times on the weight that you enter into the game. So there are questionable performances often on these platforms. But Jackie Godby has been verified, re-verified, triple verified, checked and rechecked by multiple organizations, every league she's ever raced in, multiple platforms, multiple methods. There's different calibrations that they have to do on the trainer. It's all legit. I mean, the numbers are there. And so there's no question that this is, an inaccurate number in any way. These are absolutely legit numbers at the highest level of racing, whether it's in Zwift or on RGT. The riders have to submit these videos that show them weighing themselves, both with a current event, sort of like a proof of life video in a weird way. They have to hold up a newspaper to show that it's today. And then they have to weigh themselves with an object of known weight. So like a barbell, something that has the weight on it. And then they have to weigh themselves without it, all while keeping themselves in the frame the entire time so that you can't, edit yourself in some way. There's no way to trick the system. You have to keep yourself within the shot the entire time to make sure that there's no funny business going on with the weigh-in videos either. And then they have to submit power files at the end of the race, and those have to align. You have to submit 2 different power files. It's called dual recording at the highest level. This is kind of just something that you have to do where you have to record your power file from 2 individual devices. Those have to match up perfectly, because if one of them doesn't, that would imply that you are doing some sort of computer magic to your numbers to try to artificially inflate them, using some sort of software. So the secondary power file allows officials to make sure that that's not happening. So it's all been checked. It's all been verified. And Jackie Godby is the real deal. It's pretty incredible.
Yeah, I mean, she's just a fantastic athlete, absolutely. And I mean, even beyond all that, we know that she's got real and substantial palmares in her non-virtual sport of triathlon. And again, that's something you simply cannot fake. So, no, it's just really exciting, even when you're watching a virtual bike race, to see an athlete of this caliber and performance roll away. And she was rolling away indeed. She's got about 14 and a half kilometers left in her race, so we will certainly revisit that. And as we say that, Cameron and Gontova continue to tap out the watts. They haven't dropped each other, but they have raised the gap between themselves and Troyer to a kilometer now, and it looks like Troyer's just coming over the top of the hill, so that'll compress very slightly. But I think that reflects that Gontova and Cameron are riding away from the race right now, so that is second and third place. But we take a peek back at our Cat 1 Pro men, and we've got the indefeatable Bruce Bird, a guy that we've definitely seen active and powerful in a lot of races, but right now he's got a problem, and his problem is he's about 100 meters behind the top 5 riders, and that is certainly not where he intended to be.
Bruce Bird has some of my favorite Palmars in the world. There are not many people that can say they are a 2-time Fondo World Champion. Bird getting 2 Masters Fondo World Championship titles over the last 10 years or so, I'll generously say, in his time as a master. And he's been killing it on these virtual platforms. I really likes these long, sustained efforts. Both of his Fondo wins, Fondo World Championship wins, were out of breakaways. So that's his style of riding. I'm sure he would like to be up in that group of 5, but Bruce Bird not panicking just yet. He can absolutely come back into this group and then still have enough to hang with them on the day. I've seen him do it before. He can absolutely do it again. And we'll keep an eye on this at 47K to go. I think this is where experience really shines, because someone like Bruce Bird, this is a lesson that you learn on the road in real life for sure, and I think he applied it to virtual racing really well. You don't need to panic. You got plenty of time to get back into the group. You don't need to blow yourself up to get in there. He comes in nice and smooth, nice and easy, and just like that, Bruce Bird back in the mix up the front of the Cat 1 Pro Men's field.
Yeah, that's some classy riding. As you said, not panicking, just riding your way back into the field, being steady. And we've got this great group of 6. I mean, they're starting to do some real damage, and we can see kind of that when you look down the charts, you can see sort of the debris behind them. We've got, this is your top 6, and then there's a 300-meter and growing gap to Sands and Cooper. I mean, good on them. They're still clearly trying to make a credible shot at getting back on terms, but they're just not making ground. We said this was a strong group at the front, and that if they worked well, that they would stay away, and they've just, I don't even know if they're working well, but they're keeping up a killer pace, and this group of 6 is going to be, I don't want to call it too early, but unless something changes a lot, this is almost certainly going to be our group of 6 at the finish, and it's all names that we've talked about before, right? I'm impressed to see young Campbell Parrish hanging on in this group as we watch. We talked about Bruce Bird and his championships. We've seen Matt Usborne just be a monster in this entire series. We've got AFM. He's so cool, he doesn't even need a full name, just a couple of initials. It's pretty great, honestly. We've got, Karsten Avani Giant, who's so cool that he has like extra names that he's added for sponsor reasons. It's jokes aside, though, these are 6 strong riders, and you can see them kind of go on hammer and tongs. They're on another one of these little tiny lumps that barely appears on our parkour at the bottom of your screen right now, but nonetheless, pretty sure they're all feeling that 15% as they crawl up it. And, they're all trying to maintain contact. You can see Bruce Bird, we talked about sag climbing earlier in the day, and here's Bruce doing sort of a textbook sag climb. He'll come away from the group, but now he's going to catch back on the descent. Again, we know he's cool as a cucumber. We know he just closes these gaps, and we're back to a group of 6 as soon as he catches on. And these guys have covered about 26 kilometers of their race. They've got about 45 kilometers to go, so they're well past the 1/3 mark. They felt each other out. In a way, it's got to be pretty satisfying, because these are the 6 riders who have pushed away the other 5 riders in this race. There's 7th through 11th are no longer a big threat to these guys, but there's going to be some of them that will want to winnow down the field further. And I mean, my guesses are that of this group, I'll bet you that both Bird and Usborne would be very keen to use one of these little lumps in the road to sort of roll up an attack and maybe see if they can get some separation from the rest of the field and try for a small group breakaway from this group of 6. Sound about right to you, Brad?
Yeah, I'm with you. I think someone tries to split this group of 6 for sure. These guys, if nothing else, they'll just get bored. They just don't have the attention span to ride in a group of 6 for 45 kilometers left here. So, yeah, expect to see an attack. Expect to see another at least attempt at a split here. And another one, I would say, when they get to that big hill, but there'll probably be something before they get there. These guys like a spicy race, let's call it.
Yeah. And you can see it right now. They're on a gentle descent, and Bruce Bird is not content. He'll just push the pace a little bit. I think he's digging enough to make it hurt, but probably not enough to burn a match. You know, just seeing if anybody's feeling tired and seeing who rubber bands away a little bit and who just stays right back on. And all these little attacks are just... They're keeping the pace up, which is good for this group of 6. They're making sure that nobody is going to come back to them because you've got a nice group of 6. The one thing you don't want to do is get complacent at this point in the race and watch, like, Cooper and Sands just casually ride themselves back into contention because you were being lazy. That would be embarrassing for these guys, and the whole point of these early selections is to get rid of riders so you stop having to think about them. You don't want to drag along the sprinters in the group and find out that they were, in fact, strong enough to get up that last hill and then outsprint you for glory. So if you're a breakaway artist, and we know a bunch of these guys are, you want to winnow that group down. And you want to keep winnowing until there's nobody left. And I think those are the effects we're seeing right now. And they're going up a little hill, and once again we see sort of Bruce Bird kind of doing that climb move. He drops back and he sort of claws his way back. You know, he's obviously more comfortable in the flats and the descents than he is on these climbs. So it'll be something to watch for.
Might be a little attack going on in the women's race. Ooh. Sorry, good call here, Damon. Picking up Gontova, attacking Cameron in the red zone here. On what looks like up and over a little bit of rise in the course. Gontova stepping on the gas here, taking it to Claire Cameron. Only has 25 meters right now, but we're starting to see the first signs of some aggression in this group from Gontova.
Yes, indeed. And look at this. She's attacking into the bottom of the hill. So she's created a little bit of separation, about 20 meters right now. And if she can keep this effort up, she's about to enter into the penultimate climb on the course, the big one, and at least the second to last really big climb. So maybe she's just seen a little bit of weakness, and if so, this is the place where she can really put the boots to Claire Cameron. And I know Cameron's not going to go easy. She's a strong, experienced rider. She hates to lose. I know she's going to be digging pretty deep right now to try and hang with Gontova. And she recognizes, she's a savvy enough racer that she recognizes exactly what is being done to her right now. So I predict that Claire Cameron is going to dig into her suitcase of courage. This is going to be the absolute moment of truth. And this is a very, very interesting attack. So let's just wait and see how this plays out. The gap is holding at 30 meters as they hit the lower slopes. They're at about 7% grade, and it's going to keep getting steeper and steeper for quite some time here.
I love watching racing like this. Gontova, it's so hard to do what Gontova did because you just have to go at some point, right? Like there's no clear indicator of like now's the time to go. So it's sort of this just like, okay, here we go. I'm going to go from 3 watts per kilo up to 4.5 or try and push 5, which is pretty much what Gontova did. Now, I think you're right, Ryan. I think she was trying to do it right at the base of the climb. I think she was trying to get a little bit of a jump on Claire just before they got to the bottom so that she didn't have to shake Claire on the way up. So I think that was really smart riding from Gontova here. We saw in her interview earlier talking about how she was just learning how to race on RGT, how much she had learned from her first 2 races on RGT. I would say we're watching exponential growth from Gontova in terms of learning and racing and using the RGT platform. It really seems like she's getting comfortable.
Yes, indeed. As you say, it was just a textbook attack at the bottom of a hill. That's paid. She's holding her attack, and she's holding that gap, but it's up to about 40 meters, which I don't think Gontova would consider a safe number. That's not the kind of number that you want when you're coming over the top and know that you've got an angry and chasing opponent behind you. So Gontova's got to keep the dig going, and meanwhile Claire is not giving up at all. And if there's any consolation for both of these riders, it's that whatever else they're doing, they're digging the graves of all the riders behind them. So Larson and Magendi are still back there. It looks like Pam Troyer has disappeared from our readout, so she's either had a mechanical or she's dropped. Sorry to see her go. Like I say, she's a real attacking rider. But right now we've got a huge attack, which is Gontova putting the boots to Cameron. And let's see what she does. They're about halfway up this slope. It gets gentler from here, so the time for catch-up begins, but it doesn't actually flatten out meaningfully for another kilometer or so.
Such a good job by Cameron here, holding on to the wheel. Usually when you see an attack like this, it is so tough to get back on to that move. But Cameron holding this one steady at 36 meters on the gap, which is nothing in the RGT world. So bravo, Claire Cameron. Way to hold on to this move. Gontova made the first move, but Cameron holding on, and oh no, Fraser Moran looks like with a dropout here.
Yeah, sad to see that. Come on, AFM. He's gotten passed by Cooper and Stans. Not sure what's going on there.
Maybe he's just paying homage to the Campbell Parish sign on the road. He's just getting a selfie with Campbell. He's just a fan.
Wow, we're sorry to see that, because AFM was a big factor in this race today. So hopefully he can get back on there and maybe regroup with Sands and Cooper and salvage something out of this. But we'll keep an eye on that and see if AFM keeps ticking down, or if we, Alex, if you've got a answer you want to share in the DMs, let us know what happened. But meanwhile, the race goes on without him. It'll be then a group of 5 at the front of the Cat 1 Pro Men. And meanwhile, we're taking a peek back at the Pro Women's race. And Gontova has prosecuted her gap. It looks like she is at 60 meters ahead of Cameron. So she's more or less over the top. She's got one more little tiny ramp. This is kind of a false flat she's on. And then Gontova is just coming over the crest of the hill now, so she's on about a 5% grade. It's going to flatten out any moment, and then we'll sort of get a true picture on the descent of whether or not Cameron has managed this. Cameron is a real cool cucumber. She won't freak out just because she's losing a few meters on a climb. She'll manage the damage and do the right thing. And you can see her, she's closed within 30 meters. She's now within the realm where RGT is showing her the drafting graphic, which is a way of hinting that she's within reach of Gontova. So just perfect managed effort climbing. She didn't lose her mind when she saw Gontova go up the road. She just trusted her own performance and just rode a steady race. And if she keeps that up, she'll probably ride right back onto Gontova, and that will be that. And we can see the numbers.
Sorry, go ahead.
Absolutely. Yeah, she's just smart riding. You can see the gap is now coming down. So as they crest over the top, it's gone from 40s to 30s to 20 meters, 29, 27. Just keep watching that clock tick over. Gontova will escape a little bit as she comes over the top, but then we'll see if Cameron can get back on her wheel. So let's watch for that. This descent is absolutely crucial to the fortunes of both of these riders. But meanwhile, Jacqueline Godby, 5.9 kilometers from the finish. Her distance from the finish is now now less than the distance to Nadia Gontova on the road. So she's got about a 7K gap to Gontova, and she's got about 5.7K to the finish line. So you may begin the victory parade for Jacqueline Godby, although we should learn the lesson of Alex Fraser-Moran, which is she could stand a pretty long technical difficulty, but she could still have her network connection drop, and that would be her day. So
although
meanwhile,
she's got a pretty good gap going there. She might even have enough time to wait on hold with the cable company.
Yeah. Yeah, she could actually go through the tech support tree and still be back in time to not have lost her gap.
The one thing she cannot
numbers.
do is turn it off and then turn it back on. If you lose connection with RGT, there's no getting back into it. So if you do lose the connection, even if you get it back, once you're out of the race, you can't rejoin. So if you completely lose the connection with the game, it removes your character. Once a race has started, you can no longer join that race. So that would be it.
Oh, thank you, Brad. There's a cursed thought to put into Jacqueline Godby's head now.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
So real-world distances and times. She's gotten near enough a 6.5-kilometer distance. These riders are well over 30 kilometers an hour average rolling speed, so that is something like a 10-minute gap on the road, give or take. That gives you an idea of how much time she's opened up in a 1 hour and 51-minute effort that she's been out there so far. And it does indeed appear to be yet another coronation for Dr. Jacqueline Godby, the queen of the Cycling BC virtual BC Cup. And meanwhile, though, as we look back at second place, it appears that Nadia Gontova has put paid to the efforts of Claire Cameron. She's expanding her gap. She's out to 140 meters plus over Cameron and still digging. So they have both just come off the descent. So that's kind of a fairly credible number in terms of real world over the road gap. And there's still plenty of racing to do. There's 10 kilometers and only 150 meters between them, but Cameron's going to have to dig deep.
Action on both fronts. Beautiful riding from Gontova. That's how you do it. You not only have to put in that initial effort, but you got to keep going. You got to keep putting some pressure on the dagger as you go to battle. So she's doing that. This is her third, fourth effort. It's not just one, and Gontova knows that. Meanwhile, in front of the pro men's race, Bruce Bird mixing things up, and he has dropped these three, Usborne, Oliphant, and Ivani Giants. I'll get at least two of the names in there for him. Back in the chase effort. So Bruce Bird went from struggling on the climbs to now animating at the front. Oh, how the fortunes can turn in virtual racing.
Yeah, and he's brought Campbell Parrish with him. Campbell Parrish, as I said, a very young rider, but by no means inexperienced. He's product of the excellent local Devo program, which I'm very proud of being a peripheral part of. And I think that Bruce Bird may or may not, we know he likes solo breakaways, but if you have to bring someone along, Campbell Parrish is not a bad pair of legs to have. He'll be a solid contributor, I'm sure, to this breakaway. They've got their work cut out for them trying to keep away from those three chasers, but I can't wait to see what they do. Meanwhile, a technical note, it looks like, in fact, Alex Fraser-Moran has dropped out of the race, so we will not be seeing any catch-up from him. And that leaves our group composition at the front. Basically, Bird and Parrish here that we're watching 1-2, they are being chased by a group of three, which is Oliphant, Usborne, and the giant among men, as well as the giant among sponsors, Karsten Ivani Giant. And then they have left for dead Cooper and Sands, who are about 1.3 kilometers behind this group. So Cooper and Sands are still chasing. They're still contesting 6th and 7th, and I'm sure they've still got everything to play for in terms of honor. And then we look back down the field, we've got Weber, who is 1.3 kilometers behind Cooper and Sands. And then we've got Tom Terblanche. He was active early on, but he got himself in trouble, and he's about 1.6K behind. So these are racers. And good on you, Manu Moore. Hope you ride this out for the training. He put in a good show early on in this race, and we admire him for it. And he's got lots of great bike racing ahead of him. Manu Moore is Again, I think he's 16 years old, so not bad. Not bad at all for that age. But speaking of teenagers, we've got the unruly Campbell Parrish. He's right up at the front with Bruce Bird, not at all a teenager. They're kind of coming at this bike racing from different ends of the age spectrum. And they are going to be joined, whether they like it or not, by Matt Usborne.
The average age of this group just tripled.
So I have a question for Matt Usborne, which is he's wearing the same team jersey as Campbell Parrish, and I assume they are in fact teammates, and yet he just rode by Campbell Parrish like he was dead meat rather than pick him up on the way. So sure, the team chat will be pretty zesty right now.
They call that the tough love methodology in the teaching world. I think you sort of throw them to the wolves and have them learn that way. Osborne maybe trying to teach Parrish a lesson today.
Campbell, if you want to drop a dime on Usborne, you know where to find me, and it will be made anonymous in order to protect the guilty. Meanwhile, let's take a look at Jacqueline Godby. She is only 2.3 kilometers from the end of this long day in the saddle, and she must be pretty glad about that. So she's going to wrap things up in right around the 2-hour mark. But don't forget, these last 2 kilometers are a doozy. She's got a pretty dicey climb that begins more or less now and doesn't end for another kilometer. So she'll hit some pretty peak hills, but nothing that's going to cause her any trouble. As we said, this is all but a ceremonial process at this point. She has a 5-kilometer lead over the nearest rider, Nadia Gontova. And we take a peek back at the Cat 1 race. And the giant Karsten Ivani is riding away from Campbell Parrish. So Parrish has been right dropped. He's just seen Ivani go by him, and I'm sure he wanted to pick up that wheel on the way. So I think we can officially call Parrish in difficulty. He's 20 meters behind Ivani. He's got Oliphant behind him 100 meters back. So this front group is now shredding. It's sort of group Usborne and Bird up front. And then as we go down, we've got Ivani, Parrish, and now we're looking at Oliphant, Aidan Oliphant, also racing for the Giant Cycling team, but didn't see fit to immortalize his sponsor in his last name. So it's all happening. Bird and Usborne are working well together as the field blows up behind them. Godby is working well with the only teammate that she needs, Jacqueline Godby. And Nadia Gontova is now trying to prosecute a solo effort. And Claire Cameron is like the shadow that just won't go away. It's like it's like one of those zombies that isn't actually fast, but that you can't quite outrun because she's still hanging out there 70 meters away from Gontova. Definitely not out of it yet. And Ribs Majendi is there. She's only 2.2 kilometers behind these leading riders. It's a bit of a thing, but she's also dropped Holly Larson, and I think that's the real news here. So Larson is now 450 meters behind Majendi. So that's a pretty decisive break, and it means that Majendi has got 4th place kind of sort of locked up. I think given distance to finish and all that, she's not going to catch either Cameron or Gontova. But we're watching Godby is about halfway up this long final climb. She's got about 500 meters before the road flattens out for her. But she'll have a 15% grade that she's hitting on the way. And meanwhile, we take a peek at Gontova and Cameron. The gap is now 50 meters. So Cameron is closing. This is desperate times. This is Cameron not panicking. I'm not saying Gontova is panicking, but boy, I sure would not want to be in her position right now where you've done all this work to get a gap, and now that gap is shrinking. So we're going to have a very exciting finale to this race for 2nd and 3rd. As we watch Godby, she's finally crested her final hill, more or less. One more little lump in the road. Doesn't really wrap up until about 900 meters to go.
Watch
Once
Godby
again,
ride her way in. One thing I will say about Godby, she's very efficient with her riding. So if she finds herself in a scenario like this where she's already got a race won, she'll still do her training. She'll kind of default back to a training plan and still try and kind of execute whatever she was hoping was going to happen that day. So no surprise to see her staying in the yellow zone here on the way up, right around 5 watts per kilo as she goes inside 1K to go.
Yeah. No, it's just Godby does what Godby does. And, you know, it's we're just lucky to be able to watch these beautiful performances go off.
Oh, speaking of beautiful performances, Cameron just about to get back in. Gontova having one of those dreams where you're running and you just can't make any progress. You're not going anywhere. And Claire Cameron is haunting her from 22 meters back right now.
Cameron is chasing her down like she knows what Gontova did last summer. It's a horror show playing out right here in some living room where Gontova is currently holed up, sweating like crazy, fans blowing on her, and her worst nightmare is rolling up 20 meters away. Claire Cameron, you know that Cameron will be seeing the Draft-O-Matic graphics telling her, you know what, you're actually saving some watts already because you're kind of within the draft cone of Gontova. And these two riders are basically about to roll into the lower slopes of this final climb. So this is where it all gets decided. Cameron has made the catch, we're going to call it. And now it's basically all-out hammer and kongs. There's 5 kilometers to go. It's almost entirely uphill from here. Wait, and Cameron's... saw Cameron stop pedaling. I'm a little worried.
Yeah, I think she was just taking the opportunity to get a little bit of rest. I think she was completely gassed and just wanted that couple seconds of not having to pedal. I don't blame her. Bravo, Claire Cameron, chasing down the gap up to Gontova. We'll keep an eye on them. Meanwhile, Jackie Godby on the way into the finish. Going 4 for 4 here in the Virtual BC Cup as she does it again to pick up the final stop of the Virtual BC Cup presented by Cobotix here at the Mount Sequoyah Road Race. Of course, that she's already won a stage of the Echelon Racing League on, and now she can add a stage of the Virtual BC Cup, or a stop of the Virtual BC Cup, I should say. Not quite stage race scoring yet. Meanwhile, the battle of the day here in my book, Cameron and Gontova sorting out second and third.
Yeah, this is going to be beautiful. So both of these riders, I'm certain that Cameron understands this, and I know that Gontova, as inexperienced as she is, will understand the race situation completely. They're about to enter into a climb that starts out gentle and then gets worse. All they've got to do is ride 4 kilometers, and it's basically going to be a watts per kilo effort, a sort of what some bike racing nerds would recognize as a VAM effort. Virtual altitude something or other. It's a good way of distinguishing quality of riders, especially when you care about things like Grand Tour performances. And so we saw Cameron never lose her cool, even when she had a pretty big gap developed between her and Gontova. We saw her just close that gap. And now Cameron has to do only one more thing to close out this race, which is she has to be a little bit stronger than Nadia Gontova for the rest of this climb. And the challenge is we know that Gontova prosecuted her previous attack on a climb. So she's got climbing legs and she's not afraid to use them. And Cameron understands that as well. So all Cameron has to do is basically open up the old suitcase of courage, dig in there, rummage around, find out how many matches she can burn, and see if she can get to the finish ahead of Gontova before literally or metaphorically exploding. As we wait to see how that race turns out, we can see that Fiona Magendi, Ribs herself, is soloing in 4th place. So we will follow up with her, but she's kind of managed to do the separation from Holly Larson that she wanted to. And we take a peek back at the Cat 1 men's race, the Pro Men's, and once again, it is Usborne and Bird at the front. This is not a repeat from previous weeks. This is just what these two do. And they are being chased down by the giant Kirsten Ivani and the wee Campbell Parrish. Those two are riding 1 and 2, and they're about 750 meters behind.
Look at Cameron and Gontova, bottom left.
Oh my goodness. Are they going at it? Oh,
passes.
there goes
Yeah,
Becky.
and then she lets up. What they're doing now is the churn that Gantova was talking about in her interview, where you kind of overcompensate when you see an attack. That's exactly what that was. But there were like 4 of them where Cameron and Gantova went from red to 0 to red to 0 to red to 0. I think they're calming down a little bit now, but see Gantova just trying to lift the tempo there a little bit, but smoothing it out a little this time through.
Yeah, and they're feeling each other out, seeing if there's any weakness, because part of it is that neither one of them wants to go too early, maybe fire their best shot before they get to the steepest climbs and find that they've given the other rider a chance to play catch up. I think Gantova's probably very acutely sensitive to that, because she just fired a very, very powerful shot and got a very substantial looking gap over Cameron, and then saw Cameron with incredible patience ride back to her over the course of over so many tens of kilometers, and just doing it cool as a cucumber. You just don't see that kind of comeback in these races, right? It's the classic thing is you get 150, 200 meters down the road when you're one-on-one with a rider, and that's enough to break their will. And Cameron was just never gone. She just came back. And so now Gantova and Cameron have found the nature and the realm of each other's spirits, and now it's just pure final rounds of the boxing match, as it were.
Here goes
And
Gantova.
Gantova attacks.
And watch
Cameron
Cameron go over
counters.
the top of her here.
Look at that effort level. Oh,
Nice job.
she's content to just ride to the wheel. And then away. Ooh. But Gantova's digging now. You're just seeing all of this in the numbers, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're hurting right now. When you see numbers vary this widely, they are like on the last legs of their energy reserves at this point. To get this trainer into the red zone right now, you are approaching tunnel vision at this point. You'll start seeing spots here pretty soon. The riding that they're doing right now is like just textbook, borderline bonk riding for both of them. So this is going to be a really interesting ending here. Gantova now shoveling more coal into the engine.
You could just, this is glorious. I mean, there's nothing we can add here, right? They're 2.2K to go. The hills are going to wrap up at about the 900 meter mark to go. So they'll go through, they're going to hit the Fiamme Rouge, and that's just before the climb ends. And they're going to get the steepest parts of it coming up in the next kilometer, give or take. And they're just banging it hammer and tongs. We're looking at Gantova's heart rate in the upper left, and it's 186 beats per minute. Brutal. Just brutal. She's fully redlined. Like that's, and it's not going up or down right now. She's just at 186, 187 beats per minute. She's just all out for this whole effort. Nothing else even mattered.
This is the part of the boxing match where they are both just barely standing, wobbling, throwing wayward loose punches at each other, while they both struggle to maintain confidence in the 9th round. That's pretty much where Cameron and Gantova are here, and either one of them could hit the deck at any time. All right,
you can't
exaggerating a little bit, but yeah, I mean, this is like watching 2 prize fighters that have gone the distance of a 9-round boxing match, and now it's going to come down to this last climb up to the finish at 1.6K. Here we go. Sound the bell for the final round of Cameron versus Gantova.
So they've got 700 meters more climbing. That's the number that you want to keep an eye on. They're at 1.6 to go, and basically the road flattens out at 900. And I don't know if these 2 riders are aware of that parkour, but that's going to be the defining factor. And they're not giving an inch. Both of them are right there. I don't know who I'd pick in a sprint, but Cameron at least knows her way around a sprint. Again, another one of these riders with lots and lots of track experience, whereas we know Gantova cops to being fairly new to bike racing altogether. So what we have to see is whether Cameron can manage her effort such that she can draw even with Gantova at the top of this hill. And I think if she can, and it looks like she can, she's she's matched everything Gontova's got so far, and there's only about 500 meters of climbing left.
I got to be honest, for the effort that they're doing here, I don't know that you're going to have much left in the tank to execute any sort of sprinting prowess in this scenario. I think this is sort of a survival situation for Cameron and Gontova. I suspect, just looking at the numbers and the way that they're racing against each other, how often they're going into the red zone, I don't suspect that there's going to be a whole lot of thinking going on at the finish. The oxygen in these two bodies is all spoken for, and it's not going to the brain right now.
This is just madness. We haven't seen a finish like this. This sort of hammer and tongs attacking, and they're still even with each other. Nobody's managed to break away on this climb. You know, Cameron's making a little effort, and she's got all of 10 meters, and Gontova is redlining and catching her again. Oh, this is magic. Folks, I understand. I hope you understand what you're watching and how beautiful this is. It's just a perfect attacking race, and every one of those little red lines represents one of these two riders just blowing themselves up on their trainer. These two riders, when they're done this race, are both going to fall off their trainer onto their floors and not move for 10 minutes. 1 kilometer to go, 100 meters remaining in the climb. So once it flattens out, there's going to be basically the world's most awful sprint finish. And I mean, awful for them, not awful for us. We're going to love it. Just fantastic to see. I mean, all bike racing is suffering, and this is the most suffering we've seen all day in terms of just these riders can't let up, because it's like the metaphorical fight with a gorilla. You aren't done when you're tired. You're done when the gorilla is tired. And right now, each of these riders is the...
After 2 hours and 10 minutes of racing here, locked together in the red zone, I don't know how fast this sprint is going to be. It might be like watching King Kong and Godzilla fighting here, underwater, in slow motion.
700 meters to go. We saw Gontova do a little dig. She's come up on terms with Cameron. They're riding side by side, so I think what's going to happen here is we're going to see... Well, looks like Gontova's doing a bit of a dig. Maybe she's decided to try and get separation. Perhaps a little early, Nadia.
Now. They are letting up here. You saw both of them go into the blue zone there, where they were kind of looking at each other. It's a standoff. Who's going to be the first one to draw here at 500 meters to go? Gontova into the red zone, but right back to green quickly, just defending position here on the front. This will just come down to a two-up sprint. No one's going to try and get away here. I don't think they're going to try and launch an attack. I think they just watch each other until like 150 meters to go, and then you see them both rocket into the red zone here.
I think Cameron's going to go basically now. She's a trackie at heart, and she's very used to this idea of going with about 200 meters to go.
There you go.
It's a bit of a long drag to the finish. There's this little secret slope here.
Gontova holding the wheel, though. It's just 6 meters back, but Cameron with a nice surge at 50 meters to go. That's going to be enough to zip up the win here in the virtual BC Cup presented by Cobotix. Claire Cameron takes silver in an awesome battle with Gontova today. What a race in the pro women's field.
Full value from these two riders. There were no losers in that finish. That was monster racing. It was beautiful to watch. And we'll give a salute. Holly Larson's going to come in, I think, or sorry, not Harley. Ribs Magendi is going to come in for fourth in a little while, but we'll watch that later. Meanwhile, Usborne and Bird are activating their own race. Looks like Usborne has achieved slight gap on Bruce Bird as they go up one of these later climbs in the relatively flat part of this road race. And we can see Campbell
let a little gap open up, though. He's good at recovering from those gaps, as we've talked about. So when you see Matt Usborne open up, let's say 20, 30 meters over Bruce Bird, it doesn't mean as much than it would with a lot of other riders, because Bird can make up a gap like that pretty easily, either on a flat or a descent. So he's got some room to work with here. He's like a seasoned Bitcoin trader. He's seen this go up and down. He doesn't panic. He knows it's coming back.
Yes, indeed. And meanwhile, behind them, as they continue to prosecute their race, we've got the giant Karsten Ivani. But we're taking a peek back at the elite women's race because Ribs Magendi, Fiona Magendi, is only 1.1 kilometers from the finish. So this will be the 4th place result for her. She races virtually for the Pickle Juice Racing team, and she's done lots of other sports in her time, but I think at this point she'll be just glad to see that red flag, which represents 1 kilometer to the finish and also represents the worst of the climbing being almost over. We saw it in that previous finish, which is the course flattens out in at about the 900 meter mark, although there is a bit of a mini ramp as you do those last 200 or 300 meters. And she's ridden a long, long day in the saddle, most of it with Holly Larson, before she finally pulled the classic bike racer move of stabbing Holly in the back and leaving her for dead. I mean, it wasn't a very big gap. It still amounts to about 500 meters after all of this racing, but it was enough to secure a 4th place for Fiona Magendi over Holly Larson, who will cruise home to 5th. And as we take a quick peek at the elite men, it appears that Karsten Ivani has gapped Campbell Parish, but we're looking at Osborne and Bird at the front. So Bird is clawing his way back onto Osborne's wheel. He's about 25 meters behind and closing, I would say.
They made a great call selecting this course. This was, I think, the perfect course to determine our winner on the last stop of the virtual BC Cup. Long, yes, but it made for interesting racing in all of our races today. I was a little worried that the length would sort of mellow things out too much for the riders, but this has been the best racing of the series, I think.
It has. I would say that in terms of the great length of this race, it's the commentators who were hardest hit, Brad.
That's right. That's right. Never forget the commentators.
Yeah. We also serve who heckle, Brad. That is our motto. Bruce Bird and Usborne are back together again. Karsten Ivani, the giant among men, is 1.8 kilometers in arrears. He's got a lot of work to catch up to them, but he has more or less left the others for dead. We're looking at Fiona Magendi's finish here because she's on the final 150 meters. So she will get her honorable parade home, a well-earned 4th place. No sin or shame in this strong group with collecting that position. So some good riding by Ribs, and chapeau to her. But she'll be ready to step off the trainer now. And in a moment, we're going to see Holly Larson complete the race. She's got 5th place, but again, she's ridden a great race all day. She was right there with Fiona Magendi for most of the event, and Fiona just put in a good, sharply calculated attack and managed to get away from Larson in the second half of the race.
Yeah, Larson hung in there. That's a tough day, and it's a tough course to hold on to as well. But she'll hold on to a 5th place finish today, adding another Velocity Vixen jersey to the podium.
She's going to be almost 2 hours, 20 minutes on her trainer when she's done this race today. All of these riders today, I think the most important sponsor and equipment relationship that they've got is their chamois cream, because it got to work out today for sure. And Larson gets going, 2 hours, 18 minutes on the clock, 460 meters to go. She, at about the 200 meter mark, is going to see a little tiny ramp, so this is still a fairly annoying final K, but she represented the Velocity Vixens very well today. She rode a good hard race. She put some of her competition in the shade. There was riders who dropped out because Larson just rode away from them. So well-earned 5th place. Good job. And congratulations to Holly Larson as she comes through. She's got 150 meters to go. Last little lumpy climb.
Bravo, Holly. Well done.
Yeah, it was an entertaining.
Go ahead.
Oh, it's an entertaining women's race all around. We saw good events up and down the results.
Yeah, this course, a good one today. Our thanks to Joe Martin Stage Race for loaning one of their courses today. Again, this is called the Mount Sequoyah Road Race Stage, and they're going to be doing this one in person this summer. They are on for their in real life dates over there in Fayetteville. So these riders, if they want, will have the opportunity to race this one in real life. All right, down to our final race of the day, Pro Men, the last ones left out on course here in the virtual BC Cup. This is the last of 4 stops on our series presented by Cobotix here. We've been racing on some of RGT's real roads, which are courses based on real-life locations that also have the graphics built around them. The course that they're racing on right now is just the GPX file of that real-life course in Arkansas that's laid into one of these regenerating worlds. You see the sort of generic scenery on the side, if you will. This is actually pretty close to what a part of the course of the Mount Sequoyah Road Race looks like. They go through this deciduous forest section, and I guess the scenery is pretty similar here at this part. That part only goes for maybe 20 miles of the roughly 75-mile course. Might even be more than that in real life, but there is a section that looks very similar to this. Riders that want to continue racing on RGT, there is another race coming up on May 23rd. The Indiana University Student Foundation is running a virtual Little 500. I'm not sure if you've ever seen the movie Breaking Away. It's based on the Little 500 at Indiana University, where typically the fraternities have their battle on Schwinn single speeds on the dirt track. Well, they're not able to do that in real life, so they're taking it to RGT this year, and anyone can race. They're opening it up to the public for a men's and women's race scheduled for May 23rd. You can sign up on the Echelon Racing League website and join them as well 3 days later on Wednesday, May 26th for the virtual race with the collegiate participants. It's going to be a lot of fun. This is a cool one. I love the Little 500. It's such a classic but unique bike race that they have over at IU. And of course, if anyone's seen Breaking Away, I think that adds a special element to it. So pretty cool to see that they're going to be taking that one virtual. Now, they're not doing the Little 500 course. It's going to be a road race on the May 23rd race. So I don't think they're going to be building the IU stadium to go in circles. But
that's fantastic. If anybody out there isn't familiar with the Little 500, you definitely owe it to yourself to watch Breaking Away. It's a classic bike racing movie, but it's also the event that it covers in that race is a real race, and it's just ridiculous. For those of you who don't know, the actual event happens on a cinder track, like a cinder running track, and they use single speed, not fixed gear bicycles, I believe. And the participants are basically all students at the race, and it's this crazy one-off event that doesn't exist in any form like that anywhere else in the world, that the students at Indiana University just go nuts for. And I just love the whole thing. I've been able to see coverage of some of the actual races as well, and it's pretty fun to watch. So I think I might have to sign up for that one, Brad.
Yeah, your chance to compete without having to go to IU or join one of the fraternities, or I guess join one of the teams, because that was the point of the cutters, right? They're not part of the system, man. Do you have a favorite Breaking Away line? We have 14-point K before these guys finish, so why not do some Breaking Away lines or trivia? Do you have a favorite line?
Refund.
Mine comes from the same character. He's in there shaving. Well, that's normal for boys of his age. His damn legs. Yeah,
the father character in that movie does get an awful lot of the truly great lines. It's folks, rather than we commend it to you. It's a classic of the genre. It's actually even a good movie if you don't like bike racing. It's just a lot of fun.
It is.
And the bike racing
there's a
scenes
love story. There's a triumph story. There's something for everyone. Friendship.
There's a used car deal gone wrong. That's what I remember. Yeah, it's got it all. No, it's fantastic fun, and yeah, it's a great event, and yeah, I kind of want to see what the virtual little 500 looks like. But as we contemplate the wonders of the little 500, we see Matt Usborne trying to make a little gap, and it's about 44 meters. And if there was any rider but Bruce Bird on the other end of that gap, we might call that decisive. But in this case, we know that Bruce will just let that gap form, remain calm, and then ride back to Matt whenever he decides to. So Matt cannot feel safe or comfortable with that little gap forming. He knows that, once he gets over this hill that he's climbing right now, Bruce is just going to take whatever that distance is and methodically work it into his calculations and make sure that he's back with Matt Usborne before the race is over.
Now, I will say they are on the longest climb left until the finish. So if Bird was going to crack at some point, it would be here. It would be on this climb. If Usborne was going to successfully get rid of Bird and tip that formula, tip the scale the other way to the point where Bird wouldn't be able to catch back on the descent. And that's another thing to talk about, is what the other side of the climb looks like. You can see the elevation profile on the bottom of the screen. That matters for Bruce Bird, doesn't it, Ryan? Because a lot of his methodology is based on making up that time on the other side. So if it's too gradual on the way down, that wouldn't be good for Bruce Bird. He wants a really fast descent on the way to catch up to Matt Usborne.
He sure does. And I think he's going to get a descent that will be suited to him. But this is absolutely the test, that Bruce has to manage this gap as he goes up the hill, and then he has to close this gap before he goes down the hill. And I think the even bigger challenge for Bruce is I kind of trust that he has it in him to close this gap back if he just basically puts in the effort at this point. The challenge is there's another climb before this race is over. And so I think that given his climbing skills and knowing what we know about both Bird and Usborne, that Bird is not going to be very comfortable in how his race will turn out unless he can actually get away from Usborne before the bottom of that next climb. So lots to play for here. And we're not quite at the point of writing off Karsten Avani or Aidan Oliphant or even perhaps Campbell Parrish quite yet. There's still 13 kilometers to go. It'll be a bit touch and go for those last three riders to get in touch, but nonetheless, they're out there. Ivani is still established in third place, but Oliphant is hardly left for dead. And Campbell Parrish has just caught up with Oliphant, so it's possible that Aidan Oliphant, another fairly young rider, he's in his 20s, and Campbell Parrish can get together and maybe do some work and maybe catch up to Ivani for third place. As we go further down the list, we're looking at...
I was just going to say, Campbell Parrish has to finish in the top 5 today because AFM sacrificed his race to stop and take a picture with his name on the road. So he's got to do AFM proud here in this scenario because he gave up a lot to get that picture.
That's right. That's right, Campbell. You've got to get 4th place for the honor of AFM, okay? We need this to happen. AFM demands it. But at the front of the race, we've got Usborne. He's established now a 200-meter gap over Bird. Again, some of that is an artifact that Bird has just crested the hill, but nonetheless, that is Bruce Bird's work, and Bruce Bird's work has been, as they say, cut out for him. Make up 2 kilometers in 12, and not a flat 12 either. So we're going to go down the hill. We're going to go along the relatively, but not truly flat section, and then we're going to go up another hill again.
Yeah, so this needs to start slowly coming back pretty soon because they're going to run out of descent here. It looks like it's going to top out right around 270. It's been growing, which is not what Bruce Bird wants to see. I don't think this is inflated because they are both well onto the descent. You can see up in the top right corner, there's a sort of recent elevation profile, and then the full elevation profile at the bottom of the screen. They've been on this descent long enough that I think this gap has equalized, and looks like Bird is going to be trying to bring back approaching 300 meters to Matt Osborne. I think this is different than the other times Bird has come off.
Yes, indeed. That's a long gap, and there's a short bit of road ahead of him. I mean, we're talking about, as we said, making up 200 meters in 12 kilometers. That's everything. And, I mean, we're speculating to a degree, but Bruce Bird's natural terrain is this flat section of almost 10 kilometers, more like 9, I think, before we get to the bottom of the hill again, that he's going to experience right now. That 9 kilometers is Bird's race. If he doesn't get on terms with Usborne, and realistically, if he doesn't get ahead of Usborne before that final climb, that's the race. We'll be able to call it. Usborne will ride up the finish. He'll take his well-earned victory, and Bird will have to settle for second. And I don't get the impression that Bruce Bird is a guy who likes to settle for second from the way he races. But we will find out. Current gap is down to about 170 meters, so he's already put some pretty big bites into Usborne's lead. The question will be whether he can continue to make the number go down. That is his sole mission in life for the next 20 minutes or so.
Just a man trying to make a number go below 150.
Yeah, he gotta get it to 0, and then he's got to get it out to about plus 150 in his favor, I think,
Right.
before the bottom of the climb. Anything less than that, and he's got some real trouble. I think that's just the race composition. And these are two guys who have both, had huge results in this event. They've both done fantastic so far. Can't remember if Bruce has won one of these things. I know that Matt certainly has, but of our 4-race series. But
Right.
it's coming down to this, and I'm pretty sure both of these guys absolutely want to win. So there's no doubt about that. The number, if you're wondering, is down to about 150 meters. So it's still moving in the direction I think that Bird needs it to move, but it needs to keep moving.
Yeah, as it should. Bird doing a little bit more work than Osborne here. As Osborne's been averaging like 4.5. Bird was routinely hitting 5 like he is right now. So Bruce has been putting in the work, or was putting in the work. It looks like he's taking a little bit of a breather now, and he's paying for it as the gap goes back up to 180 meters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, both of these riders, they're strong, they know each other, and they know exactly what's at stake here. So this is just two riders managing their effort, and this is kind of one of the interesting things that you're going to see here, which is, heart rate is sitting at 140 beats per minute. Wattage is sort of hovering around the 400 watt mark for Bird. He's putting out about 5 watts per kilogram. Both of these guys, because they're so well trained, will have a very good idea of what all of those numbers mean. The heart rate will be very meaningful to Bird in terms of, is this an effort that I can sustain for the next 20 minutes? Is this a power output that I can sustain for the next 20 minutes? Will I have enough to hold on and make any attacks or prosecute a sprint finish if necessary? And Usborne is asking the same thing. He knows what his heart rate is. He knows what his wattage output is. He knows what he can do. And there's a classic phrasing I once heard about how you manage a time trial effort, which is really what these guys are in right now. The answer to the question, can I sustain this performance for the entire rest of this race, should always be, for the ideal effort, maybe. It can't be no. These guys are too smart for that. They're both racing right on their aerobic thresholds. They're in the maybe zone. 20 minutes is sort of, even after a hard race like this, it's sort of where they can flirt with their thresholds, and they both understand that, if they do a little too much work here, they'll explode and either go sub-aerobic threshold or just have nothing left in the sprint. And they also both understand if they go a little too easy, they won't finish out their race. Usborne will get caught, or Bird won't catch Usborne. So they're just basically riding the time trial of their lives right now. And the number is 120 meters. So Bird continues to close that gap painfully slowly. 7.5 kilometers left in this race.
Well, as one of the great riders of the modern canon once wrote, "Get rich or die trying." That's what Bird and Usborne are doing here. All in. It's a maybe performance today. I love that. What a great way to put it. Can I do it? Maybe. But if you ride something that you know you can do, you're not going hard enough.
And these riders probably know each other well enough that they can even look at each other's watts and understand exactly how maybe their opponent is. So we're looking backwards from Matt towards Brad or Bruce, and you can see the number is now 100 meters. And Matt can see that number. He's even more acutely aware of it than we are. It's now 90 meters. It was 88 meters. It keeps going in the wrong direction for Matt Usborne and in the right direction for Bruce Bird. And they're both going to be very attentive to that. But the number that does favor Matt is the one that says 6.6 kilometers to go, because no matter what they do, that number keeps going down. And when that number gets to 0, then Matt Usborne may have won the race, as long as the other number has not gotten to 0. So Matt needs the big number to go to 0 before the little number gets to 0. And that's pretty much the mathematics of this race. Meanwhile, Bruce Bird needs the little number to get to 0 before the big number does, so that he has some hope here. And currently the little number is at 90 meters to go, and the big number is at 6.2 kilometers. So he's got enough time, but the question is whether he's got enough power.
Well, I'm going to dig up the lifeless corpse of our joke from earlier and say that Bruce Bird's dividends are starting to pay off here. I mean, just slowly paying this off from 150 down to 75 in the last 6K that he's been holding here, but never panicking. Unwavering diamond hands for Bruce Bird here, as it's now down to 60 meters. He trusted the plan here, and I think he's going to get Usborne.
Remember how we saw Claire Cameron prosecute a very similar get-rich-slowly strategy in the women's elite race? Yes, exactly. We're seeing something remarkably similar. Cameron made her catch after getting gapped by Gontova a lot earlier in the event, but Bruce doesn't have to catch Matt Usborne any sooner than that. He just has to be confident that he can execute on a race strategy once he does make that catch. The number's 50 meters now. It's gloriously agonizing. So many bike racers, if they got the number down to 50 meters, they would put in that little dig, burn a match just to get back onto the wheel. Bird is just being, as far as I can see, completely confident of his ability to make this catch. He's just going to make it at whatever time he chooses and with as little effort as possible.
I love it.
He's got the patience of a value investor is what he has.
Well, Bird is, let's see, at 4.8K to go. I'd say he's about 2K away from making his tax leverage withdrawal that he's been waiting for from this account here. Because, like you said, there's no rush to make the catch on Usborne. I guess he would want some of the drafting of being able to sit in here, but at this point, he's been soloing for the last 15 minutes. I mean, he's comfortable. He can just sit in his zone, do his thing, just slowly but surely try to reel Usborne in under 40 meters now as he gets into the high 30s.
and as he crosses the 40-meter threshold, you can see that now he's getting the draftometer up here in the upper left corner of his screen. And just as we're seeing it, he's also seeing it. And that's telling him that any moment now he's going to start getting measurable wattage savings from the RGT system. He'll be in the draft. He'll start being paid off free watts, basically. That's what drafting is. And as the number goes down, he's at 30 meters. So you're going to see that that's the last 30 meters. The catch will be a little easier, or at least Matt's going to have to do even more watts at this point if he wants to hold Bird off. So the big number is at 3.9 kilometers. The little number is under 30 meters. Everything to play for. The only challenge here is Bruce Bird will be like my dog Pinter, because Pinter likes to chase cars, but I often wonder, once he catches it, what's he going to do? And Bird has the same problem, which is he can catch Matt Usborne, but can he beat him in the remaining bit of this course? So we're at 3.6K to go. We're going to hit the gentle slopes right now. The last 2 kilometers turns into a real hard climb. Bird's been dropped by Usborne already on the climbs. I'm not sure that Bird is a natural sprinter either, so Bird's biggest challenge now is not only to find a way to catch Usborne, he's got to find a way to win this race. Because the point wasn't to get on even terms and make it a good finish. Bird's here to win.
Yeah. I think Bird sits on here. I think the play is just sit on Usborne as long as you can. You count on Matt having lost his snap in this epic battle that's been unfolding for the last 20 kilometers between these two. And I think Bruce Bird just has to trust his legs here and hang on to Usborne as long as he can. And then if he thinks he got it, Bruce Bird might even be able to attack at like 700-800 meters out. I think that would be the sweet spot for Bruce, and this might even be enough time. Remember, I don't think Bruce Bird is like super gassed right now because he was very methodical about the way that he came back to Usborne. So I think he was looking ahead, and he made sure that he wasn't red zoned when he got here. He made sure that it was, you know, a slow burn so that when he got there, he was comfortable, calm, still had something left in the tank. So I actually think Bruce Bird is in a really good situation. Initially, my thought was like, you know, as soon as you get into a breakaway, you're gassed, right? And going again is the last thing you want to do. But I think Bruce Bird is smarter than me, and he was a couple steps ahead of that.
You might be right here. I'm interested because Usborne has been content to let Bird sit on his wheel ever since they made the catch. Now, they're not doing no pace, but on the other hand, well, they've just hit the slopes, so drafting is going to be, shall we say, greatly attenuated. And it might be that Matt figures, bring Bird to the hill, don't bring Bird to the hill. Point being, all he has to do now is ride 2 kilometers up a hill better than Bruce Bird can. And I think that's a challenge that Matt Usborne might be happy to embrace. The problem is for him whether or not Bruce, who's attacking as we speak, can turn this into a time trial. And we know Bruce Bird likes to time trial. We're just starting to watch the numbers. So now the numbers are going to, like, there's Bruce's little attack, digs to over 7 watts per kilo, seeing if he can bait Matt, seeing if he can get away. And it looks like Bird's going for a dig. This looks like it's a serious attack now. But Usborne right with him. They're still in this rolling approach to the slope. They're hitting another little hill. I think this is where the climbing begins in earnest. We're on a 6% grade. It might flatten out a little bit up ahead, but they're basically into the meat of the climb from now at the 2K mark until they get to 900 meters to go. And then it flattens out, and then at about 250 meters to go, there's another little tiny ramp. Not quite as substantial as this one. So all we got to do now is watch the bike race.
Wow, matching each other, stroke for stroke. The other thing to watch for here is heart rate. That's, I guess, an underappreciated number that we probably haven't talked about enough. We talked about the power zones for each rider and how they all kind of know their zone. Same goes for heart rate. I mean, these riders definitely know where their maximum heart rate is, and they will try and approach that as delicately as possible. As Usborne goes on the attack here on the front, both going into the red zone. Now, they can't hold the red zone for the last 1.6K here. They're going to have to let up at some point. So there's Usborne dropping back down into orange. But I'm also going to be watching his heart rate, which is pretty steady at the low 150s here. I didn't really see it spike on that attack. So, again, it's different for each rider. I don't know what Matt Usborn's high-end heart rate is, so I can't tell you where 150, what is now 157, this for Bruce Bird. Sorry, we've switched over. Running a little higher heart rate, but again, that really just depends on the individual rider. And it doesn't really associate with anything else. Bigger riders, smaller riders, climber, sprinter, they don't really have a profile, I guess, for sort of where your heart rate is in the zone, I guess is what I'm saying here. So different for each rider, but relatively for Usborn, we're sitting at mid 150s now, which I think is still pretty comfortable for him, if I had to guess.
Well, I've been watching, I was peeping his heart rate earlier in the race, and it looks to me like Usborn, when he's riding within himself, was sort of parked around 148, 147 beats per minute. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say that anything above 150 is a deadly serious effort for Usborn. And you're quite right, Bird has a little bit of a higher heart rate, so his 157 here is probably more like 5 or 10 beats lower for Usborn in terms of marking relative effort. And as we talk about this, Usborn is put a little gap in. He's got 30 meters away. We know he's digging deep. We can see his heart rate. We can see his watts per kilo. He's hit the Fiamme Rouge, and he's only got about 200 meters of hard climbing left. But he's got a 20-meter gap. Can Bruce close that gap now? The race flattens out. It has a little bit of a kick right at the end, but they've got about 700 meters of, I don't want to say easy, but Usborn has just hit basically the flattening out section. He got over that little 13-kilometer wall. I think he might have enough gap. 50 meters over Bird. Bird not notoriously a great sprinter. I think that's probably all that Matt needed to do here. There's one more little climb to make life difficult.
Yeah, Usborn really used that kick up right at 1K to go. Used it to his advantage very well. The other thing I want you to look at is the cadence between these two riders. Up in the upper left, Bird running a much lower cadence than Matt Usborn, which probably means a harder gear to pedal. He's just, he likes the lower cadence, harder gear setup. It's really personal preference. See how Usborn's up in the like 90s, 100s on his cadence, whereas Bruce Bird is down around 70 or 80 as his average. So he's a big power guy, which means he likes to push that big gear on the way up the hill. Probably a lot of standing. You'll see riders like that, try and leverage their legs over their anaerobic ability. Whereas Matt Usborn, you see pushing 110 rotations here at 100 meters to go. That's going to be enough, though, to hold off Bruce Bird. And Matt Usborn will take stop number 4 on the virtual BC Cup presented by Cobotix for the Above and Beyond Cancer team after a brutal battle with Bruce Bird from Draft Racing all day today. Bird going to end the day at right around 10 seconds down on the line. And then well behind this duo of two will be the final battle for the third spot on the podium with Giants' best ever field marketing representative.
Yes,
sitting
indeed.
in third now.
It's Karsten Ivani, the giant among men. He's got about a 1.3 kilometer gap to his one-time breakaway companion Campbell Parrish. You know, he showed no mercy to the young man. He dropped him for dead when he decided he was done, and that's exactly what the race situation is now. So Karsten Ivani will roll it home. He's got 2 kilometers left. But Parrish cannot be quite as complacent because Campbell Parrish has Aidan Oliphant still only 40 meters behind him. So neither of these riders has dropped the other. 3.2 kilometers to go. Parrish, I think, has a pretty good set of climbing legs on him, but he's also not a small rider. So this is going to be a pretty telling final climb for him. He's at the 3.1 kilometer mark. We know the climbing really kicks in at about 2K to go. So I think what we're going to see is Karsten Ivani have a relatively easy parade, whereas Parrish and Oliphant are going to be fighting this one out to the end. And indeed, we can see Parrish is continuing to move it along. Ivani may be taking it fairly easy, but he's got enough distance already that he doesn't have to go any harder than that. I think he's riding well within himself at this point. He's not taking it easy. He knows there's only 1.6k to go. A mile in the old units, but away he goes. Karsten is just finishing out the work. But Campbell Parrish has to work hard because his gap is still only 150 meters. That's better than it was, so he's got to be happy about that. He's managed to put a little bit of distance into Oliphant before he gets to the bottom of this hill, but let's see what he can do.
Yeah, I think we saw Bruce Bird prove that 150 meters is nothing with 2.5K to go. You can make that up over 2.4K easy.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Aiden Oliphant, I don't know if he's got a sprint or not, but if I was Campbell Parrish, I do not think I would want to bring any riders with me to the finish line at this point. Getting fourth place was hard enough without having a friend to come along. And meanwhile, Oliphant has his own problems, which is that Cooper has managed to catch up after being away from this pair all day. John Cooper has somehow managed to gap out Jude Sands and is catching Oliphant. In fact, I'm going to call it right now. At this rate of closure, he is going to pass Oliphant. So in not a very large amount of time, Campbell Parrish may have to be thinking about Cooper, not Oliphant. Meanwhile, we look at Sands, credible 7th place against strong opposition. The fact that there's only 8 riders left doesn't tell the whole story. I think it was a group of 12 or so began this race, and we had AFM drop out due to some difficulty or another, and I think the other riders were just kind of beat to death. They had a long and fast first half of the race, and eventually it took its toll on all but these 8 riders. So we look back at Ivani. He's just about to hit the Fiamme Rouge, the glorious 1 kilometer to go red flag. As we said, the road flattens out at about 900 meters to go, which he'll be, I'm sure, very relieved to see. And once that does indeed happen, he can be pretty comfortable. He's still got 640 meters gap between himself and Parrish, so no problems for Ivani except for making it to the end here.
Yeah, the Parrish-Cooper battle is going to be the exciting one at the line. I feel like a boxing promoter. You know, sometimes you're just lining these 2-up battles up, one after another. But that's kind of how it works in virtual racing a lot of times, especially on RGT, on these real roads courses. You see this separation, and then the natural dynamics of racing. We'll see groups of just 2 or 3 linking up. So get a good bang for your buck in virtual racing.
Indeed, yeah, and certainly head-to-head matchups have been the order of the day today. As we're watching Campbell Parrish, he's still got 140 meters gap between himself and Cooper, but I would not call that safe because he's got 1.4K to go, and there's about 500 meters of pretty hard climbing between him and the false flat at the top. But we're watching here as Karsten Ivani is going to roll it home. He's at 450 meters to go, so just that one little ramp at 200 meters stands in his way. He's got plenty of gap. He's got an easy cruise to victory here. Well, not victory, to 3rd place, but it's probably going to seem like a small victory after the long, long ride home for him. And his little virtual avatar sits up a bit, hits that last wall at the 200-meter mark. And he's got a relatively easy, slightly climbing finish here. And once again, our congratulations to the giant Karsten Ivani. He loves his sponsor so much, he changed his name, if only virtually. And he will be 3rd place on today's long 72-kilometer Joe Martin stage race.
And now Parrish going to go inside 1K to go. Gap to Cooper back up. Cooper had gotten close within like 150 meters, but it's back up to 270 now. So Campbell Parrish doing a nice job on this last little climb of the day. And then remember this Cooper and Oliphant battle. Cooper fighting almost the exact same battle on two different fronts, in front of him and behind him, to Parrish and Oliphant on his 6.
And I'm sure that Cooper would have been very happy to catch Campbell Parrish, but he's got to feel like there's a small victory here, and that he was riding with Jude Sands for so long while Oliphant and Parrish were together, and now he's caught Oliphant at the end to get 5th place, the final spot on the extended mountain bike podium. But definitely better than I would have predicted, given where he was at the halfway point in this race, when I thought that he and Sands were way too far behind to have any chance of catching either Oliphant or Parrish. And so Oliphant's had a rough finish to this long race, but still putting in a credible result. So no sin or shame there. You know, it's a hard race. He's gonna, I think by the time he's done, it will clock near enough 2 hours. We're watching as Campbell Parrish is coming into his last 325 meters. He's a great kid. I've known him since he was the juniorest of juniors. Him and his family are great contributors to the sport too. I don't know if he'll be embarrassed by this, but his mom was a great force in safety management at our bike races for many years within the Escape Velocity Club. So, chapeau to a family that has given back. And now Campbell Parrish will take 4th place, well earned, hard fought, and he's got a great future ahead of him. Only 17 years old, so nicely done. And he can finally park it and step off the trainer.
See John Cooper in behind him, and then Alexander Oliphant in for 6th place. So Cooper going to do Triple X proud, put another Triple X rider on the podium after his fiance Jackie Godby took a win in the pro women's race. Cooper going to take 5th place in our pro men's field to wrap up our wide angle mountain bike podium.
Not bad at all. And chapeau to John Cooper. But behind him, we've got a bit of a battle developing because, after saying that Sands and Oliphant had locked up positions, I feel like Oliphant has, in fact, flagged worse than he expected. He's now fallen behind Sands as well. So Sands is going to sneak his way into 6th place because it doesn't look like he's... I don't think Oliphant is coming back from that one.
No,
I think Oliphant just sort of cracked on those final miles on the road. And I mean, he had a good hard ride all day, but he was riding up there with 4th place rider Campbell Parrish for a lot of the day, and now he is very much not.
Paying for that now as we watch that gap continue to grow. So Sands going to take 6th. Oliphant will hold on for 7th, no problem. And then I think Weber going to be good for 8th. Man, last kilometer here for Sands made a difference. Nice job. Way to finish strong. Way to bide your time out there, right? Oliphant had such a great ride all day. And we didn't talk about Sands a whole lot out there today, but he's going to ride his way into 6th place. Nice job.
Yeah, he's got to be pretty satisfied with how that last half of the race came to him. And I guess it just shows, don't give up, don't despair. The race will come to you. And so good job on a surprise 6th place by Jude Sands, the Irishman. And Oliphant will hold on. I mean, we said he's lost some places here, but it represents the fact that it's been a hard ride all day. And, the only way that he gets to this position is because he's just ridden his heart and soul out until he didn't have anything left in the tank. So, way to go to Aidan Oliphant for leaving it all on the road. And we do mean everything. Because he's got to have had nothing left in the tank. But he does get to finish, and in less than 2 hours. So, good job. And we've got one more rider out on the course. We've got... That's Ashley Weber still out the full gas rider. We haven't talked about him much, but he's kept his head about him, and he's going to roll it home. He'll be the final classified racer. 1.6 kilometers left. Just this unpleasant 15% grade stands between him and the finish line.
All right, on our fourth and final stop of the Virtual BC Cup presented by Cobotix here. It's been a lot of fun watching these riders progress on RGT, even over the 4 stops of the racing that we've had here in the Virtual BC Cup. I feel like I've come to know a lot of these BC-based riders really well. So I hope to see them out on the road in real life, as it sounds like things slowly getting better, and we are hoping to be back to some in real life racing soon. I know for almost all of these riders, that's got to be the goal, to get back to it. But it's been fun having the virtual racing to fill the gap in the meantime. And I hope these riders have enjoyed the silver lining of the last year or so to get in some virtual racing here and stay connected. I know you're seeing a lot of familiar names on these start lists over the last what has been 6 weeks of racing in the Virtual BC Cup. So a nice way to stay connected to our cycling family.
Yeah, for sure, Brad. It's been gratifying both for, I think, the sport as a whole in the province of British Columbia, and to me personally. I mean, I have a lot of love for bike racing and putting on these events, and I can tell all these riders that it seems like these days not a day goes by when there isn't some communique going back and forth between the powers that be about how can we go racing, when can we go racing. We're just excited, Plans are being made. We know that, as you say, things are going to get better, and they're going to get better pretty soon. As soon as we can go racing safely again, we will be going racing. And I've been very excited to be part of plans that aren't quite ready to be announced, but certainly we are hopeful at this point that if there's an opportunity in July or August, I think those are the kind of dates where we might be able to look forward to first race of the season here in BC. And certainly, folks, watch the signs. We will keep you posted. Everybody involved in bike racing is very eager to get the high sign that we can finally fire things off and start doing some bike racing again. And I'm hopeful that we'll have a little bit of a road season and a lot of a cyclocross season, and of course my personal favorite, a track season, because it's a winter sport for us here in Vancouver, because we have a lovely little 200-meter indoor velodrome. It's a nasty, terrible bowl with plywood on the boards instead of hardwood on the upper half, but we love it, and it's created some great bike racers. Some Olympic medal winning bike racers have raced and trained there, and we're very hopeful that by the time it gets around to track season, that we'll have something resembling normal bike racing again return to the province.
All right, well, fingers crossed for everyone. If we don't see you on the RGT platform, we hope to see you in real life. I know you guys are going to keep the website updated, cyclingbc.net, as things get back to it. And if you're interested in taking up racing, cyclingbc.net has some great resources to kind of get you directed to where you need to go to get back into it. I know that's been a big part of this, learning about a lot of the local racers, but hopefully also encouraging more people to participate. So, Ryan, I think we can wrap it up there as our final rider of the 4-race BC Cup Series presented by Cobotix wraps it up. We're going to say goodbye from the virtual world of RGT. For Ryan Kuzno, my name is Brad Soner, along with ZMS Live Streams presenting the live stream productions today on behalf of Cycling BC. Thanks for watching today, and congratulations to all of our riders. Keep on riding, keep training, and we'll see you at the start line real soon.